Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 5GLL. 29%. Chapter 201 5 Elders. Who the hell are you? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With a clear laugh, everyone was taken aback when looking at Noelle, who was standing in front, but now suddenly floating in the air. Kill 5 elders, this kid. Garp paused, then stared at Noelle with wide-eyed eyes. Although, he has no affection for world government, celestial dragons, and even those 5 old men. However, it was just a hiatus in private. Now, Noelle is blocking the face of so many people, saying that he wants to do 5 elders. Everyone at Marine was dumbfounded, looking at Noelle in shock. You know, that is one of the powers of the world government. He is also one of the most powerful people in this world. Captain, kill the old man. After the Noelle pirates were taken aback, they reacted quickly. Enel yelled even more excitedly. If it weren't for being pulled by Jill, maybe he wanted to make a move. The identity of 5 elders, in their eyes, is really nothing, just like ordinary people. Pirates, everyone is an unruly person. Especially people like Enel, even more than 23 plus or the arrogant generation. The 4th child's eyes condensed, and then he looked at Noelle, and the long knife he was holding in front of Shang suddenly shook. Looking at Noelle in the distance, the old 4th's face became gloomy. I don't know how many years, no one has dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Kill him. The eyelids of Xiao and others were also picked, and everyone looked at Noelle with a gloomy expression. Shoo. Noelle's figure flashed, and instantly appeared beside the captain. Looking at the vigilant Xiao and others, his eyes fell on the 4th child. Advertisement. He didn't expect that this time, 5 elders were all out. However, the member of the world government has really developed the door fruit to ultimate. Noelle is a little doubtful whether the fruit has awakened. Otherwise, how could it be possible for 5 elders in the Holy Land to appear here? There is really a constant distance from here to the Holy Land. In the distance, Nami and others also stared wide-eyed. Nowadays, none of them have just gone to sea. Of course they know what the 3 words, 5 elders, mean. That person is one of the people in power in the world government. Usopp swallowed, then asked dumbly. Well, I didn't expect even such a big man to come. Frankie nodded. His face became serious, and his eyes were staring into the distance. What is 5 elders? Is that old man very good? Luffy looked at Nami and the others with a blank face, then looked at the distance. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami and others looked at each other, and then they all covered their foreheads. It's really hopeless, their captain doesn't even know 5 elders. Robin smiled. Luffy was like this. It is estimated that even if I have heard of 5 elders before, I have probably forgotten it now. Really arrogant. Contempt again and again, led you from a newcomer to the 5 emperors of the New World now. As a result, it can now threaten the world government. This is our biggest mistake. Advertisement. The 4th child held the long knife in his hand, looked at Noelle with a calm expression, and a flat voice came out slowly. The sound is not loud, but now the atmosphere is very quiet and everyone can hear it. Sengoku's face was very bitter when he heard the 4th child's words. To be honest, for Noelle, he really didn't take it lightly. At the beginning, knowing that they had looted the gold in the sky, Noelle only appeared in his eyes at that time. In order to deal with the world government, he sent Kizaru to take action. This is the first time a newcomer who has just gone to sea ransacks the gold in the sky without knowing all his life and takes an admiral shot. However, I didn't expect that Kizaru could do nothing, Noelle. Afterwards, the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, the Celestial Dragons event. In order to capture Noelle, he sent Kizaru and Akainu. Who could have thought that neither of the 2 admiral could handle it, which is beyond everyone's imagination. There is no way to get the 2 admiral, it proves that Noelle is no longer easy to deal with. After entering the New World, he directly confronted the 4 emperors, and even defeated the 2nd class. At that time, Sengoku knew that Noelle had become a reality. At that time, I also imagined that BIGMOM would take action in person to solve Noelle and others. Unexpectedly, there was no success. In the end, Noelle broke the balance of New World. He directly became the five emperors, and even the battle with Kaido ended in a tie. Now, even more needless to say, defeated Kaido and Bigmom's combination. The Noel pirate group has become the largest force in the New World and the most powerful overlord. In the limelight, even Whitebeard can't match it, and the major forces say that Noel is the strongest. Then, what else do you want to say? This is your last words. Noel smiled, then looked at the fourth child playfully, the silver teeth in his hand exuding bursts of white light. Advertisement. As if feeling the master's mood, he was trembling slightly. It seems that defeating Kaido and Bigmom really made you inflated. It really makes you think that you can fight against the world government. Background of world government. As soon as Noel's words fell, the fourth eldest's gaze 973 was cold. He rolled the silver teeth in his hand, and then spoke in a cold voice. Old guy, are your Lord Yim? The fourth child was interrupted before he finished speaking, and Noel looked at him playfully. The voice fell, and the fourth child's body was stiff, and he looked at Noel incredulously. The fourth child has always been very indifferent. Even if he knew the strength of the captain, or what he said to Noel, he was very calm. But now, his face was moved. I am. People in Marine and Noel pirates are very puzzled. Yim, for them, this is an unfamiliar name. The most shocking thing is that Noel just said, Lord Yim, Lord Five Elders. How is this going? What is the concept of making five elders an adult? In Marine, Garp's eyes flashed, staring at Noel closely. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and they all felt as if they had heard something incredible, but also about the secrets of the world government. Who are you? The fourth eldest stared at Noel, then let out a cold drink. Chapter 202 Noel. I'm going to kill you, absolutely. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who are you? The question from the fourth child made most people feel puzzled, but Sengoku raised his brow. The fourth stepped in his footsteps, his eyes fixed on Noel. His face was still full of shock. He didn't expect that Noel would know Yim. You know, besides the five of them, only those few people know about the existence of Yim. However, those few people are not outsiders either. It can also be said that no outsider knows the existence of Yim. Therefore, when Noel said Im's name, he was shocked. What is Noel? Who is it? I am me. In fact, I am also very curious. What kind of identity does the five of you old guys, Yim, who can be called my lord, have? Noel chuckled softly, holding silver teeth in his right hand, and brushing his short blonde hair lightly with his left hand. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else looked at the fourth child one after another. Guru. Five elders is not the real power holder of the world government. There are still people behind the world government. This is simply amazing. Kizaru looked at the fourth child in the distance suspiciously. This fact was amazing. The others glanced at each other, and their faces were also full of shock. Who could have imagined that there are people behind the scenes who are in power in the world government, and their status is higher than that of five elders? In this way, five elders is the puppet supported by Im. Advertisement. Momoshiki raised his brows, and then spoke softly. I don't know this. I guess, only Noel and five elders know it. Huo Xiao Shan shook his head, and then looked at the fourth child, Noel. The fourth child held the long knife in his hand tightly, looked at Noel coldly, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he made no secret of it. No matter what kind of identity Noel has. However, if you know about that adult, you must not keep it. In addition to Yim, do you want to say that there is also the national treasure of celestial dragons? Or is the master writing ancient weapon Uranus? Noel flicked his fingers lightly, then opened his mouth, staring tightly at the fourth. He has something to confirm now. World government, is it the master of ancient weapon? When the voice fell, everyone on the court froze. They didn't know what the national treasure was. However, the presence of ancient weapon is unknown to no one. Uranus. World government master writes Uranus. Exclamations came from Marine and the Noel pirates. They had to be shocked. After all, the legend of ancient weapon is really amazing. But Noel, who had been staring at the fourth child, his eyes flashed. He found that when he talked about national treasures, the fourth child's expression froze. When talking about Uranus, his body trembled. Real. World government is really the master Uranus. Sure enough, you are also the master Poseidon. The old fourth took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, fixed his eyes on Noel, and then opened his mouth firmly. Advertisement. National treasure. He didn't expect that Noel even knew the national treasure of celestial dragons. Poseidon. Noel Master Poseidon. Before everyone recovered from the shock, they were shocked by the fourth sentence. A Uranus, and now another Poseidon appeared. And being given to Master by Noel, this is the most shocking thing. After all, the world government has been established for so long, if the Master really thought about ancient weapon, it would feel normal. Hey, today is really a really amazing thing. Brother Ming's body shook lightly, his expression excited. He looked at Noel and the fourth child excitedly. I'm national treasures, Uranus, Poseidon, these things, he really hadn't heard of them. It seems that Poseidon is really in the Fishman Island, and it may be your master. The fourth child looked at Noel coldly, and then said in a deep voice. Then what? Noel pulled out silver teeth and looked at the fourth child with a smile. It doesn't matter if you are the real master with Poseidon. It seems that the Fishman Island can't be kept. About the Fishman Island, and all the fishmen, they shouldn't be kept. The old fourth took a deep breath, his expression became indifferent, and the cold voice came out slowly. Hearing the fourth child's words, many people at Marine frowned. Garp, Smoka and other people with justice in their hearts clenched their fists. Even a fool can hear it. What the fourth child meant was to destroy the Fishman Island and kill all the Murlocs. Calm down, the captain will take care of it. Luo, G. Tyson and others were holding on to Jinbei with an anxious face and an angry expression. Good, hand it to the captain. Advertisement. This old man is dead, he actually touched the captain's inverse scales, and he was hopeless. Enel sneered at the old fourth, he had already seen the old man's death. Hearing Enel's words, everyone was stunned, but they still reacted quickly. Yes, if this old man wants to kill all the Murlocs, then include Shirahoshi among them. Shirahoshi, but the captain's reverse scale. Persuaded by several captains, Jinbei stopped struggling, and gradually became calm, staring at Noel tightly. It's no use being impulsive. Now, I have to leave everything to the captain. Boom, boom. You are so impatient to live. Noel faintly looked at the fourth, silver teeth in his hand shook, and then he let out a loud shout. Seventh gate shocked the door, open. With a loud shout, the surrounding space swayed, Nuo Jiaohao, and suddenly a wisp of steam burst out of Noel's body. Green gas covered the whole body. The captain looked surprised. Don't give the green gas to Noel. Old guy, today, I am going to kill you absolutely, absolutely. Noel slowly raised his head, his expression became cold and stern, and after saying this, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Shoo! A strong wind swept across, the fourth child's eyes shrank, and the long knife in his hand was horizontally in front of him. White light flashed, sparks flickered, the fourth child's body shook, a terrifying force surged in, and his body couldn't help backing a few steps. Nice response. Noel sneered and looked at the fourth, his right hand suddenly pressed hard. As expected of five elders, he who opened the seventh gate is very fast, but the old guy's reaction is also very amazing. 29%. Chapter 203 Noel's Five Elders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Noel with wide-eyed eyes, and looked at it incredible, among them Noel attacked the fourth child. Because, in the eyes of most people, five elders, although is the power of the world government. However, they are just an ordinary old man. Although, I just learned that the fourth child actually dared to appear on the battlefield, so the strength is definitely not weak. However, this scene was shocking, and Noel's speed just now was terrifying. Speed and power are terrifying. The fourth child was easily blocked. With this hand, it was not easy. Boom, boom. The two looked at each other, their feet were raised one after another, and then they collided. The terrifying wind swept out, Noel's mouth lifted, and then he spoke clearly. Chidori stream. The body was flashing suddenly, and thunder arcs spread out in an instant, directly covering the two of them. Deep armament hockey transport. Noel looked at the fourth child indifferently, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not surprised. After all, it's all five elders. For Hockey's 973 use, it will naturally not be weak. Yinya has been covered by lightning. I don't know if it is because of thunder and lightning that the silver light on the blade is more dazzling, giving people an extremely noble feeling. The fourth generation knife, similar to Zoro's third generation, exudes bursts of cold light. It gave people a strange feeling, and Noel could feel the deep breath coming from it. It's like a ghost. Advertisement. Noel's left foot collided with the old fourth's right foot, and his left hand lifted slightly. Seeing Noel's movements, the fourth child's eyes widened, and his body was shocked when he was just preparing to move. Both feet sank to the ground, and the soil lifted up. A terrifying gravity pressed on the shoulders, and the bones made a sound like firecrackers. It seems that living in the Holy Land for a long time has not made your physique worse. Looking at the expressionless fourth child, Noel sneered at the corner of his mouth. Although he was talking, his movements were not slow, the thunder light in his palms condensed, and then he blasted out directly. Reikiri. The cold voice resounded in my ears. Seeing the shining, extremely bright thunder light in front of him, the fourth child's fist was also clenched. Boom, boom. In everyone's eyes, the two of them retreated in bursts. So strong. Not far away, everyone at Marine's eyes widened, looking at the two in shock. In fact, the two played against each other just now, and it seemed that they had shot many times. However, it was just a blink of an eye, very fast, and it was too fast for everyone to react. There was a lightning strike. When the attention was paid, the two had already separated. Master Five Elders. Looking at the old fourth who was holding his body, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but speak. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was because he was afraid that the captain not far away would also make a move. If the captain really made a move, it would be really bad. The fourth child didn't speak, and with a light stroke of the long knife in his hand, he looked at Noel indifferently. Advertisement. But he was a little complicated in his heart. He didn't know, when was the last time he made a shot. It's really been a long time since such a battle. However, Noel has such qualifications. Today, the kid must be eradicated. Even if you have to pay some price, you will not hesitate. Noel's threat was far more terrifying than they thought. The strength of this old guy is still so terrifying. Garp clung to the fourth child tightly, flicked off his nose, and then spoke. When he heard Garp's words, except for Sengoku and Sora, everyone else was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. Listening to Garp Vice Admiral say this, CDCB, it seems that I know the strength of Five Elders, and I have also seen him make a move. Sengoku, Sora neither spoke. Unlike the others, they all know that everyone in Five Elders is strong. Both have also seen Five Elders take a shot. However, this is not surprising. After all, the person in charge of the world government cannot be an ordinary person. Worthy of being world government. Smoka took a deep breath, staring tightly at the fourth. If Five Elders have such strength, then the so-called Five Elders is really a joke. Now, he found himself really naive. Even without Five Elders, the actual strength of the world government is unfathomable. If you let Garp know what Smoka thinks, he would definitely say. Child, you are still too young. Although the strength of the world government is strong, some pirates are not weak. The Five Emperors is one of them, and the things involved are not so simple on the surface. Advertisement. PP. I didn't expect that the captain also mastered this uncle's ability. Enel smiled and looked at Noel's back, and looked at Jill beside him triumphantly. It seems to be saying that if you see it, the captain, like this uncle, uses the ability of thunder and lightning. Even Jill, who was indifferent by nature, saw Enel's posture, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is simply an idiot, a little mentally retarded child. The others also smiled bitterly, looking at Enel helplessly. Gazed at each other, and then all shook their heads together, but the body moved quietly. I am quietly staying away from Enel. After all, such a disease is contagious. Boom, boom. Looking at the old fourth on the opposite side, Noel's body shook, and the steam on his body suddenly dissipated. Seeing Noel's movements, the fourth child's eyes flashed. Based on the information of the world government, he knew about Noel's status. In this state, the speed and power are not comparable to the ordinary state. Although I know that there are restrictions, it is impossible for such a short time. Now, Noel suddenly abandoned this advantage. Before you get rid of you, just try the ability you just got before. Noel couldn't help but smile at the face of the fourth child. As soon as the voice fell, the fourth eldest's eyes shrank, and he had just gained the ability soon. Chapter 204 Mercury Magic Omnipotent Magic. Advertisement. Wow, wow, wow. Silver liquid suddenly poured out from behind, and Noel smiled as he looked at the splashing mercury. Mercury magic is also called omnipotent magic. It can be said that it is a combination of offense and defense, and mercury can be transformed into a variety of objects. It can be used by sea, land, and air, and after the mercury freezes, the defense is not low. Looking at the mercury floating in the air behind Noel, the eyes of the fourth child couldn't help condensing. The members of the world government also became cautious. The silver Yi body, this is obviously unusual water, and no one knows what it does. Another ability. Sengoku in the distance, looking at the mercury behind Noel, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his eyelids kept beating. He felt numb. Time and time again, Noel simply refreshed his mind and refreshed Marine's intelligence again. The methods are endless, and they are extremely weird. Now, he doesn't know that Noel still has several abilities. This kid. Garp also shook his head with a wry smile, and couldn't help but recall the time when Noel hadn't even gone to sea. At the beginning, every time he returned to East Blue, he would also fight Noel. The strength of this kid will get stronger every time, since he was punched to fly. In it, he can barely fight against him, and in the end even he has to face it. Before, I thought that Noel was a fruit ability person. Advertisement. Now, seeing him show so many abilities, if Garp really thinks he is a capable person, then it is really a ghost. Even in the powerful fruit, it is impossible to have so many abilities. Moreover, each one is different, and I have never stopped listening to many of them. Looking at Noel's back in the distance, Garp couldn't help but sigh, this kid has really grown up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember what Noel had said before. Maybe, I really grew up. The little guy who had been very mature and calm since he was a child really has the ability to protect his family. Although it was due to the position, Noel did a lot better than him on this point. Garp can't forget now that when Rouge died, he held Noel's finger and asked him to take care of his brother. At that time, Noel, who was only 3 years old, was still a kid, and his eyes were very firm. Rouge died in front of him. Noel didn't cry, but after tears in his eyes, he looked at Ace firmly. What the hell did this kid do? Garp shook his head, then came back to his senses, looking at Noel's back suspiciously. Now he is a little curious about how this kid can do it with so many abilities. Not only Garp is curious, others are also very curious, even Enel and others are no exception. Enel and others did not ask, but Noel just smiled. As a member of the Noel pirate group early on, they are even more a means to understand their captain. Mystery is not only the display of ability, but also various, mysterious and interesting things. Like the somersault cloud for Shirahoshi, and the magic healer just now. All these things are invisible in this world. If it weren't for seeing that the captain was not a land duck, my uncle would think he had eaten the fruit of fantasy. Seeing the mercury surging behind Noel, Enel spread his hands, then gently shook his head. Advertisement. That's what fantasy fruit. And even if there are such fruits, it is impossible to have the ability of a captain. Kitty-san gave Enel a side, and then gently shook his head. This is the greatness of the captain. Jill stared closely at Noel's back, his eyes showing reverence. Yes, this is the greatness of the captain. Fan, Oka, Luo and others looked at each other, and then they all smiled knowingly, otherwise, how could that person be their captain? Looking at the expressions of Jill and others, Aokiji in the crowd was taken aback. A series of things happened after he joined the Noel Pirates. Fanatics, absolute compliance. Brother Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at the people of the Noel Pirates. These people have blind worship of Noel. This is especially true for captains like Jill. If Noel let him die, it is estimated that he would resist without hesitation. For flowers. At this point, it is the most terrifying, it is almost brainwashed. He really couldn't forget this feeling. Conquerors, and he didn't know if it was Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is more than just intimidating and deterring opponents. People who own Conqueror's Haki always have a unique personality charm. Even the owner himself did not notice it, such as Red Hair, and others. Jinbei took a deep breath and looked at Noel's back in the distance. At this moment, the light in his eyes was very bright. The mercury behind him suddenly stopped, and immediately, they all stretched out one after another. Advertisement. Whoops, whoops. Mercury shot out suddenly, turning into a mercury sword in midair. In an instant, the entire space was covered with mercury swords. The scope was very large. Xiao and others were within the range of the attack. The power of breaking through the air, watching the densely packed mercury swords blasting over. The fourth child's eyes narrowed slightly, and the long knife in his hand held high. The people of world government glanced at each other and then quickly dispersed. Only the three Xiao stood firmly behind the fourth. The right hand brought up afterimages, and bright lights flashed because the movement was too fast. The fourth child now looks like he has 6 arms. And it keeps getting faster. The entire space was swayed, and red sword aura shot out. It's really scary, so many slashes were slashed in an instant. Seeing the fourth man's movements, Noel couldn't help but smile. This old man was a great swordsman, even more terrifying than Hawkeye. So, sometimes, the world's #1 is really funny. That is to say, because no one knows how many strong people are hidden secretly. Touch, touch, touch. Sparks splashed everywhere. Countless mercury collided with the sword chi, wiping out a series of sparks. The sound of the impact resounded throughout the battlefield. It's so hard. Looking at the mercury sword that was not broken and shattered, the three of Xiao couldn't help being taken aback. Chapter 205 Shira Road, Ultimate Collision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In midair, because of the mercury sword that collided with the sword light, a series of sparks were wiped out. The people in the world government were stunned. The fourth child was no exception. He was looking at the floating mercury sword in amazement. He knew the power of the sword light he had just cut out. Although, swinging such a sword light on a large scale, its power has indeed weakened. However, even if you cut a huge rock, even ordinary steel is fine. But now I can't cut it, the silver short sword formed by the Yi body in front of me. This hardness is a bit beyond his imagination. No, to be precise, it's not like any changes. But Noel smiled. If it is ordinary mercury, it is of course impossible to have such a hardness. But now he is using magic. At the next moment of 977, as Noel's laughter rang out, the mercury sword floating in midair suddenly exploded. It turned into a group of silver Yi bodies again. Able to manipulate freely. Looking at the deformed mercury again, the fourth child's body took a while and his face became dignified. In this way, it is the most troublesome, and also the most troublesome. This is not a physical thing at all, just like sea water, it is a Yi body, and it is also a special Yi body. Just like his slash, and then fell to the sea. However, the most is to be able to cut the sea surface. If the sword chi is still there, the sea water cannot condense, but if the sword chi disappears, the sea water will close again. This is the same reason. The mercury exploded, the next moment, and then suddenly rushed into the air. Advertisement. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the countless mercury continues to condense. In just a few blinks of an eye, it condensed into a huge mercury ball. At this moment, a fierce momentum suddenly rose into the sky, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. In other words, it is not that the temperature has dropped, but an inexplicable coldness. It wasn't the cold caused by the ordinary temperature drop. Noel stared at the fourth child who was standing in place. At this time, the fourth child was covered in scarlet red. Especially the long knife in his hand, at this time it is emitting bursts of red light. Under the shroud of red light, it was extremely strange. The knife. Marine, the members of the Noel pirate group, were all staring at the long knife in the fourth hand. Sengoku just got ready to approach the fourth child. Seeing the scarlet aura on him, and the long knife with red light. After swallowing, Sengoku's body trembled and his feet stopped. Sura Dao. Garp's face became dignified, and he looked at the fourth child with his head down and his expression unclear. He had seen such a scene once. I also know that this old guy is getting serious. At this time, he was the most terrifying, a terrifying realm of swordsmanship in Shira Dao. The great swordsman, Garp has seen a lot of them, but, if you want to say, there is absolutely no one who has set foot on the Asura road. This is the road of Kendo that the old guy walked out of. In the distance, among the Straw Hat crew, Zoro tightened his eyes, looking at the crisp third-generation ghost cut in his hands in shock. This is the first time that he actively trembles since he got the knife. What happened? He felt that the third-generation ghost seemed to be excited, and also seemed to be jealous. Advertisement. Although the knife can't speak, but that is to give him this feeling. Is that the person? Zoro took a deep breath and held the handle of the knife tightly, staring into the distance tightly. A trend. The captain looked at the fourth child with his head down faintly, and then spoke softly. This person's strength is good, but it is not yet his turn to be surprised. After all, there are really not many people or things in this world that can surprise him, or it can be said that there are none. Although the voice was not loud, Noel could just hear it, and the corners of his mouth were curved. No matter what it is, he is not afraid. This is the self-confidence brought by his own strength. The cold wind blew, and the cloak behind Noel was blown. The fourth child slowly took up his head, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Whoops, whoops. A red light flashed by, and a strand of red silk suddenly shot towards the Mercury in midair. In an instant, they appeared in front of the Mercury sphere, and then collided together. Wow! Wow! The Mercury ball exploded directly, and clusters of Mercury splashed and fell to the ground. So fast. Noel's eyes shrank, then he let out a surprised sound, his eyes fixed on the fourth. His naked eyes can't catch it, even the shadow can't be seen. If it weren't for observation hockey, I guess, I really didn't know that the old guy in front of me had just shot. The action became faster and the attack completely changed. The red thread just now was actually a slash. If you don't look at it carefully, it's really hard to notice. It seems that it's getting interesting. Advertisement. Noel narrowed his eyes and fixed his eyes on the fourth oldest. He found that he really underestimated 5 elders, as if. The fourth child has such strength, I believe that other people will not be weak. However, at this point, Noel really guessed wrong. Although the strength of 5 elders is not weak, the abilities are different. The fourth child's ability is offensive. Whoops, whoops. As soon as the breeze blew, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the fourth child suddenly disappeared strangely. Yes, it just disappeared into place out of thin air, even a shadow can't be seen. Chang chang, chang chang. Hanabi splashed around, the entire space was shocked, and a wave of air swept out. One red and one green, 2 rays of light, in midair, the ground constantly collided. On the field, most people were stunned, looking at the 2 lights colliding with each other in amazement. I couldn't see the shadow, and even, many people, observation hockey couldn't keep up, and couldn't catch the 2 of them. It's really scary. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, staring in shock, and suddenly the 2 dazzling rays of light appeared on the ground. Fujitora and Green Bull also nodded solemnly, which was indeed terrifying. Both of these people are better than them, and they are not even a little bit stronger. Large pits appeared where the 2 collided. Ice wall. Seeing the 2 rays of light blasting towards this side, Acid's eyes condensed involuntarily, and then he let out a cold drink. The sound fell, and an ice wall suddenly blocked everyone. Chapter 206. 8 Gate opened, horrified, shocked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. The ice was smashed in all directions, and a large pit appeared directly on the surface of the ice wall, surrounded by dense cracks. That old guy can actually keep up with the captain's movements. Enel spoke incredulously, but he knew that Noel opened the 7th gate, which was terrifying. Speed and power are more than doubling. Good. The laughter spread across the sky, and the 2 figures appeared in the air, and the blades collided, wiping out a series of sparks. Noel looked at the 4th child in front of him excitedly, and the blue veins in his arm appeared. Shoo! The 2 separated quickly. The old 4's feet were on the ground, dragging out traces tens of meters long before he could stabilize his body. After exhaling a suffocating breath, he looked at Noel in the distance with a cold expression. However, Xiao and others found that the 4th child's right hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. They didn't know that it was more than a simple collision. Noel's 23 knife power is very scary, gravity, and the weight of each knife are very childish. There is nothing to do with a single knife. However, the two have collided hundreds of times. The tiger's mouth of the fourth child was already split at this time, and the blood on his arm was numb because of the collision. The sky turned pale, unconsciously, it began to turn pale. Both of them are great swordsmen comparable to Eagle Eyes. In other words, even stronger. Zoro held the third generation ghost in his hand tightly, and looked into the distance with solemn expression. Advertisement. A flash was still higher than a mountain. Now, he understood what the master had said before going to sea. This world was originally more exciting and magnificent than he imagined. Every slash of these two people is very terrifying. Whoops, whoops. The silver tooth in his hand was about to show a few swords. Noel lightly tossed it, and it disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the silver teeth that disappeared out of thin air, the fourth child couldn't help but raise his brow. However, in the next moment, he felt that Noel's momentum continued to rise. The eighth gate, open. Noel's body shook, his arms, forehead, and veins all over his body appeared one after another. Boom, boom. When the sound fell, the surrounding airflow became chaotic, and the steam from green suddenly became reddish. Noel's feet are off the ground, about 2 meters away from the ground. However, the soil on the ground was lifted up one after another, and rubble floated in the air. No wonder King Guy can't bear it. Looking at the palm of his right hand, Noel's eyes constricted. Because there was a road in the palm of the hand, the beyond regeneration is also being repaired quickly. This is not the most important thing. The most terrifying thing is that the meridians in the body are constantly breaking. Even if the pain is beyond regeneration, Noel still feels the pain coming from the body. The blood in his body was boiling very hot, and he seemed to feel his body was like a stove. A blue pill appeared in his left hand, and Noel swallowed it without hesitation. Otherwise, just turn on the 8-gate state, he really won't last long. Red steam. Seeing Noel, who was enveloped by the red gas, Enel couldn't help but stared blankly. Advertisement. Jill nodded solemnly, staring at Noel tightly, and a look of worry flashed past. Captain, can you bear it? Third Raikage's brows were tightly furrowed, and then he spoke in a deep voice. No one else spoke, because they didn't know either. They all know 8-gate, Noel, and they have also told them about the power of 8-gate and its shortcomings. Opening the 8-gate is at the expense of burning lives. The captain will not mess around. Luo Shen exhaled, then spoke coldly, his eyes fixed on Noel. He believed Noel and would not joke about his life. If you dare to open the 8-gate, you must be sure and measured. The others glanced at each other, and then all nodded together. Yes, the captain is not someone who likes to mess around. He can't do things that are uncertain. There was a vibrating sound in the air, and Noel suddenly disappeared in the shock and consternation of everyone's eyes. Puff, puff. A burst of blood spurted out, the fourth child's body bowed, his eyes widened, and he looked at Noel, who appeared in front of him with a frightened expression. The Wuzhuang Lufu organs seemed to have been displaced, and the sound of broken bones could be heard clearly. The ribs cracked directly under the punch. Time seemed to have stagnated. Everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. Guru! Guru! Garp was swallowing frantically, his goosebumps all over his body. Observation Haki. Can't sense it. Sengoku's body was trembling lightly, cold sweat was left on his forehead, but he didn't notice it at all. Because, he just didn't know when Noel moved. If he hadn't heard the impact, he hadn't reacted yet. Advertisement. Monsters will die, they will definitely die. Kizaru looked at Noel in the distance in horror. He has a hunch that if he is punched by a man, even if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured. Boom, boom. Master 5 Elders. Looking at the fourth child who was bombarded by 977 like a cannonball, Xiao and the others also reacted, and they all let out a clear roar. It was too fast, so soon they could not react. The fourth child was directly blown out with a punch. The body hit the wall of the Golden City, and the wall broke open directly. With the constant impact, blood constantly spurted from the mouth, the fourth child's eyes widened and his face began to twist. Taste. Click. Do you want to dance too? The figure flashed, Noel kicked out, and the number 3 who was just about to open the door was stepped directly under his feet. Number 3's eyes widened, her expression became dull, the monster. There was silence on the court, and everyone was stunned. Then the captain's strength. Enel in the distance swallowed, then trembled. No one answered him, no one paid attention to him. Everyone looked at Noel in shock. Brother Ming's body was trembling constantly. He found that he was still alive now, and he didn't know what luck he had. It's the luckiest thing to have a conflict with such a monster and still be alive. This man really has the strength to subvert everything. Thinking of the 4th child being killed, Brother Ming went from fear and awe to excitement. The world is going violently, it's really going to be chaotic. Chapter 207 Tow and Drag, Marine is going to retreat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. One punch and kick made the atmosphere of the entire battlefield extremely strange. Everyone looked dazed, shocked, and looked at Noel blankly. Lu Fei. Nami swallowed wildly, then looked at Luffy blankly, stuttering with fright. She wanted to ask, is Noel really Luffy's brother? However, only now I remember that although Noel is Luffy's brother, the two are not related by blood. Damn. Master 5 Elders. Seeing Noel stepped on the soles of Noel's feet, the expressions of the 3 Xiao suddenly changed. This time, it was extremely difficult for them to really want to leave. They didn't think that Noel would let them go so easily. Number 3 is a person with fruitful ability, and it is also very powerful in the development of ability. Even if the situation is not good, they can also use the fruit of the door to leave. To be careless, but, who would have thought that Noel's strength was so terrifying? Lord 5 Elders was actually knocked out with a punch. Meeting Noel's deep eyes, Xiao and the others couldn't help but tremble. They are indeed strong men cultivated by the world government, and they are also killing machines. However, whoever stipulates the killing machine does not personally think. Captain, these people are handed over to you. Looking at the table and the others, Noel slowly raised his head, looking towards the 4th place. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person disappeared in place. Advertisement. Hearing Noel's words, the captain also reacted. Just now, he was also alarmed by Noel starting the 8th gate, and for the first time, it moved him. A terrible physical skill, through the burning of blood. As for the others, the captain is not clear. However, after opening the 8th gate, Noel's strength is not the same as before. In Noel, he also felt a strong threat. Sengoku, should we leave? Garp also recovered. His face solemnly looked at Sengoku, who was stunned. What? Sengoku stood up blankly and looked at Garp suspiciously. Garp Vice Admiral's proposal is good. The old man also feels that he should leave this place of right and wrong. Kizaru took a deep breath, then smiled. It is no longer possible to stay here, otherwise, after Noel has solved 5 elders, it will be their turn. While the Xiao trio held the captain, they could completely take advantage of this gap to leave. As for the life and death of the 4th child, he didn't care too much. My nickname will no longer be kept, let alone worry about others. However, Kizaru feels that this time the 4th child is going to be sad. Noel's strength is too terrifying. Akainu didn't speak either, his fists were clenched together, and it didn't take long for him to loosen it again. Weakness. For the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The enemy's strength is similar to yours, slightly stronger than you, there is still hope. However, when the enemy's strength exceeds you too much, it will really feel hopeless. Even if he is unwilling, Akainu has to admit that he really wants to stay here. If you really have to wait for Noel to vacate his hands, Marine probably will really be wiped out. Advertisement. Although I know the state of Noel, it can't continue forever. However, who can be sure that after killing the 4th child, Noel's state can be maintained? He didn't want to take this risk, and Haiju couldn't afford it either. Retreat. Akainu glanced at the empty right arm, and then spoke in a deep voice. I had known that Noel's strength was so terrifying, this time I shouldn't have come even more. In this case, will you lose this arm? Of course, in this case, it is impossible to say it with Akainu's character. Retreat. But 5 elders, and them. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku also reacted, shaking his body, and then looking bitterly at the sea of fire in the distance. Touch, touch. Before Sengoku finished speaking, Garp punched him to the ground. Even if we make a move, do you think you can save them? Old confused. Garp yelled at him, and he realized that Sengoku was getting more and more confused as he got older. After dragging and dragging, Garp took Sengoku away directly. Looking at Garp's back, everyone at Marine glanced at each other. Kakuzu's mouth twitched. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This war is just a joke. Listening to the explosion from a distance, and the sea of fire, Smoker shook his head in a deep voice. After saying this, he followed in Garp's footsteps. Kong's face was very pale. He came with a murderous intent, but left in embarrassment. He also knew that the fourth child's hope of surviving was very slim. Advertisement. Thinking of the fourth being killed by Noel, and the other 5 elders knew what would happen, Sora felt dizzy. Marine people want to leave, do you want to stop them? Seeing the movement of Garp and others, Enel's eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke in a cold voice. Their injuries have almost recovered. Never mind. Seeing the smoke rising from the distance of the Golden City, Jill hesitated and shook his head. Marine's strength is not weak, except for the captain, there is also the captain. According to their words, at best they would lose both to Marine. However, there is another very important point, he is a little worried about Noel. The captain who opened the 8th gate, there will definitely be side effects. Don't worry, the captain will be fine. Ace Daisy faintly, Nuo Jiao Jiao, looked at the sea of fire in the distance, and then spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, Jill was taken aback, looked at Seeds, then smiled and nodded. Nonsense, the captain is a man recognized by my uncle, how could something be wrong? However, the strength of the deputy captain is really terrifying. Enel curled his lips and looked at the figure in the sea of fire with shock. This old man, even if compared with the captain, is not much weaker, this flame is really too domineering. If the captain wants to fight this old man, it is estimated that he has to open the 8th gate. Seeing Marine and others leaving, Aokiji in the crowd couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and his eyes fell into the sea of fire. Boom, boom. As soon as the Golden City shook, a figure suddenly rose into the sky from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. 30%. Chapter 208. The era is about to run away. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The fourth child rushed out of the ruins with dust and appeared in the air, his body was stained red with blood. At this moment, blood kept dripping from his body, holding a long knife in one hand, his face sullen, and his eyes looked down in horror. Boom, boom. 1 foot. A dull voice suddenly came from the ruins, and the sound resounded across the sky. And hearing this voice, the fourth child's body trembled even more. In the next moment, the entire space is in a swing. Everyone saw that Noel appeared behind the fourth child in an instant, kicking out with his left foot. The transparent air cannon blasted directly behind him. Accompanied by a scream that made people numb, the fourth child was directly blasted down. Noel floated in the air, but frowned. The more violent the action, the greater the damage to the shin bone, which is hard for him to imagine now. How Old Guy survived is only known to those who really opened the 8th gate. Fortunately, there is beyond regeneration. Noel took a deep breath, his body shook slightly, and the red steam suddenly dissipated. The fourth child smashed his whole body on the ground, causing bursts of smoke. A large hole with a depth of 977 and no bottom, with spider web-like cracks everywhere, appeared in front of everyone. Wu Zhuang and 6 Fu organs shattered, and the bones of the whole body were also torn apart. The fourth child has big eyes, and blood is constantly spitting out from the mouth, including the tattered internal organs. Cold, chills all over, death, he saw death. He seemed to see the picture of Noel, Kun near the Holy Land. It is estimated that only Lord Yim is Noel's opponent. Bakara. Advertisement. Seeing that, my choice is really not wrong. This time, I made a right bet. Tezzolo swallowed, then spoke softly, his face also full of excitement. This time, he put all his wealth on Noel. Although it was a bit risky, it was a bet. Noel's strength was beyond his imagination. Even such a powerful 5 elders died in his hands. Even Marine had to be forced to retreat. Tezzolo could already see tomorrow. The whole sea, the whole world was plunged into boiling. Big news, big news. CDCB is really the big news of the century. One of the people in power in the world government has been killed. Morgan's hiding in the dark was also full of facial expressions at this time. Even the voice of speaking was trembling, shocked at this time, holding the camera excitedly. It's really amazing. Today's battle. 5 elders have lost one, and all members of the world government have been wiped out. Marshal Marine Akainu was also cut off and fled in embarrassment. He knew that the world was really going through a shuffle. The death of the 4th child also means that after the Noel pirates, it will start a full-scale war with the world government. Also, what I heard before. Morgans raised his eyebrows suddenly, his eyes full of tangled colors. Now, he hesitated whether to publish what he had heard before. Pity. Morgans pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head and rejected it. If it is published, not only the world government will not bypass him, but it is estimated that Noel will not let him go. If you offend both, there will be no place for him in the whole world. Advertisement. It is estimated that he will be dead on the street the next day. Death is not terrible, he is afraid that he will not see the fiercer battle afterwards. Died. Sanji took a deep breath, and silently took out a cigarette. His right hand was shaking, and the cigarette suddenly fell to the ground. Well, the world is going to be in chaos. Robin looked at Noel in the air with a solemn expression, and then said in a deep voice. At this moment, even Luffy's face was very solemn. Although he is very nervous, he doesn't understand everything. Of course, knowing what will happen after the 4th child is killed. At the time of the war, Marine retreated and the sea was plunged into chaos. Countless pirates went to sea one after another, which is also called the worst era. Now, even more needless to say, even 5 elders has been killed. Noel fell on the ground, watching the miserable appearance of the 4th child, shook his head gently, and then sat directly on the ground. Tiredness, whether it is mentally or physically, he feels tired. Moreover, he felt pain all over his body, tear-like pain. Now, even if I move, I feel pain. High-speed regeneration recovered from the injury, but the pain could not be offset. This 8 gate really cannot be opened by humans. The sequelae are too strong. Noel panted slightly, wiped his pale cheeks, and then shook his head with a wry smile. No need, he doesn't want to experience such a thing anymore. Shoo. Captain. Advertisement. Jill and others rushed over quickly, looking at Noel who was sitting on the ground, and they all spoke anxiously. It's okay, but it's time for cultivation. Seeing the worried expressions of Jill and others, Noel smiled and shook his head. This is. Hearing Noel's words, Jill and others were relieved. Immediately, his eyes fell on the 4th child. Seeing the terrible state of the 4th child, the corners of Brother Ming's mouth were moving. Who would have thought that 5 elders would have such a day? 5 elders was killed, he hadn't really thought about it, and probably no one would have thought about it. My uncle is really wise. Do you know what is the best thing to do in this life? Enel smiled and looked at everyone. Hearing Enel's words, everyone was taken aback. They all looked at him curiously, not knowing what this guy wanted to say. That is to have a great captain. Seeing what he said, successfully attracted everyone's attention, Enel's face became serious, and the next moment, then he suddenly smiled. That is, there is a great captain. Roll. Noel's eyelids twitched and he glared at Enel. This guy actually learned to flatter himself. Jill and others looked at each other, looked at Enel, and nodded in agreement. This guy has finally said something human for so long. Noel stood up swayingly, looked at the sea of fire in the distance, and then chuckled softly. Climb to the top. Kun's time to face the sea is approaching. 30%. Chapter 209 Indifferent, it doesn't matter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The dull voice made Enel and the others stunned. They looked at each other, and they all smiled knowingly. Yes, after today, they really will Kun to the whole sea. 10 minutes later, the captain also ended the battle. Although the strength of Shao and others is good, especially other members of the world government. However, in the hands of the full-strength captain, there is no level of battle at all. Jill and the others looked at the distance, and the captain who was walking step by step took a long breath. It is estimated that only the captain is the opponent. Completely wiped out, including the 4th child, all the people sent by the world government this time were wiped out, and none of them survived. Escape is a luxury. The luxurious and splendid Golden City, half of it turned into ruins. These are in trouble. Looking at the big pits around and the traces of the battle, Tezzolo shook his head with a wry smile. Although I was prepared beforehand. However, when the Golden City was destroyed, he still felt distressed. After all, it is not easy to build such a maritime city, and the manpower and resources consumed are astronomical. However, all this is worth it. Let's go, we should set off too. In the distance, Luffy exhaled deeply, looked at Noel's direction, his eyes became firm, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone is working hard, and he has to work hard too. Work hard for your goals and dreams. Advertisement. Becoming One Piece is his dream. Looking at Luffy's expression, Sanji and others looked at each other and then all smiled. And Noel also seemed to feel something, looked at the direction of Luffy and others, then smiled and nodded. Tezzolo, how long will it take to build a new Golden City? G. Tyson suddenly turned his head and looked at Tezzolo behind him suspiciously. It takes at least half a year. Seeing everyone looking at him one after another, Tezzolo spread his hands, hesitated, and then spoke in a deep voice. As soon as possible. Noel nodded and scanned the surroundings. On the other side, on the military aviation, everyone in Marine looked in the direction of the Golden City. It's over, this difficult battle, but they prefer not to appear here today. I would rather not experience this battle. Although, they did not have much loss, and the casualties were not large. However, the impact of this incident was very large, especially after seeing Noel's strength, they felt even more desperate. Such people are their enemies and there is no way out at all. Marshal Kong, what should we do now? Sengoku took a deep breath and looked bitterly at the empty side. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else looked towards Sora, as did Akainu, who had just walked out of the cabin. Kong's body trembled, and his face also showed bitterness. How to do? He wants to know too. Advertisement. 5 elders were all killed, and all members of the world government were wiped out. The most important thing is that there were no casualties at Marine this time, which made the other 4 people think. This is the most important thing, he knows, after this incident. There has been a real rift in the relationship between the world government and Marine. However, in the situation at that time, if Marine did not withdraw, he would have been compensated. Although he is the commander-in-chief of the world government, it is Marine after all. Still toward Marine in his heart. However, thinking of playing against the Noel pirates, Sora felt a headache. In the end, it depends on the world government. Green Bull, who hadn't spoken all the time, looked at the crowd, and then spoke softly. During this war, he has never taken action, so it can be said that the whole process was soy sauce. The others glanced at each other, and then they all nodded helplessly, and that was the only way for Marine to take the Noel pirates. However, before that, we still have to tell the rest of 5 elders. In the sacred place, in the luxurious room, the atmosphere fell into silence. The whole army was wiped out, and the 4th child was also killed. The boss took a deep breath, looked at the burnt-out paper in his hand, raised his head, and then spoke softly. ... For flowers. Just now, I reported the matter again. In fact, even if they didn't report, they knew the result, because the 4th child's life paper burned out. How about Marine's loss? The 2nd child's eyes condensed slightly, and then he asked in a deep voice. Advertisement. Akainu lost an arm, and everyone else was injured. The boss's mouth curled up with a sneer. As soon as the voice fell, the other 3 looked at each other, both eyes flashed with cold light. The people sent by the world government were wiped out, and even the 4th child was killed. However, the people from Marine managed to escape. As for Akainu's loss of an arm, it was directly forgotten by them. Unexpectedly, the 4th child made the shot himself and was killed by Noel, unexpectedly. The 3rd child slowly stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, and then spoke in a deep voice. The other 3 nodded, which was indeed unexpected. The 5 people know each other very well, and naturally they also know their own strengths. The strength of the 4th child is definitely not weaker than the other 5 emperors, and now they are easily killed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Noel actually knows the existence of that adult. Moreover, I also know Celestial Dragon's master's whole cards. The boss gently shook his head, and then his face became serious. Sora also said what happened and what Noel had said before. This was what really shocked him and made him face it. As far as that adult is involved, the death of the fourth child is irrelevant. Hearing the boss's words, the other three's expressions also became solemn and more complicated. Noel's identity is more and more worthy of further investigation. Their previous guesses were all wrong, and they weren't from that family at all. Tell Celestial Dragons about Noel. The second child hesitated for a while, then looked at the other three people. Well, but before that, I'd better meet Lord Yim first, let him decide. The other three glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. This is no longer theirs. Chapter 210 Boiling, Dragons' Worries. Advertisement. The next day, all the major forces in the whole world saw the newspaper, and they were completely dumbfounded. Marco, look at your expression. It won't be world government, Marine is defeated again, right? On the Moby Dick, looking at getting the newspaper, Marco was stunned, staring wide-eyed. Beasta smiled on the side. Hearing what he said, everyone else on the boat burst into laughter. Now, the whole sea knows that the guy Tezzolo announced to join the Noel Pirates. Then, Marine and world government joined forces. Many people are also concerned about the results of this war. However, Marine and world government often suffer losses in Noel's hands, and they are all used to it. Not only Marine, the world government was defeated, and even 5 elders were killed. Mal, 980 inches K took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, slowly raised his head, and looked at everyone bitterly. As soon as the voice fell, the expressions of everyone on the boat became stiff and became silent. Even Whitebeard, who just picked up the bottle, was stagnant. What? The next moment, exclamations spread throughout the Moby Dick, and everyone looked at Marco incredulously. Ace, Beasta and others quickly surrounded them. When I saw the news in the newspaper and saw the photo, I kept swallowing. Marco, bring the newspaper. Whitebeard put down the bottle in his hand, then spoke in a deep voice. Take the newspaper from Marco. Advertisement. 10 minutes later. Whitebeard's expression became serious, his eyes flashed with a gleam, and his heart was extremely shocked. Marine lost, world government lost, he was not surprised. What really surprised him was that 5 elders himself participated in this war. Moreover, it was killed by Noel. Father, how is the strength of 5 elders? Looking at Whitebeard with a serious face, Ace spoke suddenly. Everyone looked at Whitebeard one after another, even Marco was no exception. They all only knew about the existence of 5 elders, but they had never seen it, let alone others. Very strong. Whitebeard recovered slowly, looked at Noel in the newspaper, and nodded in a deep voice. The strength of those 5 old guys is not simple. The old guy who was killed by Noel is far better than you. Absolutely at the level of the 5 emperors, even I dare not underestimate them. As for the strength of 5 elders, it is estimated that only the older generation knows. Even the predecessor Admiral Zephyr was killed, and the fellow Akainu also lost an arm. Joes looked at everyone with a wry smile. Noel really did a big deal this time. The others nodded and couldn't calm down now. Furthermore, another deputy captain appeared. Marco remembered the appearance of the captain in the newspaper, and shook his head with a wry smile. After defeating Kizaru, Akainu joined forces, and the latter was also burned with an arm. The members of the world government all died in the hands of the old man. What kind of strength is this? Advertisement. Every time, the people in the Noel Pirates group refreshed their views, and the people who emerged were better than the other. The most important thing is that, according to the newspaper, Noel easily killed 5 elders. This is the most terrible. The other 5 emperors fell silent after seeing the newspaper. Even 5 elders were killed by the kid, and who is that bastard's opponent? IWC, among Cake Island, BIGMOM held the newspaper in his hand tightly. Looking at Noel's photo, his eyes were filled with jealousy, and there was deep awe. In the room, the second group of people did not speak. The entire sea was plunged into chaos, especially ordinary civilians, feeling panic and fear. They couldn't predict what the world would become afterwards. Although the Noel pirates did not kill innocent people indiscriminately like other pirates. However, after all, he was still a pirate. The world government was defeated and the 5 elders were killed. I must say that the happiest one is the Revolutionary Army. At this time, Long looked at the newspaper on the desk and was silent. Long, this is our opportunity. We must seize this opportunity. Sabo took a deep breath, looked away from the newspaper, and spoke with a serious face. Yes, I believe that the world government allies, many people have other thoughts. The others glanced at each other, and they all nodded, their expressions becoming excited. Well, wait for a meeting. Sabo, come out with me later. The dragon pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes, boss. Advertisement. Everyone at the scene spoke in response. As for Sabo, he knew that Long let himself go out with him, probably to find Noel. After all, if you want to overthrow the world government, Noel's support is still indispensable. Now, the weapons of the entire revolutionary army can be said to be provided by Noel. Seeing the excitement of everyone, Long slowly walked out of the room and came to the terrace, looking forward indifferently. He didn't know whether the defeat of the world government and the rise of the Noel pirates was a good thing or a bad thing. Step on. The sound of gentle footsteps came from behind, and Sabo walked to the dragon's side and looked forward faintly. In fact, no matter what the result is, it is better than the world government taking power. As a staff member of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's IQ is of course not low, and he also knows Long's current thinking. Hearing Sabo's words, the dragon's body paused slightly, and then shook his head helplessly. Although 2.1 says so, but who knows what Noel thinks? The man's thoughts, including what he did. Until now. Long couldn't understand, and now he didn't know what Noel was going to do and what his purpose was. Collect the red stone, but the goal is not the final island. Now, it frequently fights world government and marine. It seems that it is whatever he wants. Long is really afraid that one day, the Revolutionary Army will confront the Noel pirates. Take one step and count one step, maybe, things are not as bad as you think. Seeing the dragon's expression, Sabo shook his head, he didn't have any good thoughts. By the way, in this transaction, Pele, who was in arrears before, is delivered. Long nodded, then said in a deep voice. Chapter 211 Strong Background, Face Fight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. A huge ship with turrets everywhere, sails on the sea. On the deck and in front of the turret stood 2 soldiers wearing the same costumes, even the same appearance. In the huge sail, there are 2 numbers 66. Ordinary people may not be clear when they see this banner. However, if it is the major forces, especially North Blue, then you absolutely know what this banner represents. The Vinsmoke family once controlled the entire North Blue by force. Now they have no territory but can participate in the World Summit. North Blue's most timid family. The family is also known as Derma 66 inches, also known as War House, which is the legendary evil army. In the direction of the bow, standing 5 figures. The leader is impressively the commander of the family, Judge. The 4 people behind are Judge's 4 children. The influence of the Noel pirates is getting more and more amazing. Seeing the tiny waves rising on the sea surface, Judge exhaled deeply, and then spoke in a deep voice. The Noel pirates, it only took a few short years. It became the new world, and even the overlord of the world. Now, even 5 elders is dead in Noel's hands, which no one expected. The eldest daughter. Reiju nodded and looked forward blankly. So, we also missed the best opportunity. The eldest son. Ig nodded, cold, as if a voiceless voice came slowly. The other 2 did not speak, but they all had one thing in common. There was no change in his complexion, all of which were facial paralysis. I wanted to form an alliance with Bigmom. The appearance of Noel broke the original plan. Advertisement. However, this time is also our chance. As long as we seize the opportunity, then the family will be able to restore its former glory. Judge nodded, his fists clenched together, the light of his eyes kept flickering. He is also very regretful now. Because of his own decision, he missed the best time. At the beginning, Noel sent an invitation to the Vinsmoke family. He wanted the Vinsmoke family to join the Noel pirates, but he refused at the time. After all, at the time Kaido and Bigmom were teaming up to deal with the Noel pirates. At the time, he didn't think that Noel could survive the two Five Emperors' joint efforts. Moreover, after the war was over, they formed an alliance with Bigmom. After all, Bigmom also invited him. Moreover, Noel asked him to lead the family and join the Noel pirates. And Bigmom is in alliance with him. You don't need to think about the two, both know that you want to choose the latter. Later, after the war ended, he was shocked by the result. Bigmom and Kaido joined forces and actually lost. Especially Kaido. Now I don't know the life or death. After that incident, Judge was about to discuss with Noel. However, before taking action, Noel made a lot of trouble. Now, such a major event has occurred, and even 5 elders has been killed. Judge knew that he had no choice. Although the strength of the Vinsmoke family is strong, he does not think it will be the opponent of the Noel pirates. One step wrong, wrong step. Boom, boom, boom. Advertisement. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from a distance, and several shells suddenly blasted from a distance. Seeing the cannonball that blasted over, Judge slowly came back to his senses. I also saw the pirate ship coming towards them in the distance. Kill them. Judge shook his right hand suddenly, then spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, IG and others looked at each other, and Kakuzu's mouth evoked a sneer. In the next moment, all 4 of them shot out one after another. The explosion sounded throughout the sea, and the electric light and fire light kept shining on the sea surface. The screams kept coming out. 10 minutes. There was a fire-bearing wreck on the sea, and the blood had stained the surrounding sea red. But Judge watched all this lightly, without a hint of surprise. In the entire New World, only the 5 emperors can make him jealous. As for the other big pirates, the Vinsmoke family is not afraid. Shoo! 4 figures flew from a distance, looking at the fading wreck on the opposite side, Reiju said in a cold voice. It's a newcomer who has just stepped into the New World. A group of pirates who do not live or die. The 3 IG brothers also smiled coldly, their eyes full of disdain. Speaking of which, Sanji also became a pirate, and he also joined a pirate group that didn't enter the stream. Niji suddenly remembered his other brother, the brother who had been abandoned since childhood and had not seen him for a long time. Hearing Niji's words, Reiju's unique brow couldn't help but raise. Advertisement. Although he is not in the stream, the background of that person is not simple. Judge raised his eyes slightly, then spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, except for Reiju, the other 3 were taken aback. Is the background not simple? They really don't know this, they all only know that Sanji has joined a pirate group 980. Monkey D. Luffy, father, leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Grandpa, marine hero Garp, among them there are 2 righteous brothers. One is the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. There is another one, Noel, the 5 emperors. Reiju glanced at the 3 of them, and then spoke softly. Compared to the 3 of Niji, she paid more attention to Sanji. What? Hearing Reiju's words, the bodies of the 3 Niji were all stiff and their eyes widened. It's not just the 3 of Niji. Although they knew Luffy's background, Judge was shocked when he heard it again. This relationship is too complicated and the background is too scary. The Revolutionary Army, Marine, and the 5 emperors all have something to do with the pirate group that he said is not influx. This is simply a slap in the face. It is estimated that the entire sea, with no human background, is deeper than Luffy. Moreover, there is a red hair behind Luffy, which is simply invincible. I take back what I said. Niji shrugged, and then said in a deep voice, not to mention the strength of Luffy and others, the background alone is invincible. Sometimes, background and relationship are also a manifestation of strength. 30%. Chapter 212 Party, Get Together. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What you see is the blue sea, the island in the distance, and the mobile fortress in the sky. Gagaji and others who came from North Blue looked at each other and knew it was coming. Father, that is. Reiju's eyes suddenly condensed, and he stared at the ship near the island in the distance. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy. Looking at the flag hanging on the ship in the distance, Judge's body paused, and then he spoke in a deep voice. It's just, how does this woman appear here? This woman is not simple, Queen of the Pleasure District, one of the emperors of the Dark World. Derma 66 inches. It seems that there are a lot of people here this time, just don't know, what is Noelle going to do? Stussy naturally found Judge and the others, her eyes flashed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Looking at the island in front of him, or the town is more suitable, Stussy dropped a little on the deck with one foot, and then jumped high. As soon as I landed, I saw Genos and Enel walking slowly. The two captains, it seems that your captain really values us. Looking at the two Enels, Stussy couldn't help but smile, and gently raised the hat on his head with his right hand. The sound of steady footsteps came out slowly, and Stussy slowly turned his head. At some point, a few more ships arrived at the shore. And a few figures are also slowly coming. It seems that everything is here. The Ocean King left a few people beside him, and then said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Even your group of war dealers are here, which is really unexpected. The King of Loan Sharks, Lufield looked at Judge beside him, then smiled. But Judge didn't reply, frowning together. These few people beside him are not simple, they are all one of the emperors of the Dark World. The forces and industries under his command are all over the world. Unexpectedly, even the old man came. The big hand funeral ceremonial house carried a scythe, tightly holding two figures walking in the distance. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else followed his gaze. When they saw the two people in the distance, everyone was stunned. Everyone was surprised, and I really didn't expect this one to come, but it is really rare to see it in a century. An old man in a Taoist robe is being supported by a girl in a pink dress. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he was holding a black cane in his hand, giving people the feeling that he was about to fall down at any time. If it weren't for the girl next to her, she would have fallen to the ground. However, no one dared to look down upon this old man. Because, this old man is the master behind the Bounty Hunter Association Dalmo Shen. The Bounty Hunter Association, this is a big power, a real big power. It seems that the old man is not too late. Cough cough. Dolmo looked at the people with a deep and indifferent expression, and after speaking, he coughed constantly. Old man, don't pretend, no one here knows you. Lucky God Lufield looked at Doyle Moshen with a sneer. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Doyle Moshen's body suddenly stopped, and he turned away the God of Luck Lufield, his eyes flashed with cold light. And Stussy and others are watching all this playfully. They knew how hot the old man's temper was, and the most annoying thing was that others said he was pretending. I also know that Lufield, the God of Luck, is going to be unlucky. I simply don't have a brainstorm, and I don't know how to become one of the emperors of the Dark World. Shoo! A strong wind passed by. Doyle Moshen appeared in front of Fushin Lufield. The next moment, Lufield, the God of Fortune, was kicked out, rolled in midair for 2 weeks, and then hit the ground. So fast. Reju's eyes shrank, and he looked at Doyle Moshen in shock. Although I have heard that this old man is very strong, but the speed just shown still surprised her. It's like a gust of wind, so fast that you can't even see the afterimage. Melee. Lousy will kill you sooner or later. Lucky God Lufield climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Doyle Moshen angrily. It seems that there will be big news tomorrow. Kacha. Kacha. A laugh suddenly came from behind. Morgans didn't know when. He appeared beside Lufield, the God of Luck. The camera kept flashing white light. The King of Loan Sharks was killed by the president of the Bounty Hunters Association. I believe that newspapers will sell well. Quote. Morgans smiled and looked at Lufield, the God of Fortune, with his eyes glistening. Advertisement. When he heard Morgan's words, Lufield was taken aback, and then he also reacted. Thinking of the strength of the Bounty Hunter Association was a chill. According to his words, it is really impossible to be the old man's opponent. Although, the bounty hunter is not driven by him. However, as long as this old hare issues a bounty order, it is estimated that countless bounty hunters will come to him. Let's go. Judge glanced at everyone, then shook his head slightly. Every freak, but these people are very powerful, so God Lufield shouldn't be afraid. Unexpectedly, even people from the Revolutionary Army came. Now, it's really incredible. Morgan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he looked at the two people coming in the distance with excitement. Judge, who was just about to take a step, heard the three words "Zhe, no money's Mingjun." His movements were also stagnant, and then slowly turned his head. The others also stared at the dragon, Sabo, who came slowly. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the staff, this is really getting more and more lively. People from all walks of life have gathered. The overlords of the dark world, as well as the group of war dealers and bounty hunters like Germa 66, now the Revolutionary Army is here. They don't know if anyone else is coming. This party is really interesting. And Stussy looked at the dragon, a strange light flashed in his eyes and passed away. Chapter 213 Interests, each with his own thoughts. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone walked on the streets of the town in groups, and everyone looked around curiously. Everyone knows that this is the base camp of the Noel pirates, but there are really no outsiders who have stepped into this island. All the big pirates of New World. Or it's a newcomer with potential. Dolmo looked at the people around him deeply, his eyes kept flickering. On this issue, he has the most say, because most of them are linked to the Bounty Hunter Association. Old man, are you really afraid that Noel will kill you? The big hand funeral room suddenly turned his head and looked at Doyle Moshin with a smile. Do you think Noel will take action against the old man? Dalmatian's body paused, and then he stepped forward, smiling at everything around him. The members of the Noel Pirates, and even the captains of each team have been linked to the association. However, that is just to hang out and become the queen of the 5 emperors. No one dared to attack Noel and others, and no one who didn't have eyesight. No one thinks that life is too long. Although the bounty is tempting, there must be 980 lines. After that battle not long ago, Noel's bounty skyrocketed to an astronomical figure. Hearing Dormo Shen's words, no one else said anything. Only Lucifer Lufield cursed in his heart, and finally Noel killed the old man. Long, you said, what is Noel going to do? Advertisement. Sabo frowned tightly and looked at the group of people in front of him suspiciously. This time, they were invited here, thinking that there was only the Revolutionary Army. Unexpectedly, other people were invited, and they were all leaders of the major forces. Long Shen exhaled, then gently shook his head. He didn't know what Noel was going to do, but he could take advantage of this opportunity. The identities of these people are not simple, and getting acquainted with these people is not harmful to the Revolutionary Army. Especially Morgan's, the news agency behind him, is what Long values most. Soon, a palace appeared in front of everyone. The door suddenly opened, Enel smiled and looked at everyone. Let's go, the captain is already waiting for you. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's expressions became serious. After all, the next thing you face is one of the most powerful men in the world. In addition to Dragon, Morgans has also seen Noel, and everyone else has always heard of it. Entering the palace, the degree of luxury is far beyond their imagination. This should be the work of that guy Tezzolo. Looking at the towering golden pillars around, the Ocean King couldn't help but smile. Hearing the words of the King of the Seas, everyone else laughed. They had all been to the Golden City. Compared with Tezzolo, Fushun Lufield, the dark financial lending magnate of the underground world, is a bit unworthy. Noel. Long stared at the front, Noel sitting on the golden chair. It is this man who stirs the situation of the whole world, and every major event cannot be separated from him. Advertisement. Before, I didn't recognize Noel. Sabo on the side looked at Noel with a wry smile. On the way, there was an accident that reminded him of the past. Of course, I also thought of Noel. After all, Noel also lived in Windmill Village at the beginning, and he was also his brother's brother, who had seen him many times. Master Noel, this time the newspaper is selling big, thanks to you again. Morgans broke the silence and looked at Noel with a smile. The person in front of him is simply his wealthy man and a newsmaker. Because of Noel, the news agency has made a lot of money, and now the scope of expansion is getting bigger and bigger. It's not just you, it's the same for me, CDCB. The Ocean King also opened his mouth with a smile, and all of his ocean shipping dealt with the 5 emperors. After all, in the entire New World, most countries are hung with the banner of the 5 emperors. Especially those with huge ports, so if he wants to do business, he can't do without pirates. Other people also spoke. Anyway, it was a wave of kneeling and licking. However, only a few people are very embarrassed, that is, Judge and others. Now, they realized that there was no interest in Noel, as if they were the only ones. The Revolutionary Army had contact with Noel, he knew it. Old Man Doyle, it seems that your Bounty Hunters Association is getting worse and worse. Noel smiled and looked at everyone, his eyes suddenly falling on Doyle Motion. Master Noel, I don't know what you are talking about. If the old man remembers correctly, no one should have shot you. Hearing Noel's words, Doyle Motion took a deep breath, and then looked at him with a wry smile. Advertisement. It didn't take a shot at me, but I remember that I also posted a reward, the old guys from 5 elders. Noel patted lightly, his body lying on the somersault cloud, but Shirahoshi's head fell asleep on his shoulders. Shirahoshi opened his eyes in a daze, looked at Noel, then fell asleep again. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's bodies became stiff. Doer Moshin also shook his head with a wry smile. He was originally talking about this, but it really scared him. However, he also knew that Noel was joking. Indeed, Noel is to issue a bounty, to the head of 5 elders. However, how can someone pick up such a task? If you want to kill 5 elders, you have to go to the Holy Land. It is estimated that you will be killed before you see anyone. Sit down. Looking at Shirahoshi who fell asleep again, Noel shook his head, and then pointed to the 2 seats. At this time, everyone curiously cast aside Shirahoshi, and then slowly took his seat. They all heard about one thing: Noel sheltered the Fishmen Island because of Princess Shirahoshi. It seems that it is not as simple as the rumors. Noel's attitude towards Shirahoshi is really not simple. Morgan's eyes flashed. He thought of the previous conversation between 5 elders and Noel. This secret, it is estimated that in the presence, except for the Noel Pirates group, it is estimated that only he knows. It's a pity that the content of the conversation between 5 elders and Noel could not be on the news, otherwise, it would detonate the entire ocean. Everyone took their seats, and immediately, one by one young girls came out of the 2 with delicious food. Looking at the food in front of them, everyone didn't do anything, they all had their own thoughts. Chapter 214 The Big Fight, Start in Advance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the expressions of the people, Noel couldn't help but smile. He knew what these people were thinking. However, this invitation was not as complicated as these people thought. Morgans, don't you want big news? This time, you need your help. Noel glanced at Shirahoshi, then suddenly raised his head, smiling and looking at Morgans, who was holding a camera underneath, who was constantly taking pictures. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else was taken aback, glanced at Noel, and then towards Morgans. Big news. Morgans was also taken aback, and then he also reacted, looking at Noel excitedly. For other things, he has no interest. However, he is very interested in news, especially big news. It can be professional reasons. Morgans quickly dragged out a small book. Now, he is looking forward to the big news that Noel said. Post a news for me. 1 month later, the Noel Pirates will hold a big fight here. Each captain, or the person in charge of my large fleet, or new people who want to join the Noel Pirates, using military force to decide the victory and defeat, separate the various sea areas, and the guards of the territory. Noel stood up slowly, scanning the audience. What? As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of Enel and others trembled, looking at Noel in shock. They didn't know about it, and Noel hadn't told them about it. To cut the road for the heroes, this is simply to divide the territory. In simple terms, it is to divide the territory of each captain. Advertisement. Stussy and others also looked at Noel in shock. Captain. Jill looked at Noel anxiously, not interested in carving up the territory. Noel waved his hand, then smiled and looked at Jill and others. The Noel Pirates, to be able to have today's status, cannot do without you. Moreover, I have considered this matter for a long time. In the future, You will not only be the captain, but also admiral who guards one side. Guru. Guru. Everyone swallowed. Enel and others looked at each other, then nodded. If this is the case, it would be fine. Peepee. I won't admit defeat this time. The captain's most capable officer is definitely my uncle. Enel sneered at Jill and the others. Although they are all partners, you still have to overcome the competition for things that should compete, and things that are good for you. This time, I have to work hard. Around the hall, Hawkins and others clenched their fists. It's not a battle for the captain, but this time it is more important than the battle for the captain. They don't want to let go of such an opportunity, it is simply a benefit. If you have the strength, it means you have your own territory in the future. Haha. I can already think of what kind of shock this news will cause if it is released. Morgans yelled in excitement, and danced. He believed that if the news spreads, those pirates who want to join the Noel pirate group will probably become crazy. Noel's territory is not small, it is the largest among the 5 emperors. He defeated Kaido before, and 1/3 of Kaido's territory was absorbed by him. Advertisement. The others exhaled deeply and glanced at each other, and they all found it interesting. Seeing everyone's expressions, Noel chuckled softly. He had already considered this matter. With the continuous growth of the Noel pirate group, there are more and more sites and more chaotic management. Moreover, in a big fight, he will also announce a major event in front of the world. Jill, wait and let the others know. Noel glanced at the dancing Morgans, then looked at Jill with a smile. Understood, Captain. Jill nodded. As long as he didn't leave the captain's side, the others didn't matter. Morgans, I want this news tomorrow, spread all over the sea. Noel nodded, then looked at Morgans. No problem, Lord Noel. Morgans smiled and nodded. As long as it's news, it's nothing. Long saw something different. Noel's actions are simply against the world government. There are many countries sheltered by the Noel pirates, and most of them are allies in the world government. For flowers. This is simply to allow those allied countries to choose the Noel pirate group or the world government camp. Is it really going to declare a full-scale war, or is it? Dragon's brows were tightly clenched, and he looked at Noel suspiciously. Master Noel, don't know if I can participate. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out. Looking in the direction of the voice, Enel and the others looked at each other when they saw the person who was speaking, with weird smiles appearing on their faces. Advertisement. Can. Looking at Brother Ming who raised his hand, Noel was taken aback, then nodded. This guy. Aokiji looked at Brother Ming's back, his eyes condensed involuntarily. He didn't expect that the unruly Ming brother would be convinced. This was the rhythm of joining the Noel pirates. Point 0. Hearing Noel's words, Ming Jie couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, with a smile on his face and a weird laugh. The clown is a competitor. Luo, you have to be careful, you almost forgot, there is another person, too. Looking at Brother Ming, Enel looked at Luo and the others playfully, and then left Aokiji again. Luo and the others glanced at each other, glanced at Ming, and then also looked at Aokiji. Yes, the strength of this guy Ming is not weak, and there is also Aokiji, both of whom are very strong. Pressure. They really felt the pressure this time. Not only Aokiji, Mingay, Hawkins and others are not weak. Among the newcomers, more than 1 or 2 are strong. The captains behind felt the pressure. After all, as captains, they didn't want to fall behind, otherwise they would really lose face. It seems that the old man is going to be serious. Jinbei looked at the crowd with solemn expression. Yes, I forgot to say, if you lose, then the captain will be replaced. Noel picked up the wine glass in front of him, and then looked at everyone playfully. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere on the court was silent, and Jill and others trembled, looking at Noel with wide-eyed eyes. Is this going to start the battle for the captain in advance? Chapter 215 Between the Flowers, Im's Fear. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Originally, Jill and others were not very keen on this big fight. Now, hearing what Noel said, everyone became stunned, and it was also involved in the battle for the captain. Especially Hawkins and others, looking at Luo and others' gazes, became even more enthusiastic. Is it the captain? Brother Ming's eyes flickered, watching Luo and the others playfully. Of course, he also knew the rules of the Noel pirates. Neggins, did you hear what the captain said just now? We are all able to participate in the battle for the captain in advance. Arp clenched his fists and looked at Hawkins excitedly. Hawkins nodded. Although he didn't speak, he was very excited at this time. It seems that even if there is no dispute, there is still a fight. 980 looked at Enel, who was provocatively looking at him, and a sneer evoked at the corner of Jill's mouth. Captain, the two deputy captains, shouldn't they participate? Acides hesitated, then asked in a deep voice. Hearing Acides' words, the other people's eyes shrank, thinking about the strength of the captain, and their hearts felt distressed. Those two monsters, besides the captain, who would be the opponent? Pipe, maybe, this time I can know who is stronger. Brother Ming suddenly smiled and said with excitement on his face. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and they all responded. Yes, they are not opponents, but the two can play against each other. They are also very curious about who is stronger. Advertisement. I have always heard that the competition within the Noel Pirates is fierce, and it seems to be true. The Big Hand Funeral Chamber looked at the people in the palace, and then gently shook his head. The others also nodded their heads. They have also heard that the Noel Pirates will hold a battle for the captain once every 3 years. I heard that the Whitebeard Pirates also followed this rule. Only when there is competition, there will be pressure, and when there is pressure, it will become stronger. Possibly, this is also the reason why the Noel Pirate Group is strong. Everyone wants to become stronger. The work efficiency of this guy Morgans is really not overshadowed. The next day, news swept across the sea. The major forces are shaking, and the craziest and most exciting is the pirates of New World. Those pirates who wanted to join the Noel Pirate Group cheered loudly. Especially those powerful pirates, all aiming at the captain. This is simply a step up to the sky. Maybe, just joining the Noel Pirates, you can become one of the captains. As for the captains of the major fleets of the Noel Pirates, they also received news from Jill. Everyone is also very excited, ready to show off their skills in a big fight. Captain, who doesn't stare? To be the leader of the Noel Pirate team, basically everyone is a big figure in New World. New World is boiling, but the world government is not happy. At this time, among the flowers in the deepest part of Pangu City, Mariajoy, the Holy Land, 5 elders all knelt on the ground. In the darkness, a figure can be vaguely seen. Master Yim, please give instructions. The boss half kneeled on the ground, lowered his head, and then spoke respectfully. Advertisement. Noel has already seriously threatened the rule of the world government. The second child also spoke in a deep voice. The sound reverberated in this space, the atmosphere was extremely quiet, and the silence was frightening. The wheel of history has begun to turn again. A cold voice suddenly came from the darkness. Whoops, whoops. 4 photos suddenly shot out from the darkness, and weirdly fell in front of the 4 people. All 4 of them saw the photo in front of them. The oldest one saw Noel, the second one saw Shirahoshi, the third one saw Luffy, and the fourth one saw Teach. Hold a world summit. The indifferent voice came out again, giving people an indisputable feeling. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of all 4 were shocked, and the world summit was held, ahead of schedule. It seems that Lord Yim is also very aware of Noel's threat. Otherwise, the world summit will not be held in advance. This is to clean up the world in advance, and it is also the rhythm of fighting Noel. Yes, Lord, I am. The 4 of them looked at the photo in front of them, then nodded in a deep voice. Although I don't know what happened to Luffy and others, there must be a reason why Lord Yim actually mentioned the 3 of them. They only need to do things, and smart subordinates shouldn't ask too much. A breeze blew by, the 4 of them slowly stood up, bent slightly in the direction of Yim, and then carefully retreated. Advertisement. After the 4 people left, the 4 photos on the ground suddenly floated, and then floated towards Yim. Looking at the photo in his hand, Yim's gaze fell on Noel's reward order, staring closely at Noel's appearance. In every era, there is an unexpected chess piece. A sneer evoked at the corner of Im's mouth. 4 reward orders fell on the ground, and a silver short sword was suddenly inserted into Noel's reward order. Shoo! Suddenly Yim's right hand made a move, and a picture of another move appeared in his hand. If Straw Hat Crew were here, I would probably recognize it. The person in the photo is Princess Vivi of the Neferutari family. Looking at the photo of Princess Vivi, Im's eyes showed thoughtfulness. The real threat is Noel, and that group. Yim dropped the photo of Princess Vivi, and the indifferent voice slowly spread, especially when the 2.1 of that clan was mentioned, the voice became even colder. The family of D, it is this family that really makes him jealous. In his eyes, the threat of this race is far greater than Noel. No one knows the toughness of the D clan better than him. Everyone is anxious, and every trouble is caused by the people of this clan. However, this clan is not very active, even with the strength of the world government. Roger. Yim took a deep breath, and the figure of Roger appeared in his mind. One step wrong, wrong step. At the beginning, it was really put together by the fellow Roger. Now, I just don't know what kind of backhand Roger has. That man, even if he dies, he won't die so easily. Chapter 216 Hard Work, Subvert the Three Views. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone is looking forward to a month, the big battle that is about to start, the captains of the major fleets. Especially, those newcomers who want to join the Noel pirate group are all rushing towards the base camp at this time. The scene is very spectacular. Pirate boats can often be seen in the nearby waters. At this time, New World, near the Fur Clan, Luffy and others were very embarrassed. This is the fourth wave of enemies we have encountered. Usopp leaned his entire body on the ship pole, looking at the wreckage on the sea with a tired face. The others are also very tired. Zoro and Sanji are also leaning on the side. In more than 10 days, they actually encountered 4 pirate groups. Moreover, the strength of each pirate group is not weak. After seeing them, he didn't say a word and started directly. After a lot of fighting and all kinds of turmoil, it can be regarded as avoiding all kinds of crises without any risk. After stepping into New World for so long, the chance of encountering Shanghai Thief in the sea is still very small. A piece of news detonated the entire sea. 23 inches. All the people are going to fight with great force. Robin looked at Noel in the newspaper, his eyes flashed with a strange light, and he shook his head with a wry smile. The others glanced at each other, their faces all showing bitterness. Of course they knew what was going on, it was Noel's cause. Those pirates all went for a big fight, so when they met other people, they just did it without saying a word. What is this? At this moment, Chopper's exclamation suddenly spread throughout the deck. Hearing the exclamation of Chopper, Zoro and others also raised their heads. Advertisement. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the scene in front of them and the black pillars that stood above the sea. Elephant. Looking along the black pillar, everyone also saw what was in front of them, what exactly it was. What kind of black pillar is this? This is the elephant's leg. However, the shape of the elephant in front of them was beyond their imagination. Luffy also has a big mouth. He has seen sea kings and various monsters. However, it was the first time he saw such a behemoth in front of him. Is this really a creature? This is really amazing. Robin put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at the elephant in front of him in shock. As expected, New World has such amazing creatures. Elephants are walking on the surface of the sea. It is estimated that their boat can disintegrate with a light touch. It's so cool. Luffy also reacted quickly, looking at the elephant in front of him excitedly. It should be very cool if you cut it up. Zoro also slowly straightened his body, his right hand tightly holding the knife around his waist. Don't make trouble. Such creatures, if they attack us later, the sunshine will be over. Zoro's actions shocked Nami and Usopp. Although the elephant did not act, no one knew if it was alive. A creature like this must have amazing vitality. If you can't kill it in one hit, just give the sunshine a shot, and it will really be over. 2 hours later, under Luffy's suggestion, everyone climbed to the top of the elephant. When they saw the long sword in front of them, everyone was stunned again. This is the town. Nami looked around suspiciously, his eyes filled with incredible colors. Advertisement. It was amazing enough to see such a creature. However, who could have thought that there is actually a town on the back of this elephant? It's an island. Robin took a deep breath and looked around in surprise. It's actually a building, it must be human. Usopp looked around warily, but they rushed up rashly. Whoops, whoops. Quickly get away. Luffy's eyes condensed suddenly. Looking at the black shadow shooting from a distance, he let out a loud shout, and his body rolled on the ground. And Zoro and Sanji also pulled Robin and others back. Immediately after retreating, the ground suddenly exploded and rubble splashed everywhere. The sudden attack shocked everyone's surprise, and Zoro slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Nami and others also stood up quickly and looked around vigilantly. Whoops, whoops. The next moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and others. Looking at the few people who appeared in front of them, the bodies of Luffy and others were tight. Who are you? Pirate. Everyone was panting for their cloaks, they couldn't see their appearance clearly, and the head of them was holding the sword tightly, and Luffy and the others were tightly choked. It seems that these people are very hostile to the pirates. It's not good. Everyone heard the coldness of the speaker's tone, and Robin frowned. Wait, we passed by here accidentally. Advertisement. Nami stood up anxiously, and she could also see that these people in cloaks seemed to hate pirates. Damn it all, if it weren't for you, our home would not be destroyed. Taste. Click. The few people in front of him stared at Luffy and others. Whoops, whoops. Several electric lights flashed by, and in an instant, a few people handed over directly. Hanabi splashed around. Zoro held a knife in both hands, still biting a long knife in his mouth. His face was 980 and looked at the person in front of him solemnly. It's very strong and fast. Both Luffy and Sanji also handed over to the others. The battle was very fierce. Nami and others were dumbfounded. How could it be like this again? Without saying anything, they started fighting again. However, as the battle progressed, everyone also discovered the weirdness. That's the ear. Usopp's eyes widened and looked at one of the people who fought Luffy in an incredible way. I seem to have seen it too. It is indeed the ears. Nami rubbed his eyes and stared at the white ears, which seemed to be rabbit ears. Hearing Usopp's exclamation, the man's body halted, and at this moment, Luffy grabbed the black head and tugged. It's really a rabbit. A rabbit who can fight. Nami and others were dumbfounded, looked at the rabbit in front of them in shock, and they could talk. Could it be that, like Chopper, they all ate devil fruit? If this person is a rabbit, what about the others? Thinking of this, Nami and others all looked at other people. What they saw today simply subverted their three views. 31%. Chapter 217 The Shocking Straw Hat Crew. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, next, Nami and others were completely stunned, because they all saw the appearance of these people. Actually, all are in the form of animals. Pedro retreated Zoro with a sword. After steadying his body, he stared coldly at Luffy and others. Orangutan. Rabbit. Looking at the appearance of Pedro and others, Luffy's eyes widened. The appearance of an animal, but it can speak, is it really a fruitful person? Robin also looked at the few people in front of him in surprise, and then looked at Chopper again. Those who are capable, we are the Fur Clan. Garlot pouted and looked at Robin dissatisfied. Although I was angry, but it gave people a kind of cute feeling, a kind of ultimate contrast. Fur Tribe. Hearing what Garrett said, the others looked at each other, and then they all shook their heads together. None of them had heard of it. However, it can be seen that these people are different from Chopper. They are not fruit-powered people, but a special ethnic group. Luffy. At this moment, a cry of exclamation suddenly came from a distance. Luffy and the others were taken aback for a moment, and then they all followed the sound. Nishinamon Gate. When seeing the person not far away, Luffy and others were also stunned. Kinemon, a weird samurai they met before. Nishinamon, do you know them? Pedro frowned, and then asked in a deep voice. 30 minutes later, after Kinemon's explanation, Pedro finally did not continue to do it. Advertisement. I heard that pirates came in, but I didn't expect it to be you. Jinweiman sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling at Luffy and the others. He just heard someone break into Zhao Island, so he rushed over anxiously, but he didn't expect it was Luffy and others. What happened just now? Looks like you guys hate the pirates. Robin turned aside Jinweiman, and then looked towards Pedro and others. As soon as the voice fell, Pedro and others' bodies were punched, and many people's fists were clenched together. Looking at the expressions of Pedro and others, Zoro's eyes couldn't help but wink. Because, in the eyes of the fur people, he saw hatred and fear that could not be concealed. Although, it was just a short fight. However, the strength of these people is not weak, and Jinwaiman just said it. The Fur clan is a natural warrior, and both the old and the weak, women and children have combat power. With such strength, he would be scared. He is now a little curious about what exactly these people have encountered. It's the 5 emperors. Jinwaiman took a deep breath, then looked bitterly at Luffy and the others. 5 emperors. Who? Nami and others were taken aback, then looked at Jinwaiman in amazement. The 5 emperors, is the 5 emperors' hatred by the Fur race? Yes, now one of the emperors of New World, the Noel pirates. A low voice came from not far away. Following the sound, Luffy and others saw a dog approaching. His whole body was wrapped in bandages, and his face was very tired. Duke Inuran, Pedro and others stood up quickly as they watched the people walking by. Advertisement. That's a bunch of demons, a bunch of swordsmen. Seeing Dog Lan wrapped in bandages, Garlot clenched his fists tightly, his eyes widened. The faces of other people also became gloomy, and they all recalled the horrible scene. It was almost apocalyptic, and the entire Fur clan was almost destroyed. The 2 kings, Inu Lan and Cat Viper, were also seriously injured. Anger, hatred, but more fear, the enemy's strength is too strong. Powerful enough to make them powerless. Is that the 5 emperor? Robin's eyes condensed, staring at Inu Lan closely. It's the 5 emperors Noel. Inu Lan glanced at his arm, then said in a deep voice. What? Noel? As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of Luffy and others were shocked, and everyone looked at Inu Lan in shock. They didn't expect that the person who made the Fur clan hate and fear was Noel. A few months ago, the captain of the 4th Division of the Noror Pirates, Enel. Come to Zuo. Kinemon nodded, and then told Enel's affairs again, and Akinoishi's affairs were not concealed either. That demon is too strong. Speaking of Enel, Garlot's body was trembling, and that scene would never be forgotten. What kind of natural warrior, in front of that demon, is completely vulnerable? Inu Lan and Cat Viper are teaming up, and they are not opponents of that person. It's impossible. Noel won't do such a thing. Advertisement. Luffy stood up suddenly and looked anxiously at Inu Lan and the others. Do you know Noel? Seeing Luffy's expression, Inu Lan frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Not only Inuarashi, Jinwaiman also looked at Luffy in surprise. He really didn't know the relationship between him and Noel. Noel is my brother. Luffy nodded and looked at Inu Lan and the others solemnly. He didn't believe that Noel would kill the innocent indiscriminately for a stone. Elder brother. At this moment, Inuarashi and the others were stunned, and Jinwaiman also stared wide-eyed. As such that, looking at the expressions of Kinemon and others, Nami gave a wry smile, and then talked about the relationship between Luffy and Noel. Garp. I didn't expect you to be Garp's grandson. Inu Lan sat directly on the ground and looked at Luffy in surprise. This relationship was really complicated. No money, Red Stone, what is this? Robin took a deep breath, then asked in a deep voice. Others were also very puzzled. They had never heard of aka Stone, but they knew that it should not be something ordinary, otherwise, the 5 emperors would not worry about it. The special text that marks Raftel's route, Inuarashi said again the importance of the Red Stone. Raft. Nami and others glanced at each other, their eyes widened, marking the special text of Raftel's route. In addition to the historical text, there is actually such a thing. In other words, Noel now has a red stone in his hand. Robin's eyes flashed, and then he spoke softly. Not 1 piece, 3 pieces. Except for the last piece, Noel gathered 3 pieces together. Jinwaiman took a deep breath and shook his head solemnly. Chapter 218. Get together and catch it all in one go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Luffy and others came to Zuo, the base camp of the Noel pirate group, it was very lively. Pirate boats stopped everywhere all around the coast and were overcrowded. Fighting against each other, the pirates coming from different directions had many contradictions, but none of them really dared to fight. After all, there were 2 pirates who offered a reward of over 100 million yuan and fought directly on the island. The final result was directly killed by Enel. I have declared that it doesn't matter how you fight in a day of fighting. However, before that, it was forbidden to do anything on the island. Therefore, everyone is holding a breath, ready to start a big fight. Only after stepping into New World do you know how important the background is, and it is difficult for ordinary pirates to have a way out. After all, most of New World is the site of the Five Emperors, and no one is the opponent of the Five Emperors, depending on the individual. The Noel pirate group is the best choice. Now, everyone knows that the strongest of the Five Emperors is the Noel pirate group. Pipe, it's really lively. At the top of the palace, Enel smiled and looked around. So many pirates gathered together. It was the first time he saw 983. Van Oka nodded. He also saw a lot of potential newcomers. Of course, I also know how fierce this competition is. Especially for the captains behind him. When the time comes, I don't know how many people are staring at his position. It is estimated that there will be a lot of people challenging him, and Van Oka will also feel the pressure. Advertisement. Van Oka, you have to be careful, don't be really embarrassed then. Looking at the lively scene below, Enel suddenly turned his head and looked at Van Oka with a smile. Van Oka was taken aback, then smiled, but the hand holding the spear was tight. Not to mention the other coming pirates, inside, the strength of kings and others is not weak. He also knows that in addition to the previous captains, there will definitely be someone down. On the street, a burly man looked at the person beside him with a smile. Kid, I didn't expect that you guy is still alive. It's really fateful. Weird Monk Rouge, one of the former supernovas, also came to the island at this time. And beside him, it was Kid who was defeated by CDCB, Noel in the Fishmen Island. Being trapped for a long time, when Noel went to the Fishmen Island before, this guy was finally released. Hearing the sarcasm of the strange Monk Rouge, Kid's eyes flashed a fierce light, and after making a cold snort, he did not speak. If he changes, he will definitely do it. However, he was defeated by Noel's aura before, and he really saw the power of this world, and his character changed a lot. Seeing Kid's appearance, the strange Monk Rouge was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It's really rare. It seems that this guy has been hit a lot. He had also heard of Kid's thing and was defeated by Noel. It was not very clear what was going on. Unexpectedly, you also came. It's really getting more and more lively now. At this moment, another voice rang in their ears. Seeing the people who came by, Kid and Rouge's eyes flashed. Capone Beige. Advertisement. Another acquaintance, who was once one of the supernova, everyone knows each other. Hawkins, the two ARP guys are now in the Noel Pirates. Adding to their words, except for the Straw Hat Boys, there were 6 people on this island when we supernova. Capone Beige sat directly on the chair, with a cigar in his mouth, looking at the two faintly. Kid Pirates Fighter, Kira is also one of the supernova. Not 6, but 8. Rouge smiled and looked at the 2 people coming in the distance. Following Rouge's gaze, Kid and others also saw Bonnie and X Drake. At this moment, except for Luffy and Zoro, the supernova really gathered together. Unexpectedly, you bastards actually came. Bonnie held the chicken drumstick in her right hand and looked at Kid with a greasy mouth. It's really rare, you rude woman, actually want to join the Noel Pirates. Capone Beige leaned on the chair and looked at Bonnie indifferently. Bonnie sat on the chair without any image. After hearing Beige's words, her eyes flashed with a cold light. She doesn't want to join the Noel Pirates, but if she wants revenge, she has no choice at all. If you want revenge, you can only join the 5 Emperors. The bastard's strength is too terrifying, relying on her alone, there is only a chance to give someone a head. Every supernova has its own experience after leaving Sabayati Archipelago. But Kid and Bonnie are miserable after all. The former met Noel, and the latter met Teach. Bonnie didn't get much better off the court, and her subordinates were killed by Teach's bastard. Advertisement. He himself was imprisoned, and almost became Mrs. Yazai. Thinking of the shame Teach brought her, Bonnie wanted to kill the bastard. The atmosphere fell into silence like this, no one spoke, everyone had their own thoughts. Several people are also looking at each other, and after a while, each other will become rivals. In fact, our biggest opponents are still the big pirates of New World. It's not easy to win the position of captain. Feeling the weird atmosphere, Rouge smiled, and then broke the atmosphere. As soon as the voice fell, Kid and the others raised their brows, and then their complexions became heavy. They knew that Arouge was telling the truth, and there were so many strong men along the way. Especially Kid, after he was released by Noel, he was in the Noel Pirates. I also know how many strong people are in the Noel Pirates. With Hawkins right now, Kid is not sure to beat him. The previous captains, we didn't have a chance, those few are simply monsters. Kid thought of the strength of Enel and others, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. No matter how proud he is, he doesn't think he is himself, he will be the opponent of Enel and others. I have also heard of it, but I am very interested in those monsters. Seeing Kid's expression, Arouge blinked, then smiled. Only by fighting the strong can you become stronger, and using the strong to temper yourself, isn't this more interesting? Chapter 219 Great Fighting, Start. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time. As soon as Tenton passed, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were more and more people on the island. A round fighting arena appeared in the center, very large, surrounded by seats. The emperors of the world's dark world, as well as many powerful figures, all gathered at this time. Morgans held the camera and looked around excitedly. It was a feast for pirates. Now, the pirates that can appear on the island are basically small and famous. The reputation of Noel Pirates is too loud, and there are too many attractive ones. Boom boom, boom boom. The dull, loud bell suddenly rang, and the pirates all around looked upward. 5 Emperors Noel. Looking at the figure coming out in the distance, everyone's eyes were narrowed, and they stared at Noel without squinting. This is, the strongest man in the world, is also one of the real hegemons of the sea. Haha, the captain is really cool today. Enel below, smiling at Noel in white. Upon hearing Enel's words, Jill and the others also looked at each other and smiled, and they felt the same way. There were a lot of people on the court, but with the appearance of Noel, it suddenly fell into silence. Looking at everything around him, Noel couldn't help but smile. Shirahoshi, who was on the side, looked around curiously with his big eyes wide open. A blushing color appeared on his face in an instant. If, before the change was made, so many people stared at him, I would have cried long ago. However, the body still couldn't help leaning in Noel's direction. Only by staying with Noel can she feel safe and secure. Negans, have you heard of the rules? Advertisement. Among the crowd, Arp glanced at Noel, then spoke in a low voice. With so many people here, if they really fight, they don't know how long it will take. Like those of equal strength, even if they fight for a few days, it is estimated that it will not end. Jinsi shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it, Enel and others didn't know it, and probably the captain knew it himself. That is the Noel Pirates, 10 captains. Bonnie looked away from Noel and looked at Enel and others. Capone Beige and others also stared at Enel and others closely. These are all big shots, and they are also among the best in New World. As expected of Lord Noel, he is so handsome. Seeing Noel appear, screams were heard from time to time around. Even the girl pirate looked at Noel in the distance with excitement. This was the real man. Acquaintances, there are really a lot of people. Noel smiled and looked around. This time, he really saw a lot of acquaintances. Ace, this guy is here too. Noel's brows suddenly raised, and he looked depressed in a certain direction of the crowd. Among the crowd, Ace, wearing a cloak, couldn't help but twitch at Noel's gaze. It seems that we have been discovered. Marco on the side shrugged, then smiled and looked at Ace next to him. I knew it, I couldn't hide it from this guy. Ace also spread his hands, glanced at Noel, and looked around. Marco, do you think we have to engage in a fight like this? Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Marco's body stopped and his face became serious. This is good attention. This time Noel made too much noise. On the field, he saw a lot of powerful players, especially those with potential. Now, the Whitebeard Pirates group can be said to be very embarrassed, and there is a situation of unresolved. It has always been Whitebeard, and a few captains are supporting it. There are not many capable newcomers at all. Yes, I will discuss it with my father when I go back. Marco pondered for a moment, then nodded, knowing that Dad would not refuse. It's not just us, but the other 5 emperors also sent people. It is estimated that this is also true of marine and world government. Listening to the discussion around, Ace chuckled softly and looked at another place. Marco nodded. He just saw the BIGMOM pirates and the Marines. This time, the noise made by Noel can be said to have attracted the attention of the world. For flowers. All major forces, the 5 emperors, marine, and the world government are all present. The big fight, start. Noel slowly sat on the stone chair and looked around calmly. As soon as the voice fell, everyone on the court was taken aback, looking at Noel in surprise, and it started. Boom, boom. The next moment, before everyone could react, a terrifying aura swept through. The entire space was swayed, the white clouds in the sky were directly blasted away, and the scene became silent again. Advertisement. The momentum continued to climb. Reiatsu, Conqueror's Haki, as if to crush the entire sky. This guy Haki, Noel is getting more and more terrifying. Ace's body was startled, his eyes condensed, and he looked at Noel in the distance in shock. Marco didn't speak, but he also looked at the man with solemn expression. This Haki was even scarier than the old man, it was amazing. Sura. Like purgatory. Aruja's body was tight, and he looked at Noel in amazement. Kid's mouth twitched, and he thought of the Fishman Island. At first, he just couldn't bear it. The man's Haki then fell straight down. The man didn't even make a move, so he used Haki to defeat him. Slap, slap, slap. Around, some people's eyes widened, and their bodies kept trembling. It was too horrible, they couldn't imagine what it was. Haki alone was so horrible. In the surroundings, some people started to feel dizzy and then fell down, and the smart people also knew Noel's plan. With Haki, we eliminated some people, which is really good attention. Morgans and others all looked at Noel in surprise. They had also guessed before, what kind of fighting would be used. After all, there are too many people here. I didn't expect that Noel would use Haki to directly eliminate so many people. Not bad. Looking at the people who fell in the field, Noel's eyes flashed. He is worthy of being a pirate of New World. At present, there are really not many people who have fallen. However, this is just the beginning. 31%. Chapter 220 Rules, Unexpected Visitors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was swaying, everyone's eyes were condensed, and it was even more terrifying, and the strong wind blew everyone's heads. I don't know how long it took. When the Conqueror's Haki dispersed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Peepee. Half of the people are eliminated in an instant. Capone Bej looked around, watching the fallen people around him, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Half of the people were eliminated in an instant. Everyone looked at Noel. How strong this man was in shock. Those who can step into the new world are not weak, but now even Noel's Haki can't stand it. Conqueror's Haki. Noel, this guy has surpassed the old man. Looking at the fallen people around, Ace took a deep breath, and smiled bitterly at Marco, who was on the side of 983. Marco didn't speak, but pressed Noel tightly. Not just Haki, the guy's strength is unfathomable. It's really scary. Morgans wiped the cold sweat left on his forehead, held the camera excitedly, and kept pressing it. Waste. Looking at Lou Field, who had also fainted, Doyle Moshan's eyes flashed with disdain. He really didn't know how this guy made such a big business. With such a courage, he was actually one of the emperors of the Dark World, which simply lowered the worth of others. It seems that there are only so many people. Clear the field. Noel couldn't help but smile as he watched the fallen people around him. As soon as the voice fell, in everyone's shocked eyes, thorns shot out from the ground. The thorns hovered directly on the pirates, and then used them directly. Advertisement. Is that the man's ability? Aruj pressed Jill tightly, although there was no movement. However, he knew that those thorns just now were Jill's methods. For Jill, he has also heard that it does not seem to be a human being, can use thorns, and has the ability to transform into a demon. Taste. Click. Before it was over, huge thorns rose from the ground, and suddenly shot into the distance. The thorns formed a walkway. There are black signs everywhere in the deep forest. Those who collect 10 yuan are eligible to join the Noel Pirates. If you collect 100 brands, you can challenge all the captains present. By the way, you can only come out after 3 days. Jill stood up slowly and looked at everyone present with a smile. He did not expect that the captain would actually come up with such a method. As soon as the voice fell, Hawkins and others were taken aback, but they all understood the rules. Their goal is to compete for the position of captain, that is, to grab at least 100 black cards. Master Jill, how many fast black cards did Shenline put in? Apu frowned, then said loudly. This sentence is also what most people want to ask. The number of black cards is also very important. 10,000 yuan. Jill looked at Arp, then smiled and looked at the crowd. 10,000 yuan, that is, only 100 people, or fewer people can stand out. Kid's eyes narrowed slightly, and he also went to the captain's seat. Advertisement. Powerful people have this idea. The more you collect, the smaller the chances of others. They have already thought about how intense it will be. Time is the most important thing to grab the card and keep the card. 3 days is not a day, that is to say, during these 3 days, you must always be alert to the enemy. Start. Noel tapped his fingers gently against the chair, and laughter came out slowly. Marco, let's go play too. As soon as the voice fell, Ace's eyes flickered, and he pulled Marco to the side, stepping on the thorns and rushing in the direction of the deep forest. Shoo! Seeing Ace's movements, everyone also reacted, and they all rushed towards the forest quickly. After all, the card is only 10,000 yuan. And there are at least a few hundred people present, which is definitely not enough. A bunch of idiots. Brother Ming sneered at the surging pirates. These idiots didn't understand the rules at all. What's the use of rushing fast? What's the use of grabbing a black card? The most important thing is to rely on strength. If there is no strength to keep it, it will eventually be a cloud. Brother Ming could see that the Jinxi and others were naturally not stupid, so they didn't anxiously look for black cards. Rather than work hard to find a black card, it is better to wait for the rabbit, wait for the prey to be delivered to the door, and grab it directly. These guys. Looking at the sluggish person who was just like him, Apu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The trickiest thing is those two people. Advertisement. Hawkins is tightly chatting with Brother Ming, and Aokiji, who just stood up. Following Hawkins' gaze, Apu couldn't help but smile wryly when he saw these two people. Although his strength is good, there is still some gap between Ming and Aokiji. What? At this moment, Noel suddenly raised his brow and looked at the direction of the door in surprise. Red hair. Seeing the person who walked in, Jill's eyes narrowed slightly, staring closely at the leader. That's right, red hair pirates walked into the martial arts field, and the one standing beside him turned out to be Hawkeye. Red hair, and eagle eyes. Morgan's expression became more agitated, the camera aimed at the red hair, eagle eyes, and constantly shooting frantically. This is big news, red hair, and eagle eyes are here. 2.1 When other people also saw the red hair and others, they were all taken aback, and another 5 Emperor, who smashed the scene. Haha, Noel, you are really lively. I looked around, the red-haired eyes narrowed, and then looked at Noel with a smile. Don't tell me, you also want to compete for the captain. If this is the case, I welcome it with both hands. Noel smiled and looked at the redhead, who really couldn't do without this guy. It just happened to be passing by, come and join in the fun. Hearing Noel's words, the red hair was taken aback, and then he chuckled softly. This guy, Enel was red hair tightly, his eyes flashed with thunder. Chapter 221 The Law of the Jungle, Cruel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The arrival of the red hair is just an episode, the big fight is still going on, and Ming and others have entered the forest. The forest has a constant distance from here, but even so. You can also hear the roar from time to time, as well as the scream that comes. Everyone knows that the fight has already begun. As for how many people will survive, nobody knows. In the forest, listening to the screams coming from around, Ming brother smiled and looked at Aokiji in front of him. Da da, da da. The footsteps of the two were very obvious, and there were only 2 of them around. Aokiji's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he slowly turned his head, looking at Brother Ming indifferently. Joker, after following me, I will kill you. A flat voice came out slowly, and a hint of mist began to appear around him. Kill me. Brother Ming had a meal, and then looked at Aokiji playfully, his fingers flicking strangely. Taste. Kaka, taste. Fingers made a weird noise, and Aokiji's eyes flashed. In an instant, several icicles appeared in front of him, if you look closely. It can be seen that there are silk threads in the middle of the icicle. Kuzan, 23 Lousy really wants to know what role you are playing this time. Looking at the icicles that appeared, Mingji's mouth evoked a wicked smile, but his eyes were fixed on Qing. As soon as the voice fell, a thin layer of ice quickly formed around Aokiji. Advertisement. In an instant of kung fu, Mingji's entire body became an ice sculpture directly. Pincha. Click. The next moment, a crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and it exploded. The ice was splashing all over. Looking at Aokiji, who was full of chills, Brother Ming couldn't help but smile, but suddenly waved his hands. The sound is so small that it is too soft to hear. The surrounding trees were cut off one after another and fell to the ground. Aokiji's eyes condensed, and the next moment, his left foot suddenly stepped on, and his body exploded. Boom, boom. There was a roar, fists collided, and the bodies of both of them were shocked. The terrifying wind swept out, and the scene was extremely shocking. There are transverse ice strands formed around, densely and continuously connected. It seems that after a fight with a Kainu, after losing a foot, it didn't make your strength drop, but it became stronger. The blue veins on Mingji's forehead appeared, and his eyes stared at Qing tightly. Although both of them are in the Noel Pirates, he has rarely seen Aokiji take action. Looking at the ice mist spreading over his fist, Brother Ming's eyes condensed slightly. The left foot is on the ground a little bit, and the body leans back quickly. Forget it, I will let you go this time. After 10 meters apart, Mingji slapped off the ice from his fist, shrugged, and then smiled. He didn't really want to fight Aokiji. Just now, he just wanted to tease this guy. However, Brother Ming is really curious about Aokiji's purpose. The two passed by, and this time, no one did it. Advertisement. Looking at Brother Ming's back, Aokiji narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around, and then walked toward the depths of the forest. Boom, boom. The battle in the entire forest is very fierce, and most people are looking for black cards. Pipe. It's the fifth piece. A middle-aged man with scars all over his body gently tossed the black card in his hand. Alfred, a little famous pirate in New World, has a reward of more than 200 million. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good. Not long after entering the deep forest, he found 5 black cards. Shoo. At this moment, the figure of the middle-aged man suddenly flashed and appeared in another one. But on the ground where he just stood, several black nails appeared. Under the shining of the sun, bursts of cold light exudes. Hawkins. Throwing away the nails on the ground, the middle-aged man looked forward, and when he saw someone coming, his eyes also narrowed. Fate made us meet, and the result is doomed. Jujun-si looked at Alfred indifferently, flipping the cards with both hands. Don't be kidding, bastard. Hearing what Hawkins said, Alfred's mouth evoked a smile. He knew Hawkins was a member of the Noel Pirates, and he also knew he was a famous newcomer. However, if he actually participated in a big fight, his identity is not important. Similarly, he also saw the black card hanging on Hawkins' waist, 3 pieces. The eyes of the two were facing each other, and the next moment, they all shot out in unison. Advertisement. Sparks splashed, fists and swords collided. The ground where the two were standing cracked directly, and countless cracks spread out. The appearance of demons. Hawkins looked at Alfred indifferently, and a clear voice came out slowly. Behind, there appeared a huge scarecrow with a long knife in his hand and red light in his eyes. Roar! Roar! The roar suddenly resounded through the forest. Hawkins' body halted, and he leaned back, stepped back, and pressed Alfred's arms tightly. Devil fruit. Animal nature. Bear fruit ability 983. He wouldn't underestimate anyone. The pirates who can take part in this big fight, and there is no simple one that can survive the Captain Haki. The ability to enter the forest can be said to be very strong. I heard that you are a famous newcomer to the Noel Pirates. Lousy will tear you up today. A fierce light flashed through Alfred's eyes, and without a word, his left foot kicked on the ground and turned into an afterimage and burst out. Armament Haki covered his sharp claws and grabbed Hawkins fiercely. Too slow. Seeing Alfred who appeared in front of him, Hawkins spoke softly, and the scarecrow behind him moved, holding his long sword and cutting it directly. The long sword was shrouded in purple electric light, and the scarecrow made a harsh and weird laugh. 20 minutes later, everyone around was flattened, watching Alfred falling in a pool of blood. Hawkins gently shook his head. His opponent has never been these guys. The whole forest, only those strong Aokiji who can make him face it. As for the others, he doesn't care. This scene is constantly being staged in the forest. The law of the jungle is that big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimps. Chapter 222 Journey, Hawkeye vs Unohana Retsu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The law of the jungle, the root of the weak and the strong, these scenes are constantly being staged in the forest. From the beginning, the screams and the sound of fighting never stopped. However, everything in the forest was photographed at the scene of the great fighting, and Hawkins and others did not know this. A transparent, as if virtual panel appeared on the scene, watching various pictures presented in the forest. Except for Noel, everyone else had their eyes wide open. What the hell is this? It doesn't seem to be phone bug photography. Looking at the light curtain that appeared out of thin air, Stussy narrowed his eyes and glanced at Noel without waiting for a trace. Others were surprised too, because it was so clear. Telephone bug photography, although it can also take pictures, but it is impossible to achieve such a clear picture. It seems that it is because of that thing. Ben Beckman withdrew above the direction of the forest retreat, and then spoke in a deep voice. The red hair nodded, and he saw it as soon as he entered the scene of the big fight. Above the forest, there was a small blue light spot, and then, before long, Noel threw a strange thing. Immediately, this light curtain appeared, a magical method. Although Jill and others were surprised, they were not surprised. After all, they are all used to Noel's methods, and from time to time they come up with weird things. Kinkins, this kid, did a good job. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Enel couldn't help but smile, and his eyes fell on Hawkins. Advertisement. It just so happens that this scene is the scene where Hawkins beheaded Alfred. Romeo, too, his abilities are getting stronger and stronger. The defense of the barrier fruit is really amazing. Rail shook his head with a wry smile. It is estimated that even if he is now, he cannot be Romeo's opponent. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else nodded in agreement. Yes, Romeo's strength is very strong. The barrier fruit, he developed very amazing. Aokiji, the two clowns, thought they would fight. Enel smiled and looked at the scene in the light curtain, then gently shook his head. Undoubtedly, the strongest are Aokiji and Ming. He is very curious now, after which these two guys will challenge the two captains. Hearing Enel's words, except for a few people, the expressions of the other captains were all tense. The expressions of Van Oka, G. Tyson and others became serious. Although their strength is good, they can't be Aokiji's opponent. Only the 5 captains in front have this ability. Aokiji. The red hair stared tightly at Aokiji in the light curtain, his eyes gleaming. Aokiji betrayed Marine and joined the Noel Pirates, which he did not expect. The eagle eye on the side stared at a figure on the front desk closely. The next moment, Hawkeye suddenly stood up slowly, and his momentum began to rise. Hawkeye, you fellow, don't you want to do it now? Seeing Hawkeye's movements and following his gaze, the red-haired body also had a meal, and then he opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Advertisement. This was originally my purpose this time. Hawkeye glanced at the red hair, then walked out slowly. The people who were watching the light were all taken aback when they saw the movements of the eagle eye. Hey, the guy Hawkeye seems to be coming here for the deputy captain. Enel glanced at Hawkeye, then smiled and looked at Unohana Retsu behind him. Hawkeye walked out toward the martial arts stage step by step, and the black sword behind it was already pulled out at this time. Unohana Retsu always smiled, looking at Hawkeye faintly. This home. Looking at Hawkeye's back, the corners of the red-haired mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he also felt helpless. It was no coincidence that he and Hawkeye came here. Before, Hawkeye competed with him, purely in kendo, and then when he left, he said he was going to challenge a stronger kendo expert. Redhead, I knew who Hawkeye was talking about. It was because of the fear of Hawkeye's safety that everyone followed. Eagle Eye. Everyone on the scene stared closely at Hawkeye, especially the leaders of the major forces who were invited to come over. Everyone looked at this man with complex expressions. This is a man who is admirable and jealous, and his eyes alone make people feel cold. Marine, including the 5 emperors, have all sent out invitations to this man. However, Hawkeye refused. A simple lone ranger joined Shichibukai because of convenience. Da. Unohana Retsu patted the clothes lightly, and then walked out slowly. Advertisement. This is interesting, but I don't know how long Hawkeye can last. Seeing Unohana Retsu's movements, Enel couldn't help but smile, and looked at Hawkeye playfully. Hawkeye is very strong, but he doesn't think it will be Unohana Retsu's opponent. That woman, but a real monster. All the captains on the ship were very afraid of that woman. Even the fighting freak of Acides called Unohana Retsu the eldest sister. It seems that the redhead is worried about Hawkeye, only to accompany him. Noel raised his brow, then smiled and looked at the red hair underneath. Black Knife Knight. Hawkeye took a deep breath and looked serious, looking at Unohana Retsu in front of him solemnly. Looking at the black knife in Hawkeye's hand, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile. Of course she knew the man in front of her, the world's largest swordsman. The next moment, in the eyes of someone in Suo, Nuo Qianzhao, Unohana Retsu's right hand suddenly rested on the handle of the knife. Whoops. A bright light flashed by, and in the shocking eyes of everyone, Unohana Retsu's aura suddenly changed. The moment Zanpakuto was pulled out, the breath on his body completely changed, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. The cold wind blew. Everyone felt the goosebumps, the red hair sitting on the ground, his eyes condensed, and he looked at Unohana Retsu in shock. It's terrifying killing intent, pure killing intent. How many people did this woman kill? The people of Red Hair Pirates were also shocked, looking at Unohana Retsu with black hair fluttering in horror. Many people were constantly swallowing their saliva. This killing intent is really horrible, so amazing, at least no one among the people they have seen has such a killing intent. Chapter 223 Crushing. Kendo is the strongest. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing the shocked look of the red hair and others, Enel and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Shanks. Ben Beckman held the pipe tightly in his hand and looked at Unohana Retsu solemnly. The red hair took a deep breath and looked at Unohana Retsu solemnly. The murderous aura alone was amazing enough. Wait, there is an accident, he is ready to take action. This murderous spirit. In the audience, feeling the coldness coming from the surroundings, Judge's body also trembled, terrifying the beautiful figure in the field. Others were even more unbearable, and many of them turned pale. The 2 deputy captains don't know the other one. Stussy's eyelids kept beating, and he looked at the old man below Noel. She also has an unknown identity, that is, a member of the world government, the real identity CPO member. People who are also the world government, she is very clear about Shao and their strength. However, the captain was alone and killed everyone at the table, which even the 5 emperors could not do. However, today there is a chance to really see the strength of the Noel pirates. Hawkeye's eyes shrank as well, and his body couldn't help tightening, and his sharp eyes stared at Unohana Retsu. And Noel, 987 at the top, smiled and looked at the 2 people in the audience. Although Hawkeye is good at strength, looking for Unohana Retsu is simply looking for abuse. As far as Kendo is concerned, in this world, Unohana Retsu really has no opponents. Even if the captain is compared to her, he is not an opponent in Kendo. Boom. Advertisement. Hawkeye's eyes closed, his left foot stepped forward, and then he exploded. Everyone watched all this intently, the world's largest swordsman, and the deputy captain of the Noel pirate group. This is the focus. Morgans is the most excited in the field. Wait a minute, no matter what the outcome of the match between the 2 is, it is a selling point. While in Golden City, he saw the horror of the captain. As the deputy captain of the Noel pirates, he believes that even if the strength of Unohana Retsu is not as strong as the captain, it is not much weaker. Chang. Hanabi splashed, and the 2 knives collided together, wiping out a series of sparks. The floor under the feet of the two of them cracked directly, and an invisible wave of air swept out. The surrounding sand and gravel were blown up, and Unohana Retsu's long black hair passed through his eyes. Nice strength. Looking at the eagle eye in front of him, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but smile. The same to you. A gleam of light flashed through Hawkeye's eyes, and a master would know if there was any. It's very simple and innocent. It's so easy to block your own attack. The action is really neat. The two looked at each other, in the shock of everyone's eyes. In the next moment, both of them dissolve the afterimages and move very fast. Touch, touch, touch. The two knives kept colliding with each other, and every time they hit, a wave of air was stirred up. In the blink of an eye, the two fought hundreds of times. The floor under my feet had already been broken, and the cracks continued to spread. Advertisement. Cut. Sparks flashed in front of his eyes. Unohana Retsu's body paused. Zanpakuto in his hand was raised high, and then cut down fiercely. Boom, boom. In the shocking gaze of everyone, only to see Hawkeye holding a knife in front of him, immediately, the whole person was directly blown out. So strong. Seeing that the eagle eye was shaken off, all the eyes of everyone present except the Noel pirate group's eyes condensed. Every cut is cut towards Ruo's death. The red hair stared at Unohana Retsu tightly, too sharp and neat, the woman's movements. The simplest action, but every knife is very scary. Hawkeye's right foot slammed on the ground. After CDCB stabilized his body, he forced down the blood that was about to squirt from his throat, and looked at the other side with a fighting spirit. This is definitely him, not one of the strongest swordsmen he has ever encountered. Moreover, the woman in front of her hadn't exerted all her strength yet. Ultimate, the end of Kendo, he was on Unohana Retsu, as if he saw the end of Kendo. Sure enough, it was correct to be here today. The next battle between the two was even more eye-opening. However, it also makes people feel shocked, because, as the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye, it was actually crushed, completely suppressed. 30 minutes later, looking at the blood man in the field, everyone took a deep breath. The clothes on the upper body of Hawkeye were in tatters, and it was no longer the noble appearance before. The blood has dyed the body red, and now he is completely a blood person. Eagle eye. Advertisement. Looking at the blood on the ground and the trembling Hawkeye, the red-haired fist couldn't help but clenched. There is no level at all, whether it is swordsmanship or strength. Unohana Retsu is far beyond Hawkeye, and it's not a bit strong. Who could have imagined that the world's largest swordsman would be so embarrassed? It's not that Hawkeye is too weak, but his opponent is too strong. The corners of Usopp's mouth twitched constantly, and in Kendo, Hawkeye was comparable to Red Hair. However, it was actually crushed now. How terrifying it was, that woman's strength was too amazing. Hawkeye was panting heavily, and the black knife was stuck on the ground. Although it was stained red with blood, his eyes were very bright at this time. It turns out that I was really sitting on the well and watching the sky. This is the end of Kendo. Hawkeye exhaled a suffocating breath, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on his face. Wrong. Kendo has no end, never end. Unohana Retsu smiled and shook her head slightly, a potential swordsman, but still too tender. As soon as the voice fell, Hawkeye's body was shocked, and immediately, his aura rose again. It's getting stronger, Hawkeye. Seeing Hawkeye's momentum suddenly soaring, everyone was taken aback, and Enel spoke in surprise. Been taught a lesson. For a moment, Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes and looked at Unohana Retsu respectfully. His vision was too narrow. Yes, Kendo never ends, there is no end. 32%. Chapter 224 Fierce Battle, Tacit Support. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hawkeye finally left alone, with all his injuries, but after this battle, he also became stronger. Unohana Retsu couldn't help smiling as he looked at the haughty back of Hawkeye. The people in the field were staring wide-eyed, and the world's largest swordsman changed hands today. Since Eagle Eye was called the world's largest swordsman, there have been countless swordsmen challenging him. However, no one succeeded. After so many years, I finally lost. Everyone can think that if this news comes out tomorrow, swordsmen from all over the world will be boiling. The red hair took a deep look at Unohana Retsu, nodded to Noel, and then left. He was worried that the Eagle Eye guy was okay, so he didn't need to stay here any longer. Looking at the red-haired back, Noel shook his head gently, purely redundant. Everyone also recovered. Their eyes fell on the light curtain. In half a day, many people were eliminated from the forest, and at least 20% of the people died in the forest. Hey, Romeo and Kid met. Jinbei's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the light curtain in surprise. This is interesting. The others also smiled and looked at the light curtain. They both knew that their strengths were also very clear. In the forest, Romeo's body halted, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. When Kid saw Romeo, his eyes shrank and his expression became solemn. Apart from Aokiji and Ming, the one he fears most is Romeo. Advertisement. It seems you have got a lot of black cards, Kid. Romeo slid the black card hanging from Kid's waist and chuckled softly. Aren't you the same? A smirk appeared at the corner of Kid's mouth, and his eyes fell on Romeo's waist. Similarly, a lot of black cards were also hung, and both of them were eyeing the black cards on each other's body. The atmosphere became serious in an instant, his eyes were facing each other, and a strong spark was wiped out in the air. Da-da, da-da. The sound of gentle, steady footsteps suddenly came from the left, and both of them turned their heads together. The original Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, so-called the Fallen Marine, X-Drake appeared in the eyes of the two. It's really lively. Before the two of them could react, a laugh suddenly came from the right. Arouge walked out from the right and looked at the three Kid with a smile. The four of them all looked at each other vigilantly, and the next moment, they all moved together. Arouge ran directly towards X-Drake, while Kid ran towards Romeo. Boom, boom. There were two roars in the field, the surrounding trees were broken one after another, and the air waves swept out. Numerous gravel and mud splashed out. Arouge's fist directly collided with X-Drake's fist. Both their bodies sank, and they both looked at each other with sneers. Looking at the transparent barrier in front of him, Kid frowned. He had seen how amazing the defense of the barrier fruit was. In fact, it's not only defense, but the power of attack is also very powerful. Advertisement. However, it is not without weaknesses. The open barrier has a certain upper limit of area. When the area is used up, it can no longer be used. And only one barrier can be used at a time. The opponent's ability does have weaknesses, and Kid is also very aware. However, the key is that the current battle is also very unfavorable for him. This is a forest, and there is no large amount of metal for him to suck at all. Impact barrier. Romeo took his feet back 2 steps, put his hands in a unique posture, and let out a cold drink. The defensive barrier in front of me suddenly disappeared. However, another transparent barrier blasted towards Kid with the power of breaking through the air. Don't look down on me too much. Kid's eyes squinted, his face turned sullen, and the coat behind him was swayed. With both feet kicked on the ground, the body dodges toward the left, and the fist is covered by armament hockey. Touch, touch. Kid and Arouge are fighting each other, but Arouge and Arouge are even simpler, directly colliding with each other physically. With a roar, Arouge couldn't help but smile as he watched Drake transform into the form of a dinosaur. For flowers. Zone ancient dinosaur fruit Tyrannosaurus form. It's really amazing. After the transformation, his strength has greatly increased. The figures of the 4 people kept flashing in the field, the ground kept shaking, and the scene was very intense. In the distance, someone watched the fighting of the 4. Hawkins, do we want to make a move? As long as we defeat these 4, we will collect enough black cards. Advertisement. Arp looked at the battle in the distance, then looked at Hawkins suspiciously. After entering the forest, he encountered 2 battles and defeated his opponent. After collecting 30 black cards, he met Hawkins. They hugged each other, and the two did not say much, they hugged directly. It is easier for 2 people to work together than to do it alone. Huo Tuan, but not only the 2 of them, but also many pirates. Dinkins didn't reply, but looked at the other place lightly. Following Hawkins' gaze, Arp's eyes shrank. Capone Beige, and a great pirate from New World, also watched the battle in another place. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind, but who knows if there are hunters behind the oriole. The strength of Kid and others is not weak, it is not that simple at all to participate in the war like this. Maybe. They estimate that as soon as they make a move, the four will join forces and kill them first. It seems that there are many people who pay the same attention as us. Capone Beige was holding his cigar, smiling and looking at the two Hawkins in the distance. The man on the side did not speak, watching the battle in the field with an indifferent expression. Similarly, like Hawkins, he and Capone Beige knew each other, and they joined forces directly after they met in the forest. Boom! Boom! After a roar, Kid was shaken back, and after steadying his body, he looked at Romeo with a gloomy face. And Arouge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face grim, and he looked at Drake, who was also backing away with a smile. After this guy turned into a Tyrannosaurus, his fart was too thick. Chapter 225 Save Your Energy, The Last Madness. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The four people who were at war looked at each other, and suddenly stopped tacitly, their eyes all swept in the direction of Hawkins and others. When they were fighting, they knew someone was watching in secret. The fisherman's prophet is too naive to think. A hideous smile appeared on Kid's face, and he looked at the direction of Capone Beige with a sneer. No one else spoke. Drake also recovered, and his face remained expressionless all the time. Da-da, da-da. At this time, the strange sound of footsteps suddenly entered the ears of the four. Hearing these footsteps, Kid's four were all taken aback. Are they really afraid of death? Haha, Kid and they are going to be unlucky, they actually met him. On the mountain in the distance, Apu was also taken aback when looking at the figure suddenly walking out of the field, and then, 987, burst into laughter. Damn it! As for the four Kid, they also saw the incoming person at this time. Looking at the familiar appearance, the faces of all four of them changed. It is also the most troublesome person when I meet the one I don't want to meet the least. Blue. Arouge looked at Aokiji, who was walking slowly with a solemn expression. The bodies of the other three were also tense, and their expressions became difficult to look. In the forest, it is estimated that no one would want to meet Aokiji, because he is the strongest. 4 supernovas, and old acquaintances. Advertisement. Aokiji walked step by step. Wherever he passed, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground, and he looked at the four people indifferently. Asshole, I'll run away first. Romeo looked at Aokiji's appearance, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Romeo suddenly jumped up. Whoops, whoops. The barrier brought a strong wind, disappeared in the same place in an instant, fled, and escaped without hesitation. Seeing Romeo run away suddenly, Kid and others yelled, "Hand over the black card." As for Romeo's escape, Aokiji Bing did not stop him. His eyes fell on the three Kid. The strength of these four people is not weak. If they really work together, even he will be very difficult. Especially Romeo's ability, even he feels tricky. It is not a big deal to run away. As long as he gets the black cards from the three Kid, he will make up 100 yuan. As soon as the words fell, the three of Kid looked at each other, and then they all rushed towards Aokiji. Don't be too arrogant, Aokiji. Kid let out a roar. His arm was wrapped in metal, and then he blasted over. Arouge's body also grew larger, and the veins of his arms appeared. He appeared in front of Aokiji in an instant, and with an impulse, his fist blasted out. Kid, they are too naive. Looking at the movements of the three people on the top of the mountain in the distance, Apu shook his head gently. To deal with people like Aokiji, it's not enough to have too many people. Compared with him, the three of Kid are still too tender. Advertisement. Half an hour later, the surrounding area was frozen by ice. Aokiji put one hand in his pocket and looked around calmly. Asshole. Kid fell to the ground, with ice pieces all over his body, swearing constantly in his mouth, and his eyes full of unwillingness. The other two were not much better, and Drake became an ice sculpture. Lifelike. Ice sculpture of Tyrannosaurus. Really powerful. Arouge lay on the ice, smiling at the blue sky. In the end, the black cards on the trio were directly taken away by Aokiji. The first one. Since entering the forest, Aokijio is the first person to collect 100 black cards. Let's go. Looking at the three people in the field, Hawkins' eyes flashed, and then he turned to leave. In the battle arena, Noel smiled as he watched the battle in the light curtain. It was really unlucky. I actually met Aokiji. Now, he is also very curious. 3 days later, Aokiji challenged the captain. The strength of this guy Aokiji is getting stronger and stronger. There is also Brother Ming. Except for the previous captains, no one else will be his opponent. Aokiji was the first person to collect black cards. As time went by, some people continued to collect black cards. In the other place, there are big pits everywhere on the ground, and you can see splashes of blood all around. Howl, howl, howl. Brother Ming leaned on the tree, smiling at the fallen pirates around him, while in front of him, there were piles of black cards. More than $100, as far as the black card in front of you, at least about $500. Advertisement. For 2 full days, as long as the people who met Brother Ming, they all fell down and were all killed. A group of garbage. Brother Ming picked up a black card in front of him, and gently tossed it. His expression became playful. Now he was thinking, after tomorrow, whether to challenge Luo or Jinbei. As for Enel and others, it is not in his consideration. Although I also want to fight against Enel and others, it is not the time now. The most important thing now is to become one of the captains. After all, he is not sure about Enel and the others. The captains in front are really monsters. After joining the Noel Pirates for so long, he is very clear about the strength of Enel and others, and he will not do anything that he is not sure about. Night began to fall, the forest gradually became quiet, and the roar began to diminish. After tonight, tomorrow is the last day, and those who are eliminated are basically eliminated. The people who collected the cards agreed to stop. Not everyone was like this guy Ming. Those who can survive are the elites, maintain physical strength and recover from injuries. Now is the most important thing to prepare for the day after tomorrow's battle 2.1. It was a battle for the captain, and there was a chance to become the master of each turf. No one wants to let it go. Since entering the forest, more than 90% of the people have been eliminated. There are fewer than 100 people who are still alive and collecting cards. Kaijin C, Kid and others have also collected cards one after another. Aokiji was under a big tree at this time, closing his eyes and resting, exuding bursts of cold. Everyone is preparing. The last day is also the most intense day. Those who have not collected the cards, the last day, it is estimated that they will be truly crazy. Outside the light curtain, Noel looked at the forest scene, shook his head slightly, and then turned to leave. Chapter 226 The Beast Gets Out of the Cage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom boom, boom boom. The dull bells rang throughout the island and constantly echoed in the forest. Those who were waiting, or those who were fighting, were all taken aback when they heard the bell. However, they all reacted, frantically rushing towards the great fighting now. Everyone knows that when the time is up, the moment the bell rang, the tense nerves finally relaxed. In these few days, everyone has experienced more than one battle. Moreover, the pirates who came here, except for a few people, basically had injuries on their bodies. Howl, howl, is it over? Across the weird steps, Ming Jie smiled and looked at the sky, with a black bag in his right hand. 800 black cards, this is his 3-day harvest, and one person occupies almost 1/10. This also means that many people have been eliminated indirectly, and the people who died in his hands are not a minority. Finally, 23 bundles are over. Apu looked up tiredly, let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Hawkins with a wry smile. If it weren't for Bao Tuan and Deng Jinsi, this time it would be really uncomfortable. On the last day, they met Kid, Kira. I also encountered several big pirates in New World, and battles took place among them. The result was a narrow victory, and the black cards were also collected, and the total of the two of them was more than 300 yuan. At the scene of the big fight, people are constantly coming from the forest. In the auditorium, the pirate who was eliminated for the first time looked at the figure constantly walking out of the forest. Everyone showed beauty or jealousy. Advertisement. Because, they all know, those who can get out of the forest will be members of the Noel Pirates in the future. Total, there are only over 100 people, which is really tragic enough. G. Tyson narrowed his eyes and stared at the people below. Rather than worry about others, it's better to worry about yourself. Hearing what G. Tyson said, Rail couldn't help but shook his head slightly. As soon as the voice fell, G. Tyson's body shook, and his right hand held the long knife at his waist tightly. Yes, the next thing is the most critical, it's their turn. Noel opened his eyes slowly, smiling at the figure below. At this time, Jill stood up slowly, then spoke softly. You all know the rules. The one who has collected 10 black cards stands to the left, and the one who has collected 100 black cards stays in place. As soon as the sound fell, everyone in the crowd looked at each other, and many people all leaned toward the left. Only 30 people. Looking at the people who were still there, Enel counted, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Basically, they are familiar people. Noel also showed a smile on his face. Among the 30-odd people, most of them were people he knew. Among them, the people who used to work at Locke are among them. Paramesha is slicing the fruit Darth Paulus, and Noel did not expect that this guy has actually entered the new world. As for Ace, Marco retired to the auditorium long ago. These two guys came to play and ran out of the forest the next day. Those who have collected 100 black cards are very strong. Ace was walking around the 30 people tightly, and his face became dignified unconsciously. Marco nodded, his eyes fixed on Aokiji tightly. Advertisement. Even a strong like Aokiji, the clown, wants to join the Noel Pirates. He also didn't know what charm the Noel Pirates had. Whoops, whoops. At this moment, a black figure suddenly fell beside Noel. Master Janos. Shirahoshi on the side saw Genos and couldn't help but screamed. Janos nodded to Shirahoshi, then leaned close to Noel's ear and said a few words. The next moment, Noel's brows were lightly raised, his eyes flashed with a gleam, and he nodded immediately. Let them out, Captain, you go with Janos. The captain, who was closing his eyes and rested, heard Noel's words, and then slowly opened his eyes. Shoo. The two looked at each other, and then swept towards the underworld beast in the sky. Looking at the back of the two, Noel tapped the armrest of the chair lightly. Captain, what's the matter? Enel, Jill and others all looked at Noel suspiciously. It's okay, I just almost forgot the beast. Noel slowly raised his head, smiling at Enel and others. Beast. As soon as the voice fell, Enel and others were taken aback, but they all reacted quickly. Kaido. The eyes of Jill and others flickered, and they knew who the beast Noel was talking about was. Captain, you want to let Kaido out? Advertisement. Enel's body paused, and then asked in surprise. Since Noel defeated Kaido, he has been imprisoned among the underworld beasts. Kaido guy, that guy is struggling every day. In fact, Kaido is not the only person imprisoned by the underworld beast, but also the former beast's pirates, one of the 3 plagues, Jin, is also one of them. In the cell of the underworld beast, Kaido panted heavily, struggling constantly, and roars kept coming out. Da da, da da. After hearing the footsteps of 987, Kaido raised his head and looked at the aisle with red eyes. Kaido sneered when he saw Janos, but when he saw the captain, his brows couldn't help but jump. Mechanical Kid, who is he? Kaido looked at the captain walking in front of Genos with a solemn expression. It was dangerous. He actually felt a fatal threat from the old man. This feeling, even Whitebeard, Noel did not give him such a feeling. You can't go wrong. The old man in front of you is very strong. This is an instinct. Deputy Captain. Janos looked at Kaido faintly, and then spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido's body was shocked. He looked at the captain, the deputy captain, and besides the woman, there was a deputy captain in surprise. In an instant, Unohana Retsu appeared in his mind. The captain looked at Kaido faintly, and took away what was bound to him, and suddenly put his right hand on Zanpakuto on his waist. Chang chang, chang chang. The chain and the light were cut off instantly, Kaido's body trembled, and the next moment, his fist slammed directly at the captain. One bone. 32%. Chapter 227 Roar, Fight Again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With a cold drink, under the gaze of Janos, the veins of the captain's arm appeared. The turbulent power swept out, and then directly banged against Kaido's fist. The whole walkway was shocked, and dust and rubble continued to fall. Both their bodies sank, and the ground under their feet burst open. The captain was still there, looking at Kaido with a cold expression, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Kaido's face changed, and terrifying power surged from his arms. The body couldn't help taking a step back, looking at the old man in front of him, his face became shocked. What a terrifying power! A simple confrontation, he is actually inferior. The old guy in front of him, as expected, was the same as that woman, a monster among monsters. Now, he is a little jealous of Noel. Where did this kid find such a strong man? One after another, and one is better than one. Kaido took a deep breath, took a deep look at the captain, and then said in a deep voice. Let's go, mechanical kid. One more person. 990 Genos looked at Kaido faintly, then turned and walked towards the other cell. He doesn't care about this beast, even the captain can kill Kaido without the captain's action. When I came to another cell, I looked at the people chained by seastone chains. Kaido's eyes condensed involuntarily, and then he said in a deep voice, Jin. A dull voice rang in the cell, and Jin slowly raised his head. When he saw Kaido, his body trembled. 10 minutes later, advertisement. In the martial arts field, everyone was staring at Noel curiously. They all felt the weird atmosphere and the unusual. What are you waiting for? Kid's brow furrowed and he looked at Noel with his eyes closed above him suspiciously. Coming. Brother Ming in the crowd suddenly condensed his eyes and stared at the mid-air place closely. Boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the entire ground was shaken, and everyone backed away anxiously. The air waved, the smoke swept out, looking at the big pit in front of the stage. CDCB. Everyone on the court stared closely at the smoke. The next moment, the smoke suddenly dissipated, and when they saw the figure in the big pit, everyone's eyes widened. Kaido. Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Brother Ming's body trembled and then let out a silent voice. What Kaido? Everyone in the audience stood up abruptly, looking shocked at Kaido, who was like a demon in the audience. What a pleasant surprise today, Kaido, he really wasn't dead. Morgans was excited, looking at Kaido excitedly. 5 emperors, this is the former 5 emperors, one of the overlords of New World. Outside of the Noel pirates, no one else thought that Kaido, the once 5 emperor, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, was still alive. Clown, long time no see. Advertisement. Kaido slowly raised his head, looking at Brother Ming not far away, his face turned hideous. Hearing Kaido's words, Ming's body couldn't help but tremble. To say who is the person he fears most, outside of Noel, it is undoubtedly Kaido. And Aokiji, you kid. Kaido moved away from Ming, and immediately landed on Aokiji. When he saw Aokiji, he was also taken aback. Marine Admiral unexpectedly appeared here. Moreover, what is going on with Aokiji's shoulder injury and foot injury? After being detained for such a long time, he really didn't know anything about the outside world. Unexpectedly, the captain released this monster. Feeling the pressure from Kaido, Appu couldn't help swallowing. The others didn't speak, but they were all afraid and looked at Kaido in horror. This pressure was so strong that Kid's forehead appeared cold sweat. Kaido slowly turned his head, his fierce gaze scanned the audience, passing by the captains. Look at what, Laozi really wants to kill you. Seeing Kaido's eyes fall on him, Enel also let out a sneer. Raiden kid, Laozi will tear you up sooner or later. Kaido looked at Enel with a sneer. He was taken care of by this kid during his detention. Noel, fight Laozi. Ignoring Enel, Kaido stared at Noel closely, and then let out a loud roar. The fierce aura swept out of his body, and his eyes became flushed. This guy. Advertisement. Looking at Kaido who was roaring up to the sky, everyone present was taken aback, wanting to fight Noel. Under everyone's gaze, Noel stood up slowly, smiled and looked at Kaido. A clear voice slowly came out. Yes, if you lose, I want you to surrender. If you want to subdue this beast, you can only beat him up. Kaido's strength is absolutely top in this world. If you want Laozi to surrender, then use your strength. Kaido's eyes condensed, and his face became more and more fierce. Captain, you don't need to do it yourself. Enel stood up slowly, looking at Kaido with a sneer. Noel shook his head slightly. Although Enel's strength is good, there is still a lot of gap compared with Kaido. Everyone in the field was holding their breath, and Morgans, who had seen Noel's true strength, thought about tomorrow's news in his heart. Once the Emperor, Kaido, the strongest creature in sea, land and air, was defeated again by Noel, and then joined the Noel pirates. Let's fight outside. Noel chuckled softly, rising up into the sky, and then swept towards the beach. Looking at Noel's figure, Kaido snorted coldly, kicked his feet, and the huge body jumped high. The two disappeared into the martial arts field in an instant. The others glanced at each other, and then rushed towards the beach frantically. Such battles are rare, and nothing is more attractive than such battles. Kaido, this guy is going to be tragic. There was playfulness on Brother Ming's face. Thinking of Noel's strength, he knew that Kaido was going to be beaten by Fat this time. This guy has been imprisoned for too long, and he doesn't know how the whole world has changed. He was not Noel's opponent before, let alone now. Chapter 228 Speed, Pervert's Resilience. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With the blue sea and the sea breeze blowing in front of you, everyone stared at the two figures in the field closely. One big and one small. Compared with Noel, Kaido's body is too big. This is another island, near the base camp of the Noel pirates. After all, the battle between the two must be very amazing and destructive, maybe it really sinks an island. People like Enel are used to it. However, Capone Bej and others have never seen the Battle of the Five Emperors. This momentum. Urouge swallowed and looked at the two of them intently. The momentum was amazing. He could feel it so far apart, how depressing the atmosphere was. The aura of the two of them kept rising. Kaido's tyrannical and fierce aura broke out completely. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Kaido's left foot suddenly stepped under everyone's attention. The sand on the ground was splashing, and a deep footprint was printed on the ground. Seeing Kaido rushing over, Noel couldn't help but smile, and suddenly stretched out his right hand. Silver teeth appeared in his palm. Under the shining of the sun, Yinya exudes a bright light. The supreme sharp knife, silver teeth. Kaido, who was running wildly, couldn't help condensing his eyes. With his insight, he recognized the knife in Noel's hand at a glance. The two were more than 20 meters apart, but Kaido appeared in front of Noel with 2 strides. The mace in his hand was lifted, and with a terrifying force, he used it directly. Sway the power to break through the air. Advertisement. Because of the friction with the air, a strange sound rang out in the air. Purple lightning flashed on the mace, and the sand on the ground was rolled up. Thunder 8 trigrams. Watching Kaido's movements, Noel couldn't help but smile. This guy went all out as soon as he came up. Chang chang, chang chang. Sparks flew everywhere, ear-splitting collisions, terrifying air waves, and dust swept out one after another. The sand on the ground, under the collision of the two, formed a sandstorm. Both their bodies sank, and their feet sank deeply into the ground. The field is suppressed. Noel's eyes flashed, his right hand gripped the silver teeth, the veins of his arm came out, and then he let out a cold drink. The sound fell, and the space suddenly fluctuated. His shoulders seemed to be pressed by 2 big mountains, Kaido's body trembled, and a smile was conjured up at the corners of his mouth. However, he was very shocked in his heart and stared at Noel closely. This gravity is even more amazing than when I played against him before. Little devil, such a method is useless against me. With a roar, Kaido's right foot suddenly rose to the ground, and then threw it out fiercely. What? Seeing Kaido's movements, Noel's eyes flashed, and he let out a sound of surprise. Fists, horns and other attacks. However, he really hadn't seen it before, this beast could actually use its feet. However, he also reacted quickly, and his left foot was suddenly lifted. Boom, boom. After another collision, a terrifying repulsive force shot out from Noel's left foot. Advertisement. Kaido's body shook. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the huge body was directly shaken out. Monster. Seeing the dust storm that swept over, Urouge's mouth twitched, and then he said silently. The others did not speak, but they all felt shocked in their hearts. It is really amazing. This is the strength of the 5 emperors. Every attack, the destructive power is too amazing. I have never seen it with my own eyes, and I can never imagine how strong these monsters are. Deserves to be the captain. Seeing Kaido flying out, Appu could not help but clenched his fist and his expression became excited. Although Hawkins beside him did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Noel. The longer the time, the more he can feel how powerful this man is. Not only the strength, but also the heart. After 2 confrontations, 2 huge pits appeared on the ground. After the mace was inserted in the sand and stabilized, Kaido looked at Noel solemnly. This kid, during this period of time, has actually become so much stronger. Before, Noel's strength was very strong, but it was definitely not as scary as it is now. For flowers. Actually, he shook himself so easily. Whoops, whoops. Noel's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in the same place in an instant. When everyone found out, Noel had appeared on top of Kaido's head, and the silver teeth in his hand had a bright light, and he cut down fiercely. Die to me. Kaido's eyes condensed and he let out an astonishing growl, and the mace slammed directly upwards. Advertisement. Too slow. Kaido. Noel chuckled softly, his movements suddenly stagnated, his left foot stepped in the air, and his figure kept flashing. The mace swung away and Kaido's body shook. In the next moment, beams of light continued to fall on the body, and blood spurted out. Looking at the blood that was continuously spraying out, and the figure that was constantly flashing in the air, everyone watching the battle stared wide-eyed. It was too fast. There were many people on the court, and they couldn't even see the shadows. Although there is observation hockey, I can sense Noel's movements, but Kaido can't react because the movements are too fast. Whoops, whoops. Noel's figure flashed again and appeared in another place, his feet fell on the ground, and the blade of the silver teeth was covered with blood. Guru. Guru. As for Kaido, countless knife marks appeared on his body, and blood kept spilling from the wound. Boy, are you tickling me? Kaido ignored the scars on his body, but looked at Noel with a sneer. The wound is healing. Bonnie's eyes shrunk, and she looked at Kaido in shock and horror. She could see emotionally that the wound on the monster's body was healing quickly. The strongest creature by sea, land and air, Kaido, immortal, is it for this reason? The cigar from Capone Bege's mouth fell to the ground, his eyes widened. No one else spoke. For Kaido, many people just heard about it. The strongest creatures, now, they knew what was going on, and while they were talking, all the wounds on Kaido's body were actually healed. If it weren't for the blood on their bodies, they would all think it was an illusion just now. Chapter 229 The Collision, the tsunami is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Regarding Kaido's pervert's resilience, everyone felt horrified. If this has always been the case, it won't be killed at all. The wound has healed so quickly, it's just hanging up. This amazing resilience, it is estimated that only the captain can compare with him. Looking at Kaido in the field, Jinbei couldn't help but smile. Compared to the captain, Kaido is a lot worse. Hearing Jinbei's words, Luo Zi gently shook his head. Kaido also stared at Noel closely, but he knew that this kid was just like him. It also has amazing resilience, even, it can be said to be more pervert than him. He is also very curious about this. He has such resilience because of physical reasons, and the ability to fruit is one of them. Roar. Roar. In the shocking gaze of everyone, 990, Kaido's body suddenly shook. The next moment, the terrifying dust swept out, and the dust buried him directly. What is this? Seeing the huge monster flying out of the dust, Aruja's body trembled and his eyes widened. Dragon. Bonnie's face was also constantly twitching, the chicken leg in her hand fell to the ground, and she looked at the giant dragon in the sky. Incredible. Sharp claws, long tail, that huge figure, hovering in midair. The rumor is actually true. Capone Bege swallowed and looked at Kaido, who was transformed into a dragon, with shocked expression. Dragons, in this sea, have always existed in legends, and most people have never seen dragons. Advertisement. Now, I finally saw it. This figure alone was a bit horrible. Those lantern-like eyes were staring at Noel closely at this time. What rumor? Kid's body is also tense, his fists clenched together. It is rumored that Kaido is Zone Udemon's dragon fruit ability. I didn't expect it to be true. Capone Bege looked at Kaido with a wry smile. He still listened to his wife's talk about this matter. His wife is the aunt's daughter. Regarding Kaido's abilities, it is estimated that no one Bigmom knows better. After all, the two were once partners. Udemon's Shenlong fruit. Hearing Bege's words, everyone was stunned. They were actually phantom beasts, and capable of dragon fruit. Heat breath. The ear-splitting roar of filial piety resounded throughout the island, transforming into a dragon. Kaido suddenly opened his mouth. The golden light condensed in the mouth, and the next moment, a huge flame beam directly blasted out. Quick. Looking at the beam of light that blasted out, and feeling the terrible power, Kid and others looked at each other, and then they all retreated quickly. If you get involved in this attack, it's really bad. Defensive barrier. Romeo's eyes condensed, and then he let out a cold drink. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Watching Romeo's movements, Kid and others were all taken aback. The heat wave, the sand and dust on the ground were directly blown away. Looking at the beam of light blasting over, and feeling the oncoming heat wave, Noel slowly lifted his silver teeth. This attack is indeed terrifying. With this attack, it can blast through the mountain. Advertisement. However, it is not enough to deal with yourself in this way. Hado's 88 flying dragons strike thieves and shake the sky and thunder cannons. The blue light condensed on the tip of the knife, and Noel's body slowly floated up. A bright blue light blasted out from the tip of the knife. Seeing Noel's movements and the blue light that blasted out, the captain couldn't help but raise his brow. Can you do it? Unohana Retsu's eyes also flashed, and then she smiled and looked at the captain on the side. Cannot. The captain was taken aback, looked at Unohana Retsu, and then shook his head slightly. Noel, he is a Kido genius. Unohana Retsu smiled and looked at Noel in the field. The flying dragon smashed the thieves and thunder cannon, both she and the captain could use. However, it can't do Noel's way, and he can use it by borrowing a weapon. In everyone's shocking eyes, the two bright beams collided directly. Hearing deaf, the ear-splitting sound came out, and everyone seemed to feel that their ears were deaf. The center of the collision of the two beams of light exploded directly, a deep pit, and it continued to expand. The sea water also started to boil, and the water column lifted up. Waves of waves rushed directly toward the island. The tsunami and the terrifying collision caused waves of waves to hit directly. Damn it! Run away! Tsunami is coming! Seeing the rising waves, many people screamed in horror. Especially for those with abilities like Kid, looking at the rushing waves, his complexion became difficult to look. They are capable people, but they are all land ducks. Advertisement. The most feared is the sea water. If you touch the sea water, you will become weak. If you are caught in it, the result will be shoot together. Watching the approaching tsunami, Hawkins narrowed his eyes before speaking in a cold voice. It's really messy, Captain. On the other side, Enel smiled and looked at the coming waves. Ice Age. Zero frozen. Two cold shouts suddenly came out, and Aokiji and Acids both shot at the same time. The slamming waves froze directly under everyone's shocking eyes. In an instant, the entire battlefield formed an ice world. Looking at the two Aokiji, Kid and others looked at each other, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. And Aokiji and Acids glanced at each other, both eyes flashed brightly. These two people, it is estimated that there will be a battle next. 2.1. Luo glanced at Acids in front of him, then at Aokiji in the distance, and then spoke softly. Hearing Luo's words, the others glanced at each other, and then nodded. Both of them have the ability to use ice. Whether it is stronger in the end, it is estimated that Aokiji and Acids also want to know. Noel's body was floating in the air, looking at the dragon in front of him with a calm expression. This ability again. Kaido held Noel tightly, and his claws couldn't help but tighten. The most tricky thing for him was Noel's weird ability. It's hard to defend against, and a random blow is very powerful. However, the most important thing is that state of bubbling blue steam. Chapter 230 Planetary Devastation, Break Free. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next battle was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the world did not fall apart. However, the terrifying roar made people feel the scalp numb. The divine dragon hovering in the sky, as well as the flickering figure from time to time, kept colliding together. Air waves, sand and dust madly swept out, and the ice below shattered in all directions. And because of the battle between Noel and Kaido, the others had long been hiding away, and the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! His fist fell on the dragon's head, Kaido's body trembled, and the horns on top of his head pushed directly up. Noel couldn't help but smile as he looked at the horns that came up. Rock and steel are in front of the horns, and they are probably no different from tofu. Haki covered his left foot, and Noel stomped it down. An invisible shock wave blasted out and directly collided with the horns. The ear-splitting crackling sound resounded through the air again. Shoo! Swoop! 23. The sound of breaking through the air, the long tail suddenly flung from behind. Boy! Lousy must kill you this time. Noel narrowed his eyes when he heard Kaido's roar and the tail that was flung over. Suddenly stretched out his left hand, spread his 5 fingers, and then pulled it fiercely. The entire sky was swayed, and Kaido's huge body slammed directly into the ice in the shock of everyone's eyes. Damn, it's this ability again. The body landed frantically. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Kaido couldn't help but yell. This gravity and the repulsive force are too terrifying, it is impossible to avoid it. Advertisement. He could only resist. If it wasn't for his physique, he would have been crushed by gravity a long time ago. His body fell to the ground, and his claws slammed on the ice. Kaido raised his head and looked at the tiny figure above with red eyes. Although the figure is small, it looks like a giant in his eyes. Noel's ability and strength made him feel powerless. It's worthy of being an undead creature. It's someone else who has withstood so many attacks from the captain. It's estimated to have been killed long ago. It's just like Kaido is okay. Oka looked at Kaido rising to the sky again, and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. The others nodded. Although Noel is strong, Kaido is a real monster. No matter its appearance, or anything else, nothing resembles a human being. However, it seems that the captain is going to be serious. Enel's eyes narrowed, and Noel was in the air tightly. Because he found that Nor suddenly pulled off the clothes behind him and stretched out his hands. At this moment, everyone looked at Noel without turning away. Rise. Seeing Kaido rushing over, Noel couldn't help but smile, and then let out a loud shout. As soon as the sound fell, the ice surface suddenly shook, shaking wildly. Taste. Click. Under everyone's gaze, the ice surface suddenly cracked, and countless cracks spread. The ice shattered, countless ice shatters suddenly floated up, and the next moment, suddenly flew into the air. Not only the broken ice, but also the mud below all flew into the air. Rewind, the captain won't even want to kill us too. Advertisement. Enel's body paused, looking at the cracked traces under his feet, his figure flickered. The others glanced at each other, and then left quickly. As soon as they left, the rocks and mud under their feet rose to the sky. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky in shock, their eyes widened. Countless mud, broken ice, and rocks covered the entire sky. The entire sky was blocked. The speed is very fast, a lot of rocks and ice are directly hitting Kaido's body. In the horrified and shocking eyes of everyone, the rocks and mud directly wrapped Kaido's huge body. Struggling, Kaido kept struggling, and his claws kept hitting the surrounding rocks. However, the rock was shattered, but it was still floating in the air, and the mud continued to drown towards him. Asshole. Looking at the mud that was constantly being flooded, Kaido let out a roar, and couldn't get rid of it at all. 10 minutes later. The sky was calm, but everyone watching the battle below was completely dumbfounded. A huge sphere of soil appeared in the sky. Like the sun, like a small planet. As for Kaido, he had already lost his figure because he was completely covered by the ball. What kind of ability is this? It's terrifying. Capone Beige swallowed, then spoke with a face. The others fell silent, looking at the huge ball in shock. Kaido who are so powerful are all trapped, and if they are replaced by them, they will not be able to escape. Advertisement. Looking at the tiny figure in the sky, everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble. This is the strongest strength in the world. Kid clenched his fists and looked excited, looking at Noel's figure excitedly. This man, the ability displayed, can fully peak everything. Strength is respected, pirates are all 990 who worship the strong. And Noel smiled and looked at the ball in front of him. This move, he imitated the Gai Pen, planetary devastation. This is the easiest thing for him, using weightlessness and gravity. Boom, boom. At this moment, the surface of the huge sphere suddenly exploded, the sharp claws suddenly blasted out. The next moment, the dragon head also directly drilled out. Shaking the dirt on his head, Kaido looked at Noel angrily, his body constantly struggling. Boy, don't underestimate me. Lousy is Kaido. The roar of anger resounded across the sky, the dragon's head was constantly shaking, and the cracks on the surface of the sphere became more and more. That's just an appetizer, the dinner is still to come. Noel couldn't help but smile as he watched Kaido, who was constantly roaring. He was not surprised that this beast was able to break free. Such an attack could not trap Kaido. Hado number 91 Senju Jiao Tien Tai Pao. Laughter came out slowly, and several purple-red rays appeared in front of Noel. Looking at the purple-red light, Kaido's expression became stiff. This attack, which Noel had used before, was powerful. 3%. Chapter 231 Violent Sling. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Several purple-red rays of light flashed out like lightning, and everyone could only see a red light. Immediately, I heard the explosion resounding, accompanied by Kaido's roar. It's really miserable, it's just a target. Seeing the splashing rubble and Kaido being bombarded constantly, Enel couldn't help but smile. Anyway, if this beast was hung and beaten, he was very comfortable. Because, during the period of detention, he went to Kaido when he was bored. However, Kaido's defense is so amazing, no matter how he attacks, he still speaks badly. Moreover, he couldn't really kill him, Enel felt aggrieved every time. The huge sphere split completely, and the rock fell to the surface of the sea. Because of the reasons just now, the entire island was destroyed in half, and there was already a sea of Wongyang below. The rocks fell on the sea, splashing waves. Kaido was suspended in the air, and blood was everywhere on the dragon's head. The blood kept dripping from the face, his complexion was abnormally hideous, and it looked a little scary. The fuchsia light beam just now is very powerful. Kaido, on the other hand, withstood the series of attacks head-on, and it's not bad if he didn't die. This monster. Seeing Kaido panting with blood on his face, Noel also shook his head gently. Such an attack has a great effect on this guy. However, with the healing power of Pervert, it is really nothing to Kaido. It's not dead like this. Advertisement. Kid and others who watched the game looked at Kaido's appearance, and Kakuzu's mouth was twitched. They couldn't imagine how to kill this beast. It is estimated that even if Kaido stood in front of them, even if they attacked, he would not be able to kill this monster. In fact, among the 5 emperors, Kaido is the most tenacious in vitality, and there is also Bigmom. Little devil, just rely on such an attack, but it can't deal with me. Kaido slowly raised his head and looked at Noel with a sneer. I know. So, Kaido, I will show you how powerful it is. Hearing Kaido's words, Noel chuckled softly, then shrugged. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido's lantern big eyes condensed. By the way, I forgot to tell you, 5 elders has a guy who died in this hand. Noel took a deep breath, his eyes darkened. 5 elders. Kaido's body trembled, shocked, and looked at Noel incredulously. 5 elders, this kid killed one of the 5 elders. He is also a veteran big pirate, of course he knows what kind of strength 5 elders has. 8 gate open. With a loud shout, the entire space was swayed, and the surrounding airflow became chaotic. The wind swept across, and Noel's skin turned red, and green veins emerged from all over his body. With a clenched fist, Noel couldn't help but smile as he felt the terrifying power hidden in his body. This power is really intoxicating. Seeing Noel's appearance, Kaido suddenly had a bad feeling. It's not the same. This kid is different from his previous state. Before, he was surrounded by green steam. Advertisement. If he remembers correctly, he called 7th gate. Now, it's 8th gate. Coming. Enel and others below, looking at Noel in the air, their expressions became serious. This is the captain's most powerful method. Before, he opened the 8th gate and completely beat 5 elders. However, the side effects are not small. Noel's terrifying resilience can only move after lying down for a few days. Touch, touch. A single foot stepped in the air, and the sonic boom resounded throughout the air. A strong wind rushed towards his face. Kaido hadn't reacted yet, his body trembled and his eyes widened. Puff, puff. Noel appeared under Kaido's abdomen in an instant, and his fist banged directly on his abdomen. Pincha. Click. The sound of broken bones, blood spurting from the mouth, severe pain. 1 foot. Looking at Kaido's trembling body, Noel couldn't help but smile and lifted his left foot. The transparent shock wave directly hit the abdomen again. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Kaido's huge body blasted directly upwards. The miserable cry echoed. After Noel stabilized his body, he looked at Kaido above, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Although the fourth child is very strong, his physique is incomparable with Kaido. Having withstood his own punch and kick, Kaido still has the ability to move. Next, throughout the island, only the collision and Kaido's miserable cry were heard. Everyone's eyes widened, and they kept swallowing. In a violent beating, Kaido is like a ball, constantly being kicked by Noel. Advertisement. Every attack caused a shock in the space. It is estimated that one punch can smash us. Seeing the weight of Kaido, Capone Beige couldn't bear to look straight, because it was really miserable. The former 5 emperors of Tangtang, but now they have been violently picked up, they have no ability to fight back at all. Kid didn't speak, because it was not the first time he saw him in this scene. Before, Noel had seen him when he opened 8 Gate for the first time and played against 5 elders. Boom, boom. After punching again, Kaido's huge body trembled, and then blasted directly in the direction of Kid and others. Depend on. Seeing Kaido's smashed body, Kid and others were taken aback, and then they yelled. The ground shook, smoke swept out, Kid and others were shaken out, nanos, one after another. Puff, puff. Climbing up from the ground embarrassedly, Arouge wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and looked at the smoke in amazement. My old lady, I almost got smashed to death. Bonnie collapsed on the ground, looking pale at the smoke. Just now, if he didn't hide quickly, he was really killed by Kaido. This is simply implicating innocent people. If you are really crushed to death, it is probably a pirate who has been offended and aggrieved. In any case, they are supernovae. Next time the captain fights, you can't get so close, it will really kill you. Apu wiped the cold sweat that came out, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Noel is suspended in the air, looking at the smoke faintly, it is really resistant. Now, he is thinking about a question, if it's Yi Gai. Chapter 232 Cry and Laugh, Surrender. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The smoke slowly dissipated. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone took a deep breath. A bottomless pit appeared in the eyes of everyone. Kaido was in the deep pit. At this time, he was completely bloody and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. It's really tenacious. The strongest creatures by sea, land and air, it is worthy of the name. In midair, Noel couldn't help but smile as he looked at the big hole under his feet. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido's body trembled in the shock of everyone's eyes, and then suddenly raised his head. His eyes were covered with red silk, and his eyes were extremely scary. Kaido stared at Noel closely, he really felt the breath of death just now. Every punch, every kick is horrible. The skin was broken and the wounds healed continuously, but they couldn't keep up with the wounds. If Noel had just punched him a few times, it is estimated that he would really be killed. Sure enough, didn't you die? Looking at Kaido, who raised his head, Kid and others were taken aback, and then they all reacted. Let Kaido know, 8 Inner Gates has one final big move. Moreover, if Noel was going to experiment with him just now, he would probably vomit blood. Going over 8 gates, one night at the end. Guy. The fighting power is more than 500 times the normal. The whole body is surrounded by red flames, and the speed can distort time and space. Once, King Guy relied on this and almost kicked out of the finale. Noel didn't dare to despise the opening, after all, that is the power that can only be obtained by burning life. The 8 Gate is so scary, let alone Yi Gai. Seeing Kaido's misfortune, Brother Ming couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Advertisement. He had seen Noel hang the 4th child, so he was not surprised by this scene. Need to continue. Noel's figure flashed, his right hand was on, a wine bottle appeared in his hand, and then he threw it out. Bang, bang. Taking the bottle thrown by Noel, Kaido raised his head and raised his hand. Gulu gulu, gulu gulu. After pouring the drink desperately into his mouth and spraying a spit of black blood, Kaido slowly raised his head, looked at Noel, and let out a cold snort. Immediately, under everyone's attention, he fell straight down. This guy, absolutely deliberate. Seeing Kaido's appearance, the corners of Noel's mouth curled up. To save face, is it so difficult to say a word of service? However, he can understand. After all, he is an emperor anyway, and he has his own arrogance. Take a day off, and the battle for the captain will begin tomorrow. Noel took a deep breath and looked at the people in the distance. After speaking, his figure swept away directly. Ju Tuo, looking at Noel who just left, everyone's eyes widened. It's already dusk, and it's normal to start the battle for the captain tomorrow. But what about this guy Kaido? Jill. The captain was not there. The two deputy captains also left. Luo and others' eyes fell on Jill. Jill is the person who knows Noel best. It can also be said that he plays the role of a steward. He is in charge of most of the Noel pirates' affairs. After all, Noel, the captain, is just a handshaker. Advertisement. Unohana Retsu is not interested in managing these, let alone the captain. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jill shrugged and his eyes fell on Kaido. Leave first. After speaking, Jill's figure flashed and quickly swept in Noel's direction. Looking at Jill's back, the others looked at each other, feeling helpless. Captain, what are you thinking about? Enel patted his bald head, shook Kaido, and then turned into a flash of light and swept away in the distance. Let's go. Jinbei took a deep look at Kaido, then nodded to Luo and others. In half an hour, the broken island became quiet. Everyone left one after another. After all, tomorrow is the battle for the captain. Kaido in Dakeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the distant ship indifferently. Pull, pull, pulling his feet out of the mud, and pressing his left hand on the ground, Kaido glanced at the blood on his body, frowning involuntarily. For flowers. Aren't you afraid to run away by yourself? For a moment, Kaido breathed out a breath of alcohol, looking at the direction Noel was leaving with a complex expression. Just now, he didn't really fainted. It's just that you can't let go of your figure, how to say, they are all former emperors. Now, I want to surrender to the feet of a kid. Especially the guy Morgans, he just noticed that he has been using a camera phone worm to face him. Whoops, whoops. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing in the direction of Kaido. Advertisement. Looking at the black shadow flying in the distance, and the dazzling firelight. Kaido's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and he sat directly on the ground. Point 0. Master Kaido. Baked wings flickered, and his eyes looked at Kaido in the big pit with complicated eyes. Queen, Jack and the others. Kaido flicked the bottle beside him, looking at Jin indifferently. Beasts pirates, all but me are dead. Yan's body trembled, then he spoke in a deep voice, staring at Kaido tightly. Master Kaido, no matter what you choose, I will follow you. Ha ha ha. As soon as the smoke fell, Kaido let out a burst of laughter, raindrops and tears kept falling. Crying and laughing, the body kept trembling. There is only one person Laozi admires most in his life, and that is the captain. Kaido suddenly raised his head. Although tears were still streaming down, his eyes flashed brightly. Yan's eyes condensed. He knew who Kaido was talking about, the captain, which legendary pirate, Rocks. Unexpectedly, there was another one. That kid Noel, maybe he can really do something that the captain can't do. Kaido stood up slowly, his face healed, his fists clenched together. Jin didn't speak, he understood Kaido's meaning and also understood Kaido's choice. Surrender. The beast finally surrendered, but this may be the best result. 33%. Chapter 233 Red Earl, Bullet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The next day, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the newspaper in their hands. They are all ready. After all, Noel has made such a big deal this time. However, the facts are more terrifying than they thought. If it weren't for the photos, they couldn't believe it. IWC. Bigmom held the newspaper in his hand tightly, his body trembling constantly. Mom, shouldn't it be true? Cracker looked at Bigmom solemnly, and he still couldn't believe it. Not only him, but everyone else is the same. Kaido joined the Noel Pirates. That's right, the front page of the newspaper is this, followed by the news of the battle between Hawkeye and Unohana Retsu, the world's largest swordsman changing hands. Kaido. Big Mom's eyes condensed, 990, and then let out a cold snort. She never expected that the bull would join the Noel pirate group. If this is the case, then, it seems that there is no need to talk about it. She had no choice. The strength of the Noel pirate group made her feel fear. Morgans dared to publish it, so it felt true. New World, Naval Headquarters. The atmosphere in the meeting room was very dull, and no one spoke. Because they all feel that today is April Fool's Day and the whole world is joking. Fake it, Kaido Guy joins the Noel Pirates. Kizaru broke the silence. Although he said so, his face was very solemn. Advertisement. Garp. Sengoku frowned on the sofa, looked at the newspaper in front of him, and then spoke in a deep voice. Garp nodded. His face was also very serious at this time. He thought of an old person. The power, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Akainu clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart continued to surge. He knew that what was published in the newspaper was not deceiving. The guy Kaido really joined the Noel Pirates, plus the captain, Unohana Retsu. Thinking of the strength of these people, everyone felt bored. Getting stronger. Akainu is right. The Noel pirate group is getting stronger every day, and strong people are constantly joining. 4 emperors, this is the evaluation of Morgans. No one can refute it, because Noel has this strength now, which is terrifying. Right now, Blackbeard should be the ones who worry the most. Huo Xiao Shan took a deep breath, then looked at everyone with a wry smile. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was taken aback, glanced at each other, and then nodded. Yes, the addition of the other 5 emperors, Kaido, has too much influence. The balance was completely broken. It is estimated that the other 5 emperors were the first to be anxious. Even so, we will meet Noel and the others one day. Smoka let out a puff of white smoke and looked at the crowd with a serious expression. He felt weak, and Marine's current lineup is arguably the strongest. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Fujitora, Kizaru, Green Bull, Momoshiki and others. These are top combat power, including air. Advertisement. Sora has stayed at Naval Headquarters since that battle. It can be said that going back and forth, in the end, I will return to my family's home. Are there any movements from the other 5 emperors? Akainu took a deep breath, then asked in a deep voice. No, but Teach is getting in touch with Bigmom more and more frequently. The major standing behind him was taken aback, and then spoke anxiously. Da da, da da. At this moment, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone raised their heads together, stunned when they saw the person who walked in. The news from the world government just now. Kong Shen let out a sigh of relief, looking at everyone solemnly. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room was taken aback, looking at him in surprise. The 4 of Teach, Bigmom, Bullet, and Earl Red have formed an alliance. Sora glanced at the crowd, and when he talked about Bullet, his voice paused. Bullet. Red Earl. Hearing this name, Garp and Sengoku both have the same body. The two looked at each other, and the burly figure appeared in their minds. This name, for others, may be very unfamiliar, and I haven't even stopped listening. There is also the figure of a hesitant gentleman, but very evil. The 2 monsters finally appeared after leaving Impel Down. One is a member of the original Roger Pirates. A man called the Heir of Ghosts. The other one is called Long Gao Ji Hong, and Red Earl. It is extremely powerful and can keep pace with Roger and Whitebeard by just one person. Advertisement. Both of these are complete monsters, both of which are terrifying in strength. Now, they have joined forces, and they are still with Teach and Bigmom. What the hell is going on? What happened in just a few days? Why, there have been so many changes. Everyone at Marine was completely stunned. This news was stronger than the other news. Unexpectedly, Red Earl would actually join hands with others. Garp stood up slowly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the beginning, he was defeated in the hands of Earl Hong, and was eventually imprisoned by him into Impel Down. He and Earl Red are old opponents, and they have not played once or twice. They know his strength and personality very well. He was an arrogant man, very similar to Hawkeye. He had always been alone, and now he would join hands with others. For this, Garp really didn't think of it. And the guy from Bullet, too, thinking of these four monsters teaming up, Garp felt 2.1 pain in his head. It seems that because of Noel, these monsters have all emerged one after another, and they have all joined forces in a tacit understanding. Sengoku took a deep breath, then spoke softly. Hearing Sengoku's words, everyone else was taken aback, but they also reacted. One-on-one, no one is the opponent of the Noel Pirates. Now, if you want to fight the Noel Pirates, you can only hold the group. What kind of era is this? Smoka let out a puff of white smoke and looked at the people bitterly. These monsters, everyone's name, even just heard of them, are now appearing one after another, and they are also joining hands. This is clearly agreed long ago. Chapter 234 Gentleman, Reckless Man, Gambler. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World, the Paradise of Pirates, is also the base camp of the Five Emperors Blackbeard Pirates. Here, there are no ordinary civilians, and all those who can be on the island are extremely vicious pirates. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu's face was very gloomy, and he was stunned, with the evil, pale man in front of him. If you are careful, you can find that the straps wrapped around his shoulders are overflowing with blood. And Katarina, Daipeng and others also looked at the burly man with a jealousy. Just now, they saw how this guy slapped Shiryu. The displayed strength is nothing short of a monster. Especially that ability is even more amazing, it is simply crushing Shiryu. Among the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu's strength is also top. The Red Earl, the evil charm, the pale-faced man, is the lonely Red, Barloric Ladefield. I thought that you old fellow was dead, but I didn't expect to be alive. 23. On the side, a burly big man turned away the Earl, and then spoke coldly. You are not dead. As a gentleman, how could I die? Earl Red gently shook the glass in his hand and let out a chuckle. The movements are extremely natural and temperament, just like what he said, like a gentleman. Humph. The burly man let out a cold snort. If it were someone else, he would have taken it with a punch. However, for the Red Earl, he was still afraid after all. After all, the two have known each other for a long time and have fought each other before. Advertisement. He is very clear about the strength of this guy. Especially now, the strength of this old guy is stronger than ever. He didn't expect that the fellow Red Earl actually found the fruit he wanted. Zone Bat Fruit Monster Species Vampire Form. You can absorb the lifespan of others by absorbing the blood of others, so that you can return to the way you were when you were young. Red Earl was different from the others. At the beginning, he was not interested in One Piece. The real dream is to achieve eternal life. And Teach smiled and looked at the two people in front of him, both of whom were legendary figures. Red Earl, there is another Bullet, and that burly man is Bullet. This world is really amazing. In addition to Roger, now, another such funny kid has appeared. Even Roger couldn't do this. Red Earl shook Shiryu, then smiled. When it comes to Roger, everyone can see that a strange light flashes in his eyes. Just a kid. Bullet narrowed his eyes and then let out a cold snort. Boy, don't underestimate a man who can make Marine and the world a terrifying person. Could it be a kid? Teach was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, his eyes flashed with deep fear. I was also swearing in my heart, Bullet, this guy is simply a reckless man, a burial husband who is full of muscles. It seems that he has been imprisoned in Impel Down for too long. Advertisement. I really thought I was number one in the world, even Noel dared to despise it. Bullet, you are still as arrogant as before. Even 5 elders has been slaughtered, and he would actually think he is a kid. Ha ha. Red Earl's movements were also stagnant, and he looked at Bullet with disdain. As soon as the voice fell, Bullet's body couldn't help but froze, and then his face became difficult to look. Although, I want to refute these 3 people. However, thinking of Noel's record, what I wanted to say was stuck in my throat and couldn't say it. To fight Noel, the 4 of us must join forces. Otherwise, Teach took a deep breath and scanned the 2 people in front of him. Noel's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of the Noel pirate group is getting more and more terrifying. There is simply no way to rely on personal strength alone. Therefore, he found these two people. Using each other, the three of them knew about this, but they didn't care. Now, Noel is the thorn in the eyes of the world government. Sooner or later, he and the world government will go into full-scale war. We don't need to worry. Red Earl put down the wine glass in his hand, patted his clothes, and then slowly stood up. Yes, in a few days, the World Summit will begin. Looking at Earl Red, Teach's eyes flickered. Compared to Bullet, he is more afraid of Earl Red. The strength of this old guy is terrible, and the most important thing is that he is too smart. Advertisement. With strong strength and good brains, such talents are the most terrifying. Hooligans are not terrible, just because they are educated. He didn't expect that Kaido would actually surrender to Noel. The current situation is no longer what he can control. The enemy's strength becomes stronger and stronger, and Teach becomes more and more anxious. Bullet also stood up slowly, glanced at Teach, and then turned to leave. He didn't dare to despise Teach, the guy in front of him. Even Whitebeard couldn't help him, it was enough to make him jealous. Looking at the back of the 993 Teach's eyes flashed with a cold light. Captain, these two old guys have more than simple goals. Lafitte smiled and looked at the backs of the two, seeking skin with the tiger, and teaming up with the two old monsters, maybe they will be swallowed raw. They are just using relationships with each other. Teach laughed, and didn't care. Who swallowed and who didn't know. Now that the four of them are in an alliance, he is a little curious, Whitebeard, and what the redhead would do. If Whitebeard is still alone, then, he doesn't mind, taking down the ability of Shock Fruit. And the redhead. Thinking of red hair, Teach's face also became dignified. Apart from Noel, he was most worried about red hair. That old fox, now, he doesn't know what the red-haired guy wants to do, and what purpose it has. Among the 5 emperors, Noel and the redhead, he could not see clearly. Noel, world government, the storm is about to come. Looking at the newspaper on the floor, Teach picked up the wine bottle in front of him, then looked up to the sky and laughed. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits, this time he will do fishing. Chapter 235 Change, Redhead, Whitebeard teamed up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aboard the Moby Dick, at this time, there is no joy in the past, and everyone's faces are very ugly. Father, that guy Teach has joined forces with Bigmom and Earl Red. Ace's face was full of sorrow, he hesitated, and finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as the voice fell, Marco and others all looked at Whitebeard. They and Teach are already living and dying. Either you die or I live. Now, Teach joins forces with the 3. If you want to do something against them, the Whitebeard pirates can't stop it at all. Whitebeard did not speak, but his expression became serious. Teach's strength was not weak in the first place, but now he is teaming up with those 3 people. The situation has changed suddenly. The world has changed so fast that he can't react a little. Father, we can join forces with Noel. Vista looked at Ace, then said in a deep voice. Based on the relationship between Noel and Ace, if the latter is allowed to propose, I believe that Noel will not refuse. Marco shook his head slightly. With Noel's current strength, he didn't need to join hands with others at all. The 4 of Teach teamed up, all for the purpose of not being dismantled by Noel. Whitebeard did not speak, but he refused in his heart. Daddy, red hair is coming. At this moment, a crew member suddenly came over anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was stunned, and Whitebeard's eyes flashed brightly. It seems that the red hair can't sit still. Advertisement. Marco took a deep breath, then smiled. The others glanced at each other, then nodded. The others have joined forces, and now they are left, as well as red hair pirates. If you don't join forces, Teach and others will definitely go to war. At this time, if you don't join hands, you will be eliminated. Da-da, da-da. With gentle, steady footsteps, a terrifying Haki swept out. On the deck, many people were staring, and the next moment, they fell directly to the ground. Looking at the companions who fell on the deck, Marco and others looked at each other, and Kakuzu's mouth was twitched. Sure enough, This guy with red hair is still like this. Ha ha ha. Don't see it, Whitebeard. After all, hockey can't hold it, and this is your place. Redhead nodded to Marco and the others, and then sat directly in front of Whitebeard. This time, the redhead did not get on the boat alone, but also followed a Ben Beckman. Whitebeard took a deep look at Ben Beckman, and his eyes fell on the red-haired body. Let's go, kid, what's the matter this time? Hearing Whitebeard's words, the red hair couldn't help but smile, and then his face became serious. Whitebeard, this era has changed. Because of the emergence of Noel, the entire world has undergone tremendous changes. Even Kaido surrendered, and Bigmom was forced to ally with other people, and if it didn't change, it would die. The dull voice reverberated in the deck, and everyone else was very emotional when they heard the words of Red Hair. Yes, this era has indeed changed. Advertisement. But Ace's expression is the most complicated. His brother is now the strongest person in the sea. The power is also the largest, and it only took a few years. He most admires Whitebeard, and the person he admires most is undoubtedly Noel. No matter whether it is means or strength, Noel is the strongest he has ever seen, not one of them. Joining hands, this is my purpose this time. Otherwise, soon, neither you nor me will be eliminated. The red hair took a deep breath, his eyes tightly looking at Whitebeard. The four of Teach teamed up, which he didn't expect. This time, he felt a deep crisis. If he didn't join hands with other people, he might not even have a place to bury him. And now, in the entire ocean, only Whitebeard can join hands with him. Above the underworld beast, the battle for the captain has ended for 2 days. This time the battle has changed a lot. Team Captain Kaido. Captain of the 2nd Division Enel. Captain of the 3rd Division Aokiji. Captain of the 4th Division, Jill. Captain of the 5th Division, Genos. 6th Division Captain Acides. 7th Division Captain Jin. Captain of the 8th Division Ming Jie. Captain of the 9th Division Luo. 10th Division Captain Jinbei. Advertisement. G.I. Tyson, Raikage, and Van Oka were replaced by others, and 3rd Raikage took the initiative to withdraw. Now, he is the captain of the large fleet, commanding the large fleet under the Noel Pirates. All 3 of Van Oka's faces were very ugly. Although they were prepared, the real result was that they were still a little unwilling. This guy Enel also fought Kaido, but he was hanged by the ladder. Kaido's strength is beyond doubt. Jin, as the leader of the 3 plagues, is also very terrifying. Acides and Aokiji also had a final battle, and the result was shocking and both lost. However, in the end, Acides took the initiative to give in, because she knew that Aokiji Bing did not exert all his strength. If it were to fight, Aokiji and Enel would both have a good fight. In fact, the strength of meeting several captains is not much different. Winning or losing is normal. Sometimes, luck determines a lot of things. Nono is good, and Jill loses in the hands of Enel, which no one can think of. However, everyone knows that Jill was concealed and didn't use all his strength in the battle that day. No one knows what Jill is thinking. Looking at everyone around him, Noel couldn't help but smile. This time the captain battle has changed a lot. Unexpectedly, those 2 old monsters dare to come out. Kaido leaned against the wall, with hip flasks piled up in front of him, and looked at the newspaper in front of him with a sneer. In the newspaper, it was the Red Earl. This time, Teach was very high profile. The 4 people teamed up to make everyone know the shop. Now there are redheads left, Whitebeard. If it's right, the 2 should join forces. Luo glanced at Kaido, then said in a deep voice. Chapter 236 World Government Meeting, Decision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard, the red-haired 2-5 emperors announced that they have joined forces, and the entire new world has shown a 3-legged attitude. Sure enough, Redhair and Whitebeard also announced that they have joined forces. On Zou Island, Inu Lan looked at the newspaper in his hand, and then spoke in a deep voice. Aside, Cat Viper nodded. He was not surprised by the result. Taking advantage of the trend, Whitebeard and the redhead teamed up and were forced to helplessly. Shanks. Luffy took a deep breath, staring tightly at the red hair in the newspaper. In the future, what will it become? Usopp looked at the 2 with a wry smile. 3 legs stand together, the emperors join hands. There is simply no way out for other pirates, ordinary pirates, who can be the opponent of these monsters. In an instant, he felt that it was meaningless to go to sea. Now, Kaido has joined the Noel pirates. It is even more difficult to retake Wano Kuni. Kinemon looked at Momonosuke next to him, and his face was full of bitterness. No matter how difficult it is, I will do it. As soon as the voice fell, Momonosuke's body was full, and his fists 993 clenched together. Hearing Momonosuke's words, Sanji and others looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. Even if Kaido does not join the Noel pirates, he feels that he has no chance. Relying on Momosuke, even with the help of the Fur Clan, fighting Noel would be fantastic. When I see Noel, I will help you. Advertisement. Luffy looked at Momonosuke with a smile, his eyes very firm. He believed that he could persuade Noel not to help Kurozumi Orochi and return Wano Kuni to Momonosuke. Luffy, I don't need to trouble you with this. Momonosuke glanced at Luffy deeply, then said in a deep voice. He didn't want to cause a rift in the relationship between Luffy and Noel because of his own business. The World Government meeting, unexpectedly, even this was advanced. Robin looked at the report in the newspaper in amazement. She knows the World Government meeting, it should be held in more than a year, and now it is held ahead of schedule. It's also because of Noel. If it's not wrong, CDCB, the World Government is ready to go to full-scale war with Noel. The Cat Viper glanced at Robin, then let out a puff of smoke. Noel again, now everything has to do with him. Frankie looked at everyone with a wry smile. The others were taken aback, and then nodded. There is nothing wrong with what I said. Now, the major events in the sea have something to do with Noel. The Five Emperors Alliance, including the current World Government meeting, is held ahead of schedule. Regarding the matter of Luffy and others, Noel is naturally unclear. Captain, the king just said that the World Government meeting invited the Fishmen Island to participate. He wants to ask your opinion. Jinbei looked at Noel excitedly and worried. If it were changed, the World Government meeting, the Fishmen Island would never have been invited. Now, being invited to participate in a World Government meeting shows that the Murlocs are being treated squarely. Advertisement. Neptune didn't want to give up such an opportunity, but his heart was full of worries. After all, the relationship between Noel and the World Government is now completely hostile. So, Neptune would like to ask whether Noel, the Fishmen Island should participate in this meeting. I haven't seen my father for a long time. Shirahoshi on the side, hearing Jinbei mention Neptune, his eyes were filled with thoughts. Seeing Shirahoshi's expression, Noel frowned. Fingers tapped the handrail lightly, and Noel's brows were clenched together. Jinbei didn't speak either, waiting quietly. Captain, if you are worried about Shirahoshi, or else, let me protect her this time. At this moment, Enel smiled suddenly. You. Looking at the excited Enel, the corners of Noel's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let this guy out. Even if nothing happens, it is estimated that something big will happen. Captain, just make a big fuss. Kaido, who was swigging on the side, also raised his head suddenly, and his eyes flashed brightly. Xiao duo, this is a good note. Brother Ming looked at the two of them, and also laughed, fearing that the world would not mess around. He is professional when making trouble. Genos, Jinbei, you two will accompany Shirahoshi this time. Looking at the three of them, Noel blinked, then said in a deep voice. For Shirahoshi's safety, is he very worried? He still has a special item in his hand, which is enough to protect Shirahoshi's safety. Advertisement. Captain, what about me? Enel's body paused, and then his face became anxious. Brother Ming, follow along. Ignoring Enel, Noel skimmed his brother Ming, and then spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, Brother Ming's eyes condensed and he looked at Noel in surprise. He just joined in the fun just now, just talk about it casually. Now, I didn't expect that Noel actually let him out. Captain. Jill on the side looked at Shirahoshi, then at Noel suspiciously. In the entire Noel Pirates group, apart from Noel, he is the only one who knows Shirahoshi's true identity. Because Noel once told him. Now, he is also very curious why Noel would let Shirahoshi out. Five elders knew that Shirahoshi might do something if he went out. How could he be the opponent of the world government by relying on the three of Ming brothers? Noel shook his head lightly, his mouth curled up, he had his own plan. Seeing Noel's expression, Jill raised his brow and nodded gently. Since the captain is so confident, there must be no problem. It is impossible for him to make fun of Shirahoshi's life. Captain, then I can get out even this stray bird. Enel looked at Noel anxiously, and pointed at Brother Ming on the side. Hearing the name miscellaneous bird, Ming Jie couldn't help but turn black. If he couldn't beat Enel, he would have punched it. Bebo, we can go out to play again. Shirahoshi smiled and looked at Bebo, who was shivering. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Bebo's body couldn't help but tremble, and he knew that he could not escape, and the world government meeting was too dangerous. Chapter 237 Angry, the Revolutionary Army sneaked in. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The meetings of the world government attracted the attention of the whole world, and people continued to arrive one after another. This meeting can be described as attracting worldwide attention, but Marine's action is the biggest. After all, it is the kings of all countries who come to the meeting. In terms of safety, as well as escort, Marine has always been responsible for this. The hometown of Garp, Windmill Village, belongs to the Kingdom of Goa. At this time, on the way to the holy land of Mariagioa, the king of the Goa kingdom looked at the celestial dragons walking by, his eyes filled with envy. Although he is a king, his identity is still far behind celestial dragons. That was the real-world nobleman, and when he thought of this, Staley's footsteps suddenly stopped. Garp, you have to do me a favor. What? Garp flicked the booger in his hand, and looked at the thief-eyed Staley beside him faintly. Help me become celestial dragons. This is good for Goya Kingdom and Windmill Village. How about it? Staley looked around cautiously, and after making sure that no one was paying attention, he spoke in a low voice. When I was speaking, my mind was madly filling my brain. After I became celestial dragons, that beautiful picture. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but let out a weird laugh. Do you want to be rubbish? Garp's body took a halt, and then he spoke unscrupulously. What? Rubbish. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Staley's eyes widened, and he collapsed directly to the ground, looking at Garp in horror. How? Isn't celestial dragons just rubbish? Garp shrugged and looked at Staley suspiciously. In his eyes, celestial dragons was really useless rubbish. However, as a marine, if I hurried to say this, it is probably Garp. Only he was so bold and made no secret of it. The ghost spider behind him shook his head with a wry smile when he heard Garp's words. It was indeed Garp, Vice Admiral. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say so. Guru. Guru. Staley swallowed, and then quickly moved away from Garp. He was a lunatic, this old man. Garp, Vice Admiral. The ghost spider's eyes suddenly condensed, and he tightly choked at the people who came in front of him. Garp's eyes flashed, his face became serious, and his eyes stared at the people walking by. The Fishmen Island. The visitor was Neptune, followed by Shirahoshi. The people from the Fishmen Island actually came to participate. What exactly is Noel going to do? The ghost spider looked at Neptune in amazement. He knew that the Murloc was invited to the meeting. Moreover, he was also involved in the previous Golden City battle, and he also heard the conversation between Noel and 5 elders. The Fishmen Island has something to do with Poseidon. Now, Neptune actually came to the meeting. What is Noel thinking? Murloc. It turned out to be these inferior races. Staley looked at Neptune and others, his face was full of disgust. In his eyes, Murlocs were inferior races. Advertisement. If you don't want to die, just shut up. Garp frowned and stared at Staley coldly. This guy is really looking for death. If it weren't for the king of Goya Kingdom, he wouldn't bother to care about this guy. Garp, Vice Admiral. Long time no see. Neptune paused and looked at Garp with a smile. This meeting is not peaceful, you have to be careful. Garp nodded, glanced at Shirahoshi who was looking around, and then spoke in a deep voice. He reminded Neptune that it was purely because of Noel and did not want to make a big incident. However, the people from the Fishmen Island attended the meeting, and he now has a bad feeling. I know, but this time is the opportunity of the Fishmen Island, I don't want to let it go. Neptune's body trembled, and after a deep breath, his eyes became firm. Garp nodded. He also knew the current situation of the Fishmen Island. If he were the king, he would not miss this opportunity. Da da, da da. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Neptune and others turned their heads. Hello, for the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi. A blue-haired girl walked up to a few people and looked at them with a smile. Dot dot dot. For flowers. Hello, this is Shirahoshi. Looking at Vivi with a smile, Shirahoshi was taken aback, and then smiled softly. For some reason, she felt a unique feeling in her heart when she saw the person in front of her. Not only Shirahoshi, but Vivi also has this feeling in his heart, a very strange feeling, I can't tell. However, she knew Shirahoshi. Advertisement. The Princess of the Fishmen Island, I heard, has always been by Noel's side. At this time, the Holy Land, another place, but another good show was on stage. Secretly, Sabo clenched his fists at this time, his body was trembling constantly, and his eyes looked angry at everything in the distance. A celestial dragon is riding a bear lying on the ground like a dog, chained. That's right, it's a bear, one of Shichibukai's bears. Who could have thought that as one of Shichibukai, he would become like this today? And on his back, he was riding a celestial dragon's, with the long whip in his hand, constantly whipping the bear, or there was laughter. Blood dripped from his face to the ground, and the bear was expressionless, with no trace of emotion on his face. With each whiplash, Sabo's body trembles more severely, and his eyes gradually turn red. A series of pictures appeared in my mind, and the person in the distance could be said to be his master. In addition to being Shichibukai, Shang's true identity is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Asshole. Sabo stomped on the ground with one foot. Just as he was about to rush out, he had two hands on his shoulders. The next moment, the ground suddenly moved, the floor flipped over, and Sabo disappeared directly in place. Beneath the ground, the commander of the North Army, the crow pressed Sabo's shoulder stubbornly. Sabo, don't be impulsive. Seeing Sabo who was trembling constantly, Lindbergh also spoke in a deep voice. Asshole, asshole, that's the bear, that's our companion. Sabo hit the wall with a fist, then let out a low growl, his eyes became completely red, and the murderous intent on his body also poured out frantically. My companion, my master, is being abused by others, and he is watching, how can this be tolerated? 34%. Chapter 238 Plan, Assassinate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Throughout the underground tunnel, Sabo's low roar echoed, and the crows could hear the anger in it. Several people know the relationship between Sabo and Shang very well, and they are also teachers and friends. Seeing the tears in Sabo's eyes, all of them sighed. They are also angry, because the bear is also their companion, but they know that they can't be impulsive, this is a holy land. Moreover, they came here with a purpose. As time passed, Sabo's mood gradually calmed down. However, his eyes were still red and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. This time, the celestial dragons must be killed. I just saw it, and the people from the Fishmen Island also came to the meeting. Mori took a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. This underground tunnel was created because of his ability. The Fishmen Island, 993, appeared here, it is not surprising. After all, the Fishmen have changed a lot since the Noel flag was hung on the Fishmen Island. Lindbergh frowned, then shook his head slightly. But, I saw not only the king of the Fishmen Island, but also the Princess Shirahoshi. Mori twisted his body, and the unique voice sounded again. Princess Shirahoshi, have you been following the Murloc princess next to Noel? As soon as the voice fell, everyone was stunned. Sabo calmed down. When I heard the words Shirahoshi, my eyes condensed. He had visited Noel with long before, and of course he knew what position Shirahoshi had in Noel. This time is an opportunity for us. Sabo's eyes kept flashing. Advertisement. Yes, Noel values Princess Shirahoshi so much. It should be impossible for her to come here alone. We must send someone to protect her secretly. This is indeed our opportunity. Karaz nodded, looking at Sabo who had calmed down, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And many more. At this moment, Bello Betty, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke. Sabo and others looked at Bello Betty in confusion. This time, outside of Sabo, all 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army came. It can be said that the main cadres have all come to the Holy Land. Although, this is indeed an opportunity. But, you forgot one thing. Bello Betty looked at the puzzled expressions of several people, and then went on. What will Noel think then? Do you think our Revolutionary Army is using him? As soon as the voice fell, everyone's body was eaten, and then their brows were tightly furrowed together. Just now, they wanted to use Shirahoshi to let the Noel pirates take action. Because the Revolutionary Army knew that on the day of the Golden City, Noel had a conversation with the 4th child. The dragon also has his own guess. Shirahoshi is Poseidon. When Long uttered his guess, Sabo and others stared wide-eyed. However, it is not unfounded. This matter must be considered for a long time. After all, Noel, we really can't afford to offend. Sabo hesitated for a while, then shook his head slightly. Actually, maybe the world government is catching Princess Shirahoshi's attention right now. Advertisement. Kara's eyes flashed, and he looked at everyone blankly. This time, they came to the Holy Land for the purpose of making trouble. Not allowing this World Summit to proceed normally is also a declaration of war by the Revolutionary Army on the world government and celestial dragons. Shirahoshi did not know the plans of the Revolutionary Army and others. Now I am having a very happy chat with the little sister I just met. At first sight, the two of them were like each other. Shirahoshi, what kind of cloud is under your feet? Vivi suddenly pointed at the somersault cloud, his eyes filled with curiosity. In fact, she was very curious about the cloud under Shirahoshi. This is somersault cloud, it is something that Master Noel gave me. Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, and when he mentioned Noel, his face was smiling. Not far away, Garp, who was sitting on the ground, heard Noel's name and his eyes were similar. Somersault clouds are very powerful, able to fly, and understand people. Shirahoshi gave a light jump, and his body fell on the somersault cloud again. Flying, understand people's words, is it because of devil fruit? The ghost spider raised his brows and looked at the somersault cloud in surprise. The world is so strange that even swords can eat fruits. If the cloud eats fruits, then it is not surprising. Look, Shirahoshi chuckled softly, and the next moment, somersault cloud suddenly shook and flew out directly. Vivi's eyes widened, staring at Shirahoshi flying overhead. So amazing. That kid, it's really eccentric. There is such a thing, and I don't know how to give it to the old man. Garp glanced at Shirahoshi, and couldn't help but snorted. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, Garp's body paused and his eyes suddenly condensed. Shoo! A black figure suddenly flew from a distance, and instantly appeared between Vivi and Shirahoshi. The black short blade in his hand, under the shining of the sun, braved bursts of cold light. The sudden scene shocked everyone, and Neptune's eyes widened. Shirahoshi. Shark's body trembled, and then let out a loud shout, and the trident in his hand blasted directly towards the black shadow. Although the reaction was quick, the action was still half a minute slow. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the entire ground was shocked, and the black shadow's body trembled, and the whole person directly smashed to the ground. Blood spurted out, and Garp appeared between the two, slamming his fist on the black shadow. Shirahoshi. Vivi. Seeing Garp 2.1 take action to solve the assassin, everyone was relieved, and then they all walked anxiously, looking at the two men worriedly. Garp's fist is not something ordinary people can bear. The assassin was stunned, but Garp frowned when he looked at the person at his feet. Is it a member of the world government? However, it seemed a little strange that this person was not going at Shirahoshi, but at the Princess Vivi. The ghost spider also came over, abandoning Vivi, his eyes flashed with surprise. He could also see that this person was heading towards Vivi. To be able to appear in the Holy Land, and, like Garp, to assassinate Zhongda under such a prestigious name, the first thing he thought of was world government. Only people from the world government have this ability. 34%. Chapter 239 Conflict, Bebo appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The action of assassinating the man just now was very obvious, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was directed at Vivi. Therefore, this made everyone feel surprised and doubtful. It wouldn't matter if Shirahoshi went, after all, she and Noelle are very close. But what is the reason for Vivi? Although it was not against Shirahoshi, after this assassination, Neptune and others have become very careful, they are all carefully protecting Shirahoshi. After all, no one knows if there is a killer. Maybe it will be Shirahoshi next time. However, thinking of Janos and others, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Garp Vice Admiral, thank you just now. Cobra looked at Garp gratefully, but he only had this daughter. If there was no Garp just now, maybe the killer would have really succeeded. Garp glanced at Vivi suspiciously, then shook his head slightly. Da. 23 At this moment, the noise suddenly came from not far away. Celestial dragons. Seeing the man who was riding a bear in the distance and holding a chain walking over, Staley's eyes widened. As soon as the voice fell, everyone else was tempted, and Garp made no secret of the disgust in his eyes. The ghost spider glanced at the bear lying on the ground and couldn't help sighing. It's really sad. The former Shichibukai has fallen to this point today and has become a slave of celestial dragons. Go away, low-level inferior people, and dirty murlocs. Advertisement. With a snot hung on his face, the ugly-looking St. Charles Rose looked at Neptune and the others, and then spoke in disgust. As soon as the voice fell, Neptune's fist couldn't help but clenched. The other people in the Fishman Island stared at St. Charles Rose coldly. What are your eyes? Looking at the eyes of Neptune and others, St. Charles's brows couldn't help but frown, and the long whip in his hand fell to the ground. This idiot. Garp frowned, and he realized that Celestial Dragons was a fool. Could it be? I don't know, now the Fishman Island is Noelle's site. After the incident of Sabayati Archipelago, Celestial Dragons were scared. Now, it seems that the injury is healed, and the pain is forgotten. What are you talking about? Neptune and others hold back because they don't want to cause trouble. After all, this is a holy land. It can be said to be the territory of celestial dragons. However, Shirahoshi heard the words of St. Charles Rose, but couldn't bear it. The eyes were wide, and the big smart eyes were full of angry fire. She doesn't know who this person is in front of her, but she knows that she is scolding her father, King, and brother King. Looking at Shirahoshi who stood up, St. Charles's eyes lit up. It's not that he has never seen a murloc, but this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful murloc. You know, mermaids are very popular, and they are loved by the nobles. However, because of Noelle, few people sell murlocs anymore. Dirty murloc, become the slave of this saint. St. Charles's eyes flashed, and the whip in his hand suddenly swept towards Shirahoshi. Advertisement. Garp Vice Admiral. Seeing St. Charles Roth's movements, the ghost spider's brows couldn't help but frown, and then he opened his mouth worriedly. Garp looked at St. Charles Rose coldly, and then spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry about him, it's him who is looking for death by himself. After speaking, Garp scribbled in the shadows without revealing a trace. He had long discovered that someone was secretly, and the other party seemed to have no intention of hiding. When the killer was just now, the secret person wanted to do it. However, when it was determined that the target was not Shirahoshi, the few people secretly stopped. If you guessed it correctly, it should be from the Noelle pirates. It's really arrogant. Noelle, the kid, sent people to the holy place in an upright manner. However, it can also be seen how much Noelle attaches importance to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi. Seeing the whip swept towards Shirahoshi, Vivi's face couldn't help but yelled anxiously. Shirahoshi's body also trembled, looking at the whip in front of him, his eyes closed tightly. Boom, boom. In the shocking eyes of everyone, a white shadow appeared in front of Shirahoshi, and it was Bibo. Immediately after turning over in midair, he suddenly grabbed his right hand. Bibo grabbed the whip and pulled it hard. The next moment, his left foot was suddenly thrown out. With a huge pulling force, St. Charles Roth smashed directly from the ground. The body rolled in front of Bibo, his face hitting his feet directly. After St. Charles Rose let out a scream, the whole person slammed directly towards the wall. Bibo. Hearing the impact, Shirahoshi opened his eyes, looked at the figure in front of him, blinked, and then shouted excitedly. Advertisement. Guru. Guru. Seeing celestial dragons hitting the wall, and looking at Bibo who was posing, Vivi swallowed uncontrollably. Trouble now. Neptune looked at Beibo with a wry smile, and hit celestial dragons, which really made a big deal. Oh, 993, the captain asked me to protect little Shirahoshi. Beibo looked at St. Charles Rose seriously. The next moment, the front of the conversation suddenly changed, and Beibo's body trembled, and then quickly hid behind Shirahoshi. Fear, he just hit celestial dragons. Seeing Beibo's movements, Garp's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ghost Spider and others looked at each other, and shook their heads with a wry smile. Damn you all, dare to fight the great St. Charles. At this time, the people behind St. Charles Roth also reacted at this time. What happened just now happened so fast that they were almost unable to react. They did not expect that in the Holy Land, there are people who dare to attack celestial dragons. What is the courage of this? Celestial dragons are beaten, then they will suffer too. Several people glanced at each other, and then they all swept towards Shirahoshi. Garp Vice Admiral, do you really need to take action? The Ghost Spider looked at Garp with a wry smile, and Celestial Dragons was beaten in front of them. If this incident were to pass, it would be troublesome. And, most importantly, the opponent is a pirate. Look. Garp raised his brow, then looked at the roof of the house in the distance. Chapter 240 The Revolutionary Army shot, Garp blocked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Following Garp's gaze, the Ghost Spider's eyes constricted when he saw the few people on the roof in the distance. Captain of the 5th Division Mechanical Weird. Former Shichibukai and current 8th Division Captain, Doflamingo. Former Shichibukai and current 10th Team Captain, Jinbei. Looking at the familiar appearance of the three people, the Ghost Spider revealed their identities. The three captains were dispatched just to protect Princess Shirahoshi. Taking a deep breath, Ghost Spider's expression became serious. The courage was too great, and world government was still not in the eyes. The people of the Noel Pirates group dare to appear here in an open mind. This is a holy land, the headquarters of the world government. He felt that Noel was crazy. Slap, slap, slap. Just when the Ghost Spider was talking, the battle on the field was over. Several celestial dragons men fell into Beibo's hands one after another. The mountains are not leaking and the water is not leaking. However, Beibo's strength is not weak, and he is also a Logia-capable person. Looking at the few people who fell on the ground, the corners of the Ghost Spider's mouth twitched again, and he pressed Beibo tightly. The white bears of this fur clan are so powerful. Moreover, he is also capable of Logia snow fruit. Beibo, that's amazing. Shirahoshi's eyes widened and looked at Beibo in surprise. Beibo has been following her all the time, but Shirahoshi has never seen it make a move. Advertisement. When Shirahoshi heard Shirahoshi's words, Beibo's body trembled, and then his cheeks turned red. Bear, kill them for me. Just as I got up from the ground, I saw several of his men were knocked down. St. Charles Rose's face became sullen, blood and nasal mucus kept pouring out. When the voice fell, the bear who had been lying on the ground suddenly kicked his feet. The floor was crushed and the bear appeared in front of Beibo in an instant. With the palm of the meatball, he patted it directly. Snowstorm. Looking at the palm that came over, Beibo narrowed his eyes and let out a loud shout. Boom, boom. The entire ground was shocked, and Vivi and others were blown away. The heavy snow wine fell in the sky, Beibo's body trembled, and then he took 2 steps back. The bear looked at Beibo blankly. On the roof in the distance, the 3 Genos looked at all this faintly. Unexpectedly, Beibo's strength is actually so strong. Jinbei watched the battle in the field in surprise. Howl, howl, howl. Ming Jie sprinkled St. Charles Rose, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Of course he knew this idiot. After all, he himself was celestial dragons anyway. Seeing the heavy snowfall in the field, Ming Jie gently shook his head. Snow fruit. Speaking of it, this fruit was taken by Noel from him. Damn Marine, you guys don't do it yet. Seeing that the bear would not be able to take Babe for a while, St. Charles Rose looked at Garp and the others angrily. Advertisement. He was a jerk, he was beaten as celestial dragons. These Marines are actually there to look. Garp Vice Admiral. The Ghost Spider and the others were taken aback, and they all looked at Garp together. Guru. However, When they saw the bubbles in Garp's nose, the ghost spiders and others all smiled bitterly. This is too fake. I sleep in seconds. Looking at the three people in the distance, the ghost spider took a deep breath, and then took out a phone worm. Garp can pretend to be asleep when he can't see it, but he can't. As for dealing with Bebo, this is even more impossible. Once he does it, the three of Ming brothers will definitely make a move. It is not worth it that they will lose their lives for a celestial dragons. The battle between the two was not only watched by Ming and others. Secretly, the Revolutionary Army, Sabo and others are also watching. Did you hit celestial dragons directly? The people of the Noel Pirates group are still so clever. Bello. Betty watched the battle closely. People from the world government are expected to come over soon. Should we do it in advance? Lindbergh ignored the three Ming brothers in the distance, and then asked in a deep voice. You are responsible for saving the bear, I will do it myself. Sabo's eyes flashed. He glanced at the bear in the field, and then coldly looked at St. Charles Rose who was yelling. As soon as the voice fell, several people looked at each other, and then burst out shots. Hey, it's a member of the Revolutionary Army. On the roof, looking at Sabo several people, Ming Jie narrowed his eyes, then smiled. Advertisement. Their goal seems to be celestial dragons. Seeing Sabo rushing towards St. Charles Rose, Jinbei also spoke in a deep voice. Garp, who had been pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sabo's back. His figure suddenly flashed. Man of the Revolutionary Army. The ghost spider also saw Sabo and recognized them at first glance. Not only members of the Revolutionary Army, but several of them are still high-level members. He is a little dizzy now. What is going on today? People from the Noel Pirate group appeared here, and the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army also appeared here. A strong wind swept past. Watching the disappearing Garp, the ghost spider was taken aback, and then it also reacted. His fist was covered in armed color, and Sabo's eyes flashed a cold light as he looked at St. Charles Rose in front of him. Help me. As for St. Charles Rose, looking at the fist coming over, his body couldn't help but tremble, and then he let out a loud roar. Nonuo Jiao. Boom, boom. The entire space was shaken. Sabo's body halted, his face changed, and then the whole person was directly blown out. Sabo. Hearing the roar, Lindbergh all turned their heads, and when they saw Sabo flying out, they all screamed in exclamation. As the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo is not weak. It's Garp. Seeing the figure blocking the St. Charles Rose, the corner of Bello Betty's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Of course she also found Garp before. Of course, she decided to take action after seeing him pretending to sleep and finding that he ignored celestial dragons. Although I hate this rubbish, if it is really killed by you, the old man will be very troublesome. Garp sprinkled Sabo who had risen in the distance, and then shrugged. Chapter 241 Curious, what is the whole card? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabo got up from the ground, shook his numb arm, and looked at Garp solemnly. However, Sabo turned black when he heard Garp's words. Is this bullying and fearing hardship? Why did the Noel Pirates attack celestial dragons and Garp pretended to sleep? Now, it's his turn to attack celestial dragons and stop himself. Garp is smiling and looking at Sabo. This kid is good. Although he didn't use his full strength in the punch just now, it was not something ordinary people could bear. Kill him for me. St. Charles Rose also reacted from the shock, got up from the ground embarrassedly, and pointed at Sabo angrily. To shut up. Garp turned his head abruptly and looked at St. Charles Rose indifferently. As soon as the voice fell, St. Charles Rose's body trembled, staring at Garp with wide eyes. The next moment, he collapsed on the ground again and burst into tears. Seeing St. Charles Rose who was suddenly crying, Garp's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and he covered his forehead with one hand. I'm so speechless, celestial dragons are all pooping. All of them are wonderful. And Sabo in the distance was also stunned, and took a deep look at Garp, who deserved to be the dragon's lousy. He used to be in Windmill Village, but honestly he hadn't seen Garp. 997. However, he knew that Garp had a relationship with Dragon and Luffy. On the other side, accompanied by a roar, everyone looked at the sound. Advertisement. Immediately, I saw the bear keep retreating. Damn it, it's impossible to take the bear away directly. Lindbergh floated in midair, looking helplessly at the bear in the distance. If a few people join forces, it would be no problem to defeat the bear, but it would be impossible to take him with him. He has completely lost his memory, and the bears now don't recognize them at all. Withdraw. Karas glanced at the bear, then said in a deep voice. Sabo's action failed, and there was Garp's obstruction. Especially for the disturbances here, it is estimated that people from the world government will arrive soon. The members of the Revolutionary Army came quickly and withdrew faster. Watching Sabo and the others escape, Garp didn't stop him either. After all, there are more dangerous people here now. It is estimated that those old guys will soon send someone over. Ming Jie slid Garp, then smiled. While speaking, he still looked at Genos curiously. Because he knew something, Noel dared to let Shirahoshi appear in the Holy Land without worry, and sent the three of them to follow. It was because his mysterious captain handed over something to Janos. A blue ball was seen by everyone at the time, but they didn't know what the effect of that thing was. Not only Ming is curious, but so is Jinbei. Genos didn't speak, but looked at Shirahoshi in the distance lightly. Others have nothing to do with him. His purpose is to protect Shirahoshi. As for the world government, he doesn't care even more. What the captain gives him can handle everything. Shirahoshi, are you okay? Advertisement. Vivi walked over anxiously, looking at Shirahoshi worriedly. It's okay. Bibo is great. Furthermore, there is also Jinbei boss, and Genos-sama, they are also protecting me. Shirahoshi chuckled softly, then shook his head, looking around as he spoke. And when he heard Shirahoshi's words, Vivi was taken aback. The captains of Genos, Jinbei, and Noel pirates were also in the Holy Land. At this time, in another luxurious and extravagant room, a dark figure nodded to five elders, and then disappeared. Garp. The old third's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he let out a cold snort. Now the focus is not on Garp, but on the people of the Noel pirates. It's really bold. CDCB actually appeared in the Holy Land like this. The second child leaned on the table, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. Celestial Dragons was beaten. Believe, those guys are going to make trouble soon. The boss skimmed the three people in the hall, and then spoke in a cold voice. The other three nodded. Celestial Dragons, the person the boss said was Celestial Dragons. Go ahead, everyone from the Noel pirates has hit the door. Especially the mechanical weirdo also appeared and took him down. Maybe, you can get Noel's secret from him. The old five took a deep breath and glanced at the three of them. As soon as the voice fell, the other three people paused, looked at each other, and then all nodded. The mechanical eccentric was the first to follow Noel. He is also the oldest member of the Noel pirate group. Maybe he really knows Noel's secret. Advertisement. However, don't be careless. Noel dared to let these three people appear in the Holy Land, so there must be other means. The boss stood up, walked slowly to the window, and looked at the scenery indifferently. For Noel, he doesn't dare to underestimate it now. Now, Noel is the biggest enemy of the world government, and his strength is too terrifying. As for the people of the Revolutionary Army who appeared in the Holy Land, five elders didn't care too much. However, no matter what kind of whole cards Noel has this time, it is useless. This is a Holy Land, but it is the site of the world government. Unless all the Noel pirates are dispatched, it is not enough to be afraid. After Noel is resolved, it's time to clean up Marine. The boss's face became fierce. Marine, now it's really getting more and more disobedient. It can be seen from this incident. However, all of this must be done step by step, and now the most important thing is the Noel pirates. Not only the Noel pirates, but the other two forces cannot be underestimated. The second child's eyes flashed, thinking of Teach's four-man alliance, and Whitebeard's alliance with the redhead. There is such a change because of Noel. If it weren't for him, those people wouldn't join forces. Old Wu nodded, then slowly picked up the teacup in front of him. Now, New World is in a triumphant position, and the situation is very tense. The entire New World was messed up into a nest of porridge, everyone was in danger, and the three major forces shocked the entire sea. In this world government meeting, there were 30% fewer kings coming. This is because of the influence of the three major forces. Chapter 242 Attack, Here Comes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The news of the assassination soon spread throughout the Holy Land, as well as the celestial dragons being beaten. In an instant, it spread like a storm in Marijoa. People are panicking. People in the Revolutionary Army, this is simply going to declare war with the world government. By the way, there is also a Noel pirate group. This is a holy land, but is the site of the world government. Many people are speculating about the identity of the killer, as well as about the incident of celestial dragons. That's right, I know that in the Holy Land, Charles Rose Saint was attacked by the Noel pirates. In the end, they were almost killed by people from the Revolutionary Army, and celestial dragons felt the crisis. Everyone knows the reason for this conflict. Shirahoshi, also known as the Fishmen Island. The members of the Noel pirates are too arrogant, and several elders of celestial dragons have put pressure on 5 elders. This time, we must give an explanation, let them restrain their family members at the beginning, do not go out casually and cause trouble. This incident made celestial dragons feel dissatisfied, but still gritted his teeth. But now, this time, when it happened in the Holy Land, everyone hit the door. When hearing the news from 5 elders, the elders of celestial dragons nodded in satisfaction. If 5 elders doesn't do anything, then they don't mind and wait for someone to do it themselves. As the night darkened, Cobra looked at Vivi beside him worriedly in the luxurious room. Father, don't worry, actually. Seeing Cobra's expression, Vivi knew what he was thinking and couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile. Moreover, the target of the killer today is not Shirahoshi at all, but me. Advertisement. At this point, Vivi's expression became solemn and weird. She was not a fool. At that time, the knife came towards her, but it was stopped by Garp. Yes, the target of the killer today is Princess Vivi. Koza's body paused, then nodded in a deep voice. Although his strength is not strong, he still has some in his eyes, and he can clearly see what happened today. Hearing what they said, Cobra's face became stiff, and he collapsed on the sofa. This time, the Fishmen Island participated in the meeting and it was destined to decide that it would not be that simple. It looks like the war is about to break out. Cobra took a deep breath and looked at the 2 men solemnly. Father, you are talking about the world government, and the Noel pirate group. Vivi's eyes flashed, he chuckled softly, and then he sat on the sofa again. Well, not just the world government, but also the Revolutionary Army. As you have seen today, several cadres of the Revolutionary Army have all appeared in the Holy Land. It seems that we are going to make things big. Cobra glanced at Vivi, and then shook his head bitterly. He suddenly discovered that now, this is the center of the incident. Upon hearing Cobra's words, neither of Vivi spoke. They don't want to experience war, even if it is not their country. Because of the collision between Noel and the world government, it was too much involved. As for today, the countries that came to the conference, they heard, are 30% less than before. It is equal to 1/3. What kind of concept is this? Although there were some special reasons, I couldn't come to participate. Advertisement. However, everyone knows that those countries that did not participate have withdrawn from the alliance. In other words, if you are not under the protection of the world government, you do not need to pay the heavenly gold. Moreover, there is one point very clear. Those who did not come, many countries are in the New World, and basically all are flying the Noel Pirates banner. Choosing, these countries are among the world government and the Noel Pirates, and undoubtedly chose the latter. Such courage also shocked many people. After all, there is no turning back when the bow is opened, which shows that it is openly resisting the world government. Alabasta is different from the Fishmen Island. There is Noel behind them, and there is no one behind us. Cobra slowly raised his head and looked at them bitterly. The importance of a backer is now fully revealed. He certainly knows that the country's Noel shelters are all threatened by the world government. However, it was only a threat, and the world government did not take action. For flowers. A heavy voice echoed in the room. Looking at Cobra with a bitter expression, Vivi gently hugged his arm. Father, I actually feel that we can do the same. Let Alabasta fly the flag of the Noel Pirates. She is not a silly white sweet now, and she knows what happened recently. No. Before Vivi's words were finished, Cobra and Koza looked at each other, and then both shook their heads together. Advertisement. This is simply joking about the lives of the entire country. They don't want to gamble. Once they lose, they really lose all. Moreover, it is still the kind that has no possibility of a comeback. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking constantly, the dust around the walls fell off, and the chandeliers were shaking. After Cobra stabilized his body, he walked quickly to the window. All three of them saw that the house not far away had been flattened, and it was still smoking. That is, Shirahoshi and their house. Seeing the house turned into ruins, Vivi's body trembled, and then he said silently. Rooftop. Take a look on the rooftop. Cobra's eyes condensed, looked at the ruins, and then spoke in a deep voice. The roar alarmed the whole holy place and everyone. Buddha Shao 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 Duo. I really can't wait, I was almost killed. The strange laughter came out slowly. Ming Jie walked out of the ruins and looked at the people on the opposite side with a sneer. When he saw the leader, Ming's eyes condensed, while Janos and Jinbei looked at each other and then both smiled. At this time, Neptune was a very wolf fox. He did not expect that the world government would be so frenzied and directly launched an attack. However, I also know that this time we can't agree, the meeting is no longer necessary. Now, the most important thing is to leave here anyway. Fortunately, there were Genos and others just now, otherwise, they really died directly under the bombardment just now. Chapter 243 The Sky Blue Light, Gather Together. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of the attackers, 2 of them were acquaintances, and one was Lu Qi, the former CP-9 captain. There is another one, the owl who fled during the first battle in the Golden City. At that time, among all the people, he was the only one who was involved in the sea, but he was still alive. But Lu Qi looked at Ming Jie indifferently. Howl, howl, howl. Brother Ming made a weird noise with his fingers. The next moment, his feet suddenly kicked, and the whole person shot out. Looking at the indifferent Xiao Xiao, Brother Ming couldn't help but blink. 5 fingers spread out, posing as a beast claw, and then grabbed it fiercely. Boom, boom. A black shadow flashed past, and then, Brother Ming was blown away directly. Looking at the blasted Brother Ming, Jinbei's eyes couldn't help shrinking, and he looked at the man in black who appeared at the table, 97, in shock. Although, he doesn't like that guy Ming. However, he was very clear about his strength, and now he was directly blown out. Moreover, just now he couldn't see how this man made the move. Taste. Click. The rubble was scattered everywhere. Ming Jie walked out of the ruins, patted the debris on his clothes, and looked at the black-clothed man with a gloomy expression. It's too fast, if you didn't cover the body with thread just now. It is estimated that it is not so easy to stand here now, the power just now is very terrifying. Deserves to be a member of the world government. Really strong. Advertisement. Brother Ming pulled off his conspicuous coat and looked at the black-clothed man with a sneer. Master Janos, what shall we do now? Neptune looked at Xiao and the others, and then looked at Janos on the side worried. He knew that Noel had arrangements. However, this is the site of the world government after all, and worries are normal. The captain said, Marigio Asia Pacific is dim and needs fireworks. Janos looked at Xiao and the others faintly, and then walked out slowly. Buddha howls, it seems that the captain is going to do a lot of work. Hearing what Genos said, Ming Jie couldn't help but froze. When he saw the blue ball in his eyes flashed. The Xiao and the others looked at each other, and they all looked at Janos vigilantly. Lu Qi's brows are frowning together. Noel. Impossible. Noel himself is still in New World. This is the news from CP0. This can't be wrong, and so are the captains. However, he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Genos slowly raised the crystal ball in his hand, under everyone's gaze, and then threw it directly into the air. Shoo! 2 fire lights directly blasted above the crystal ball, and thick smoke rose in the air. Seeing Genos' actions, everyone was taken aback. Especially Ming Jie and Jinbei, they all know that Noel gave Janos the crystal ball. Now, it is ruined, what is going on? In the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, and a bright blue light rose into the sky. A terrifying air wave swept out, and the surrounding rubble was blown up. Looking at the beam of light that opened up to the sky, Brother Ming's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. What is it? Advertisement. That is. Jinbei was shocked and looked in the air incredibly. In the middle of the beam of light, in midair, blue lines appeared, very beautiful and very dazzling. This blue beam of light attracted the eyes of everyone in the Holy Land. Whether it's marine, celestial dragons, 5 elders, or the kings who came to the meeting. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked at the beam of light that opened up to the sky. What is this? The boss squinted his eyes and looked at the beam of light in the distance in shock. They are not close to the battlefield here, a difference of hundreds of kilometers, but they can all see the blue light that opens up to the sky. It seems that we are going to go there in person. The third child's brows furrowed tightly, and then he spoke in a cold voice. He didn't know what this beam of light was, but he also had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing what the youngest said, all of them were taken aback, looked at each other, and then disappeared into the room in an instant. Taste. Click. The window cracked directly, the glass splashed, and the cold wind blew into the room. It seems that this movement has nothing to do with the Noel pirates. On the other side, Sabo was also shocked looking at the bright beam of light. He could hear the roar just now, even in the ground. It can also be guessed that it should be the people of the world government who have fought with the people of the Noel pirates. Because, today he saw the 3 of Ming brothers. It just so happens that with them attracting attention, we can act. Bello Betty's eyes flashed slightly, and then smiled. The people of the Noel pirates have made such a big noise, nothing is better than this. Advertisement. Ming Jie and the others attracted the attention of the world government, and they had the opportunity to complete the task. In the field, seeing the denser and weird lines, Ming Jie became more and more excited. Boom, boom. In everyone's shocked eyes, the blue lines suddenly trembled. A figure appeared on the lines, while Brother Ming and others stared wide-eyed. Captain. Master Noel. Brother Ming, Shirahoshi and others were staring wide-eyed, looking at Noel who appeared on the road in an incredible way. When Lu Qi and others saw Noel, their bodies trembled. Lu Qi and Xiao both looked at each other, feeling incredible. How is it possible? Didn't it mean that Noel is in New World? It's the reason for the crystal ball. The crystal ball should have the ability to transmit objects or people. The black-clothed man looked at Noel with a dignified face of 2.1, and was swearing in his heart, careless. However, there was no panic. What about Noel? This is the Holy Land, the headquarters of the world government. Deputy Captain. Brother Ming had just finished speaking, his eyelids twitched again, and he looked at the captain beside Noel in shock. One by one, soon, figures appeared on the lines, gathered, and all the captains of the Noel pirate group gathered. This is Marieoa. Noel carried his silver teeth, glanced around, and laughed slowly. The body, the captain behind him and others, are also indifferent, excited looking at the surrounding environment, the Holy Land, the headquarters of the world government. 35%. Chapter 244 Shining Fireworks. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This picture was extremely shocking, and the 3 Ming brothers were completely dumbfounded, including within Genos. Before leaving, Noel just told him to break the crystal ball if he was in danger. However, there is no mention of the role of this crystal ball. He didn't expect that this crystal ball could actually play a teleportation role. Noel. That person is Noel. And those, all of them are the captains of the Noel pirates. On the roof, Cobra swallowed, then let out an exclamation. As that Noel. Vivi's fists were clenched, and his eyes were fixed on the man with short blonde hair and a silver knife not far away. She is about the same age as her, but the other side stomped her feet, and the world was shocked by big people. She had always heard of Noel's name, but it was the first time she saw a real person. The blue beam of light slowly dissipated, and Noel and others fell to the ground. Hey, I didn't expect this guy to be so faithful that he didn't die. 23. Enel glanced around, was taken aback when he saw the table, and then opened his mouth in surprise. In the Battle of Golden City, he also made a shot in the end. At the beginning, the thunder pillar also blasted on the table, and then caused him to be involved in the sea. He was seriously injured like that, and he was still capable, and he was involved in the sea, but he was still alive. When he heard Enel's words, Xiao's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Advertisement. He is alive today because he was saved by Marine. Noel smiled suddenly, stepped on the ground with one foot, leaning forward, and the silver teeth brought out a count of white light. Whoops, whoops. The bodies of Xiao and others trembled, and then quickly dodged. The surrounding houses were directly cut open with a roar and then collapsed directly. Lu Qi fell on the ground, looking at the cracks in his clothes, looking at Noel with a solemn expression on his face. As for the table and others, they are all intact, but their faces are very solemn. The knife cut open the surrounding houses. On the rooftop, Vivi couldn't help but twitch his mouth while looking at the collapsed house. This is a gentle knife, and the surrounding houses are just like tofu, which is directly cut open. What kind of monster is this? Is this the Five Emperors? The strongest person she had ever met was Shichibukai Crocodile, but compared to the blonde man not far away, she was really not a person of the same level. Vivi, let's get out of here soon. Noel has arrived with all the captains. I believe the reinforcements of the world government are coming. Cobra swallowed, then looked at Vivi anxiously. You don't have to think about it, the next battle will definitely be fierce. If you continue to stay here, you will only be affected by the pond fish. It is too dangerous, and the aftermath of the battle will be able to crush them. Hearing Cobra's words, Vivi couldn't help but shook his head. Father, you leave first, I will go to Shirahoshi. What? As soon as the voice fell, Cobra's body was shocked, and he stared at Vivi with wide eyes. Father, trust me once. Advertisement. Vivi took a deep breath, looked at Noel in the court, and then looked at Cobra seriously. Seeing Vivi's eyes, Cobra narrowed his eyes, hesitated, and finally nodded. Knowing daughter Mo Ruofu, he knows Vivi's thoughts and knows that she wants to gamble once and put her hope on Noel. The situation in the world has changed drastically recently in the sea. The era of pirates has come, and it has also been called the worst era. Not only the new world is chaotic, but the four seas are also very chaotic. Countless pirates went out to sea one after another, so many pirates appeared, and only ordinary civilians suffered. Marine, now most of the combat power, troops are stationed in New World. There has been a lot of slack in the jurisdiction of the four major sea areas. It can be said that the current situation in the four great seas is worse than that of New World. At least, New World still has 5 emperors under pressure. However, the four seas are different. Without Marine, it has become a pirate's playground. Alabasta's current situation is also very bad. The two of Cobra left, Vivi let out a deep breath, and then jumped directly from the roof, without thinking, walked directly in Shirahoshi's direction. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong, but she had a hunch in her heart. This time, we must take a gamble. It feels like she was assassinated today. It's really amazing, this world. Noel laughed suicide and looked at Lu Qi playfully. The plot has changed, but there are many things that cannot always be changed. Just like Lu Qi in front of him, he was not defeated by Luffy, but after a few years, his strength actually became so strong. Who would have thought that Lu Qi now has admiral-level combat power? Kill them. Noel picked up the silver teeth in Noel's hand, and then flicked his fingers. Advertisement. Vivi, who just ran over, heard Noel's words for the first time. Immediately, I saw that Enel, Jill, Ming-Jie and others had shot out one after another. Genos, Mariagio needs fireworks. Looking at the backs of Enel, Noel looked at Vivi who was walking down 997, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke softly. Understood, Captain. Genos nodded, the thruster under his feet spouted 2 flames, and then soared into the sky. Shirahoshi. Vivi walked gently to Shirahoshi's side, but his eyes were fixed on Noel. Vivi, it's great that you are fine. Seeing Vivi panting, Shirahoshi couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Master Noel, they are going to fight, wait, you don't run around. Seeing Shirahoshi's innocent appearance, Vivi was taken aback, then nodded. What is Captain Janos going to do? Capone Beige frowned and looked at Genos who was floating in the air in confusion. The captain has just said that Maragio needs fireworks. Apu looked at Enel who had already fought with Lu Qi and the others, and his eyes fell on Janos. Under everyone's gaze, Janos suddenly opened his arms. A muzzle appeared between the two palms, and red light suddenly condensed in the palm. In the shocked gaze of Capone Beige and others, a burst of fire suddenly blasted out of the palm of the hand. Chapter 245 Compete for Opponents, Push Hard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whoops, whoops. Balls of fire, like fireworks, shot towards the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-shaking sound, the next moment, resounded throughout the holy place. The ball of light fell on the ground and exploded directly, raising mushroom clouds. The whole ground was shaking, watching the scorched earth seen in the distance and the mushroom cloud rising. Capone Beige and others are staring wide-eyed. My 4x. Bonnie was also taken aback, and she uttered fragrantly, because this was the first time she saw Janos take action. This ability is really terrifying, it is simply born for destruction. This is really brilliant fireworks. Kid's whole body was trembling, his eyes flashed red, and his face became ugly. Holy Land, this is the headquarters of the world government. Although the others did not speak, one thing was common, and they were all very excited. They didn't expect that a blue pattern appeared on the underworld beast suddenly. It didn't take long for him to appear in the Holy Land again in an instant. These lunatics. Seeing the excitement of Kid and the others, the corners of Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In the distance, 5 elders, who was rushing towards the blue light, were stunned after looking at the mushroom cloud rising everywhere. Damn, what the hell are they doing? The boss's body took a halt, and then let out a cold drink. Advertisement. Isn't this result expected a long time ago? The second child raised his brow, then spoke softly. Although the strength of Xiao and the others is very strong, although they have no problem in taking down the mechanical weirdo, it is not necessarily that easy. Moreover, such a result had already been anticipated when they decided to take action. On the other side, on a rooftop, Garp looked solemnly at the distant battlefield. This time, it was really a big deal. Noel actually led people to hit the Holy Land. The ghost spider swallowed, then said in a deep voice. The blue light just now, of course, also shocked them. Unlike 5 elders, they are not far from the direction of the beam of light, so they saw everything. That kid seems to be fine. Garp took a deep breath, staring at Noel in the distance. In another place, members of the Revolutionary Army are also acting. Unlike Noel and others, Sabo and others attacked celestial dragons. The night is black and the wind is high, and the Holy Land is lit by wars. There is the Noel pirate group in front of it, and the Revolutionary Army is making trouble in secret. Such a result, it is estimated that 5 elders would never have thought of it. Boom, boom. Lu Qi was shocked and looked at Ming Jie in front of him blankly. Zone cat fruit leopard type, the foundation of world government is really strong. Brother Ming stared at Lu Qi tightly, and he was surprised by the strength of the person in front of him. The fighting among the others was also fierce. Lei Guang. Various attacks continued to explode in the field, and the surroundings were directly flattened. Being able to be sent by 5 elders will naturally not be weak. With Lu Qi's words, there are a total of 5 people, but they blocked Enel. Especially the man in black, his strength is very terrifying. Advertisement. The speed is very fast, even Noel feels surprised. At this speed, it was the first time he saw him. Even Kizaru was not so scary. Lei Ying. Give me annihilation in the Thunder Sea. Enel paused, his eyes flashed with thunder, and his fingers pointed at the sky suddenly. Boom, boom. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and the sound of thunder resounded throughout the holy place. In the next moment, a huge thunder pillar suddenly fell from the sky, directly towards the huge python. Vivi had never seen such a horrible scene, so he always stared wide-eyed. This kind of ability, in her heart, is nothing short of a monster. It's amazing. This is the captain of the Noel Pirates. These captains are so terrible. She couldn't imagine how terrifying the captain and Noel were. This is simply a fight between the gods. This guy Enel is really useless. Kaido held a hip flask in his right hand and looked at Enel in disdain. The next moment, in everyone's eyes, Kaido picked up the mace beside him, strode forward, and ran directly towards the field. This lunatic. Looking at Kaido's back, Hawkins and the others' mouths Kakuzu twitched. The poisonous mist sprayed out, and Enel's figure kept evading. He is Logia, but poisoning him is inevitable. Poison, in this world, can be said to be a very terrifying ability, it is simply an insoluble ability. The owl who turned into a python stared coldly at the flashing thunder in the field. Da da, da da. Advertisement. The ground was shaking. Xiao Xiao's huge body was taken aback, and then he followed the sound to look. When I saw Kaido rushing over, the cold snake eyes couldn't help but condensed. Little bug, die for me. Kaido appeared in front of the table with 2 big strides. As for the poisonous fog around, he ignored him. The mace lifted up, rolled up a terrifying wave of air, and slammed directly towards the kiss. Kaido, Lousy doesn't need you to help me. FK me. Seeing Kaido hit his opponent, Enel couldn't help but let out a roar. I can't even take a little bug, you trash. Kaido also let out a cold snort, but the action Nuo Nuo Jiao did not stop. There is Kaido in the front and Enel who comes next. The huge body of the python suddenly curled up on the ground, and its tail swept around. Boom, boom. The whole ground was shocked, and the mace hit the tail directly. The snake head bit towards Enel. However, he hadn't touched Enel yet. Xiao Xiao's body trembled. Kaido's power, he still underestimated him. The mace hit the tail and sparked a series of sparks. It's my bottom. It's Lousy's. Kaido and Enel both shouted loudly. These 2 guys. Noel looked helplessly at the 2 people in the field. They were simply intolerable. They didn't know if they were natural enemies. Chapter 246 5 Elders Debut, Shocking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Next. It was completely bloody. Xiao Xiao became a punching bag for Kaido and Enel. One is worse than the other, and the mace slams on the body, making a creepy sound. Thunder and lightning also exploded on the body from time to time, a 5 Emperor class and an Admiral class. Kaido is a close attack, while Enel is a long-range attack. Not to mention, although the 2 are fighting, they cooperate well. As time went by, Xiao Xiao was already scarred. The whole body of the snake was full of blood and traces of scorched black, which was very horrible and extremely hideous. Boom, boom. After being smashed into the air by Kaido again, the owl regained his adult body after a mouthful of blood spurted out of his big mouth. Falling into the big pit, his eyes showed despair and sadness. In any case, he is also a strong admiral level, and now he has fallen into this position. Zone Ancient Species Snake Fruit Python State. In ancient times, those with abilities had a characteristic, that is, their defensive power, anti-attack ability, and resilience were all amazing. Once the 3 plagues, Jack was like this. In the original book, he was hit by the elephant and fell to the sea. Sunk in the deep sea, unable to move because of the sea water, but even this did not die. If it were someone else who was attacked by Kaido or Enel, he would have been killed long ago. However, now it is even more tragic, life is better than death. Waste. Looking at the owl who fell on the ground and did not get up, the mace in Kaido's hand hit the ground, and then he let out a cold drink. It's really not beaten. Enel curled his lips and let out a cold snort. Advertisement. 2 monsters. Vivi looked at the 2 people in the court, swallowed, and then cursed inwardly. In her eyes, these 2 people are monsters, which is too destructive. In a short period of time, the battle of a few people turned the surroundings into ruins. The surroundings were completely flattened. As for any houses, they were already out of sight. There were big pits everywhere on the ground, black smoke was still blowing, and the blood was also falling on the ground. If these guys were allowed to fight in Alabasta, she couldn't imagine what it would be like. Noel, on the other hand, stared closely at the battle between the other 2 in the field. That man, Captain. Luo looked at the twinkling figure in the field with a solemn expression, and his heart was also very shocked. CDCC. Not only Luo, but also others, because Jill was actually at a disadvantage. Noel nodded. That's right, Jill was indeed at a disadvantage. The man who fought him was the man in black. It's almost like a ghost, the speed is too fast, and it keeps flashing in the field. Like a ghost, Jill's speed is also very fast, but he can't keep up with the black man at all. Boom, boom. In an instant, the black-clothed man appeared at the upper left of Jill and threw his left foot fiercely. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Jill crossed his hands in front of him. However, he was still taken away by that terrifying force. Lean back, feet drag deep marks on the ground. This blow directly shook Jill out several tens of meters. Advertisement. After stabilizing his body, Jill looked at the man in black coldly, but his fists were clenched together. It's useless at all. The thorns, and the white blade, can't catch up with this guy at all. What kind of speed is this? I guess it can be compared with the captain driving the 8-gate. Garp Vice Admiral, what should we do? On the rooftop, watching the battle in the field, the ghost spider breathed out a suffocating breath, and then looked at Garp. Wait until the support of the world government arrives. I don't want to go down and die. Garp tightly fought the battle in the field, pondered for a moment, and then spoke in a deep voice. Although this is a bit unrepresentative, he is really no different from sending him to death alone. Moreover, the ghost spider has already told Akainu about the situation here, and people who believe that Marine is coming. Coming. Garp's eyes suddenly condensed, his eyes fixed on the lower left. When seeing the 4 figures rushing toward the field, Garp's body couldn't help but shake. 5 elders. Looking at the back of the 4, Garp let out an exclamation. As soon as the voice fell, the bodies of Ghost Spider and others were also shocked, and they looked at the backs of 5 elders in an incredible manner. 5 elders took the shot personally. When I was in the Golden City before, I saw the 4th one making shots. Of course, they knew that the strength of 5 elders was terribly strong. The 4th child at the time was completely at the 5 emperors level. Shu, Brother Ming, who was fighting Lu Qi, suddenly changed his face when he heard the strong wind coming from behind. Advertisement. Scratching fiercely with both hands, the ground suddenly shot out white thread pillars. Taste. Click. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the white string suddenly shattered, and Brother Ming was blasted out directly. A figure appeared in front of Lu Qi, who was the boss. The situation on the court suddenly changed. The second child also appeared beside Jill, and his fist also blasted him out. In an instant, several captains in the field were all blasted out. Master 5 elders looked at the person in front of him. The black-clothed man's body was shaken, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Is it finally here? Looking at Jill and the others who were flying out, Noel narrowed his eyes and smiled at 5 elders. It's time to kill. A low curse came from not far away, and Ming Jie Wolf Fox climbed up from the ground. The rib was broken, and the person who had just attacked was kicked to pieces. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ming Jie looked sullenly toward the court. However, when he saw 5 elders, Ming Jie's expression froze and he was completely stunned. He knew the appearance of 5 elders best. Looking at the 4 people in the field, he couldn't help swallowing. Jill and others also got up from the ground, shocked, and stared at the 5 elders who suddenly appeared in the field. As this 5 elders, Enel turned away from Jill and others, his eyes fixed on the 4 old men. Kaido's eyes are also condensed. This is the person in charge of the world government, arguably the most powerful person in the world. Chapter 247 Horrified, Shake Back Noel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the field, everyone's eyes stayed on 5 elders, and Hawkins and others held their breath. Master 5 elders. Lu Qi and others' bodies shook, and then looked at 5 elders respectfully. The second child glanced at the fallen owl, his eyes condensed involuntarily. It didn't take long for the owl to fall down, unexpectedly. Thinking of this, the eyes of several people couldn't help but look in Noel's direction. What's the matter? Why does Noel appear here? Looking at Noel with a smile, the captain and others, the old fifth's face became gloomy. The other 3 did not speak, but they were also very puzzled. According to CP0's report, it is certain that Noel is still in New World, so why is it now appearing in the Holy Land again? Spy, Dark Chess, and CPO members lurking in the Noel Pirates. In fact, not only the Noel Pirates, but the other 5 Emperor forces, there are also members of the world government lurking. Because of the blue light, and then Noel and others appeared here. The black-clothed man let out a deep breath, then spoke in a deep voice. Demon fruit power. The youngest gaze flickered, and he looked at Noel and the others indifferently. The abilities of this world are all sorts of strange. Shangman Menguo has such abilities. When the ability is awakened, you can open the door at will, but there are limits every day. In fact, the blue ball is the item Noel got from the system, it is a magical special item. However, Five Elders doesn't know all of this, so I think it is the reason for the capable. If that's the case, it won't be easy. Advertisement. The second child's brow furrowed. Noel Pirates, a person with such ability. If they want to escape, they can't stop it. As for failure, they never thought about it, just because this is a holy place. If you still lose to Noel and others in the Holy Land, then it goes without saying. Are you all here? Noel smiled and looked at Five Elders. He had read it in the original book, but it was the first time I saw him in reality. The appearance is the same, there is not much difference. It seems that these old guys are very confident. Enel retreated to Noel's side and looked at Five Elders playfully. This time, the captain of the ship gathered the high-end combat power of the entire Noel pirate group, all of which are here. He couldn't think of what Five Elders was relying on, so confident. People on both sides were looking at each other, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became calm. Feeling the depression of the atmosphere, Neptune and the others couldn't help but swallow, cold sweat left on their foreheads. It's too depressing, it's a sheer field. They couldn't bear this breath alone. Shoo! Noel lightly tapped one foot on the ground, and the next moment, the whole person turned into a phantom and swept towards the second child. Seeing Noel moving, Enel and the others all smiled, staring tightly at the second child. Now, I want to see how strong Five Elders really is. Seeing Noel who burst out, the second child's eyes flashed, and his left foot stepped on the ground. When my left foot stepped on the ground, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a strong wind swept out. Chang chang, chang chang. Advertisement. Sparks flew in all directions, Noel's body sank, and the silver teeth in his hand sparked a series of sparks. Looking at the expressionless cock and armament hockey in his fist, Noel couldn't help but smile. It's still strong. This power is also terrifying, it is estimated to be comparable to Kaido. I didn't take the initiative, I didn't expect that you would actually send it to the door. The second child pressed his fist against the silver blade and looked at Noel indifferently. The next moment, the veins of the arm appeared, and the momentum of the body rose. A terrifying force poured out from his arm, Noel's brow furrowed, and then the whole person was directly shaken back. How can it be? Seeing Noel being shaken back, Enel and others trembled, and then exclaimed. The captain was shaken back. Hawkins and the others looked at each other and felt incredible. This was the first time they saw Noel fight, and they were shocked by others. For a long time, no matter who the opponent is, even the Five Emperors, Noel has the upper hand. Explosive power. The captain's eyes lit up and he looked at the second child in surprise. For flowers. Unohana Retsu on the side also nodded in agreement, looking at the second child's gaze, the corners of her mouth curled up. Explosive force. Hearing the words of the captain, Luo and others looked at him suspiciously. What kind of explosive power? For the doubts of Luo and others, the captain did not explain, but looked at the other three people. After Noel stabilized his body, he shook his numb arm and looked at his second child in surprise. The power just increased in an instant, and it was very shocking. Advertisement. Explosive power. Yes, as the captain said, it is explosive power in an instant. Just like the martial arts in previous novels, like Kun Jin, it burst out in an instant. Oh, so strong, I forced Noel back in an instant. The Marines on the rooftop stared wide-eyed, and the ghost spider uttered a silent voice. Garp didn't speak, his eyes were tight on the battlefield, but he didn't feel strange. Because he had seen the strength of several people in Five Elders, but he was very impressed. The second child is simply a personal tank, or an explosive bag. Fruit ability, or physical skill. Noel stared at his second child tightly. Now his arm was still numb, and his hand holding silver teeth was still shaking. Whether it was the original Rox or Roger, they were all losers. You are the same now. The second child looked at Noel indifferently, and a cold voice came slowly. Each era, there will always be one or two unexpected existence. The boss also walked out slowly, looking at Noel faintly. Old guy, shut up. Before Noel spoke, Kaido's eyes turned red, and he looked at the Five Elders with a grim look. In the beginning, if Marine and Roger had not joined forces, how could the captain be defeated? A group of rats hiding behind, what qualifications do they have to speak? Kaido's roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and the fierce, wild aura swept through. In a word, telling what happened in the past, Marine joined forces with the former One Piece Roger. Chapter 248 The Power of Five Elders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rocks Pirate. For most people, this is an unfamiliar name. Who can think of it? This pirate group is still the overlord of one era, surpassing the One Piece King Roger. Looking at Kaido with a grim face, Five Elders was still expressionless. For them, the loser is the loser. Regardless of the process, it was them who survived in the end, and Rocks was dead. Noel skimmed Kaido, his eyes fell on Five Elders. He also has a little understanding of the Battle of the Valley of Gods, but it is not detailed. However, it can also be imagined that the big reason why Rocks lost was because of internal problems. Kill. Noel's eyes flashed slightly, and after he let out a cold snort, he suddenly rose into the sky. 000. Kill these 4 old guys. Enel sneered at Kaido, a sneer evoked at the corner of his mouth, and then turned into a thunder light and disappeared in place. The team leader, Unohana Retsu, walked out side by side, walking very slowly. Looking at the 2 slowly approaching people, and Noel in midair. The faces of several people in Five Elders became solemn, although they knew that the Noel pirate group was very strong. However, when we really have to face it, it is a different scene. Shoo. Noel held the silver teeth and locked his eyes on the second child. The next moment, he waved his left hand lightly. The entire space was swayed, and a transparent sword energy shot out from all directions. Seeing Noel's movements, the second child's eyes were raised, his left foot struck on the ground, and his fist blasted out directly. Boom, boom. After the invisible attack collided in midair, it made an ear-splitting sound, and then exploded directly. Advertisement. The ground was completely cut open, and countless cracks spread. In the middle, there was a big hole. Fist wind shock wave, similar to Sengoku's attack. Looking at the big hole in the middle, Noel couldn't help but smile. He was really strong enough, and he shattered his sword chi with a casual punch. However, he could also see how the second child did it. Similar to Sengoku's attack, shock wave, explosive force, it still uses explosive force. Looking at the approaching captain and Unohana Retsu, and Kaido and others, the boss's brows couldn't help but frown. These 3 people are all of the Imperial level. As for Lucci and others, it is impossible to be the opponent of so many captains. Kaido gave it to me, the other 2 give it to you. The old 5 shook Kaido, who was rushing over, and then said in a cold voice. After speaking, without waiting for the 2 to speak, they shot Kaido. In that case, Unohana Retsu will leave it to me. The third child's gaze flickered, and he turned away from the back of the 5th child, and then his gaze fell on Unohana Retsu's body. Unexpectedly, Rocks didn't let us take it. Now, another such variable has appeared. The boss took a deep breath, his expression became stern, and looked at the captain with a sneer. The opponents have been divided up, so he has no choice but to deal with this person. Rocks Pirate was so strong at the beginning, but they can make them personally. Now, the Noel Pirates have done it. It is estimated that no one can think of such a result. In an instant, Kaido and Unohana Retsu collided with the 3rd and 5th. The captain and the boss looked at each other, and their momentum continued to rise. Advertisement. G. There were strange screams around the 2 of them. Very strong. The captain looked at the boss blankly. The human in front of him was very strong, definitely stronger than Kaido. A strong man like you would actually surrender to a kid. Really unexpected. The boss tightly looked at the captain, but his expression became serious. Although he hadn't shot yet, he knew that the strength of the old man in front of him was even more terrifying than he thought. According to Shao and Marine's report, the old man's ability is to use fire. The captain did not speak, but slowly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. A deep voice came out slowly, and as Zanpakuto pulled out, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Huo Burning City. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the captain's left foot suddenly stepped on, and Zanpakuto directly cut out. Boom! Boom! A terrifying flame swept from the blade, and the flame wall was like a huge palm, grabbing directly towards the opposite side. The air was evaporated, and the flames were terrifying. With the oncoming heat wave, the boss couldn't help but pick up his eyelids as he looked at the flame arm that came over. Indeed, the temperature of this flame is far stronger than ordinary flames. Under everyone's gaze, the palm of the flame came to the boss in an instant. Ji Jinsi and others are staring at this scene closely. However, the next moment, something that shocked them happened, that terrifying flame palm. Advertisement. Suddenly, and then disappeared directly, just like this weirdly disappeared. Looking at the disappearing palm of the flame, the body of the captain couldn't help being stunned. With fists facing each other, Noel landed on the ground, and after steadying his body, he looked at the boss in surprise. How is this going? Although he is fighting, he is also concerned about the battle on the field. Because he is also very curious about the abilities of the remaining 5 elders. Just now, he hadn't seen any movement of the boss at all, but the palm of the flame suddenly disappeared. If it were not for the traces of burning flames on the ground, he would definitely be an illusion. 2.2 inches this is. The captain stared at the boss closely. Just now, he felt an unusual force. How can it be? What did the old man use? Even the attack of the deputy captain disappeared. Ji Jinsi and the others looked at the boss. Incredible, weird, really weird. Boom, boom. There was a roar, and a black shadow suddenly fell to the ground, following the sound. Everyone immediately saw Kaido hit the ground. Lao Wu floated in midair, looking at Kaido indifferently. Lastly, this is 5 elders. Luo and the others recovered and looked at the 4 in shock. 35%. Chapter 249 Special Line Air Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It was shocking and incredible. I have been in the Noel Pirates for so long, and it has always been smooth sailing. Along the way, no matter who the opponent is, it can be described as rolling and pushing. Old man. Kaido got up from the ground, picked up the mace on the ground, and stared at the old 5th coldly. On the other side, Unohana Retsu played more intensely with the 3rd. With sword energy, Enel and others did not dare to approach them at all. Boom, boom. Unohana Retsu swung a knife, and the invisible sword energy splashed out all over. The sword aura formed a net, and the youngest waved his hands gently, and the entire space was shocked. In the shocking gaze of everyone, the midair suddenly exploded, setting off bursts of smoke. What kind of attack is this? How can one be weirder than one? Bonnie swallowed, looking at her youngest in shock, waving every time. The sound of strong wind could be heard around, and then the sword light cut out by the 23rd officer of the 2nd ship directly exploded. Air. Unohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and looked at the 3rd child in surprise. Similarly, although she can't see it, she can feel it. Air. This person manipulated the air, and the flow of the air changed the moment he waved his hand. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, the youngest's eyes condensed, and he saw it so quickly that he was indeed the deputy captain of the Noel Pirates. Advertisement. Yes, he can indeed manipulate the air, because he is a fruit-capable person. Superman Special Department Air Fruit Ability. Devil Fruit. Not only ordinary Paramesha, but also some special Paramesha. Kata Curry is one of them, and his fruit is the special Paramesha Glutinous Fruit. Every special Paramesha is not too weak, it can be said to be the rarest ability. The 2nd child can use explosive power and is suspected of being capable. The boss's method is even more weird. He just disappeared the flame of the captain, and I don't know what the fruit is. The 5th child, what he just showed was physical skills, whether he is capable or not, I don't know now. The youngest, Superman Special Line, Air Fruit Ability. Noel's gaze swept across the 4 of them, and he was also very surprised. Each one is very strong, but what makes him most concerned is the boss's ability. Until now, he hadn't thought of what kind of fruit could be so weird. Boom, boom. Enel, Jill and others are also fighting the black-clothed man and others, and the battle is also very fierce. All the others fell in the wrong place, only the man in black was on par with Enel. Garp Vice Admiral, What kind of fruit ability is that, Five Elders? The ghost spider looked at the boss in the field, then looked at Garp suspiciously. How does the old man know? Garp shook his head slightly. To be honest, it was the first time he saw the boss make a move. He had seen Five Elders take action, but it was only the second, third, and fourth. As for the boss and the fifth, this is also the first time we have seen each other. Brew. Brew. Advertisement. The phone worm suddenly rang. The ghost spider was taken aback, and then quickly took out the phone worm. How is the situation now? As soon as the phone worm was connected, Akainu's voice came. Noel and others are fighting Five Elders. Noel, and the two deputy captains, including Kaido, were stopped by Five Elders. There is currently no division. Hearing Akainu's voice, the ghost spider patted the battlefield tightly, and then spoke in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, the phone worm fell silent, but Garp and the ghost spider both could hear, and Akainu's breathing became rapid. On the other side, in military aviation, Akainu held the phone worm in one hand. On the ship, Sengoku and others, all of Marine's combat power. Everyone heard the ghost spider's words, and Kizaru's eyes flashed brightly. Five Elders all shot, and also blocked Noel and others. Is it so scary? Now, as long as Noel is mentioned, he is a little scared, but he did not expect that Five Elders is so pervert. The phone worm hung up, and Akainu's eyes flashed with cold light. This time, it was the best opportunity. The opportunity to completely wipe out the Noel pirates. This time the battle was in the Holy Land. He didn't believe that the world government still dared to keep its hands. If you match the strength of Marine, even the Noel pirates will have to fold feathers. The one he fears most is Noel, as well as the two deputy captains. If the three of them are blocked, then the others will not be justified, and Marine is enough to deal with the others. Full speed ahead. Akainu's body shook, and then let out a cold drink. He can't wait now. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Advertisement. None of the people on the boat spoke, but their faces were very solemn. Holy Land. No one would have thought that the people of the Noel pirates were so bold that they all appeared in the Holy Land. The most shocking thing was that Five Elders were all dispatched, and they also blocked Noel and others. Back on the battlefield, watching the air wave that swept over, Third Raikage let out a cold cry of 000. The aftermath of the battle is getting more and more terrifying, and the scope of involvement is getting bigger and bigger. The battlefield was completely the center of the storm. The ground, which exploded from time to time, and the terrifying roar made him feel horrified. Should we make a move? Acedes looked at the battle in the field, then spoke softly. As for the captain, Enel, Jill, Ming-jae, and Genos took the shots, and none of the others took the shots. No, Enel is capable of solving it. Third Raikage hesitated, then gently shook his head. He could feel that there were still people in the dark. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw that Lu Chi was blasted away. After spouting a mouthful of blood in the air, the whole person smashed to the ground fiercely. Genos slowly fell to the ground, looking at Lu Chi indifferently. Boom, boom. Not only Lu Chi fell to the ground, but several other people, except for the black-clothed man, were also blasted out one after another. This bastard. Looking at the figure that kept Dodge in the field, Enel's face became stubborn. This guy in black is really too irritating. Relying on the advantage of speed, it is entirely to fight guerrilla warfare with him, which is too fast. Chapter 250 Master Force Field, Horrible. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The roar of the whole war continued, and the flashing figure in the field was dazzling. The most intense is Unohana Retsu and the youngest. The ability of the air fruit is really too tricky, an invisible attack. Attacks such as air blades, air cannons, air walls, etc., fully demonstrated the power of this ability. Moreover, because of the resistance of the air, even Unohana Retsu's speed and movement are restricted. Noel's figure flashed and appeared in front of the youngest in an instant, his fist blasted out with strong wind. When the punch is out, the wind of punch has already arrived. The youngest squinted his eyes slightly. The next moment, his body suddenly sank, and his feet plunged directly into the mud. Gravity, the terrible gravity pressed on his body, causing the bones to make a sound like firecrackers. The sudden pressure of gravity caused the youngest's face to change involuntarily. Suddenly, and without a little defense, gravity becomes terrible. As long as it is a normal person, it is very difficult to adapt. The instinct of the body makes him cross his hands and stand in front of him. Boom, boom. In everyone's shocked eyes, the youngest's arms suddenly exploded. A terrifying air wave swept out, and after gravity, there was a terrible repulsive force. The third child was directly bombed out like a cannonball. The body was constantly tumbling in midair, and one foot was suddenly pressed to the ground, after forcibly stabilizing the body. Looking at the scar on the back of his hand, the third child slowly raised his head, his face solemnly looking at Noel in the distance. The master has 3 force fields, it can be said to be invincible. Advertisement. It's just a mere explosive force. From the beginning, you are doomed to lose. Noel slowly fell to the ground, looking at the third child faintly. Before fighting with others, the last one was 8 inner gates. Most people think that his whole card is 8 inner gates, but they ignore his ability. If you really want to say it, in fact, the ability can be said to be more terrifying than Bahamon Dungia. With the master's force field, it can basically be said to be invincible. During this time, Noel has also been familiar with it. As expected of the captain. Looking at Noel's back, Hawkins and others looked at each other and then all smiled. Hearing Noel's words, the youngest body couldn't help but halted, and his eyes flashed brightly. In his mind, Noel's intelligence appeared in an instant. What he fears most is Noel's physical skills, thinking that it is his strongest method. Now, it seems that other things are ignored. In addition to the physical arts, Noel's other abilities are also very scary. Coming. Noel couldn't help but smile at the alert look of the youngest. Sometimes, vigilance is useless, even if you know what his abilities are, the key is that you have the ability to stop him. Suddenly his right hand stretched out, and Noel's eyes condensed. Boom, boom. A terrible attraction came from his hand, the youngest body trembled, and his body was constantly being pulled. Looking at the mud that was lifted up, and the gravel floating in the air. Noel's face was playful, and the next moment, he suddenly waved his left hand. The gravel floating beside him, like bullets, shot towards the third child. Advertisement. The sound of breaking through the air, the gravel shot out, very fast. His head was light, but there were still a few rubble banging on his body. Covered with armed colors, it's nothing. However, when he saw the gravel blasting in his eyes, the youngest's face couldn't help but change. Armament hockey can improve defense, but the eyes are not good. His head is light, but, having just avoided the stone, his feet straight up on the ground. I escaped the attack of the stone, but couldn't get rid of the horrible suck. The body quickly flew towards Noel, and his face became distorted because of the suction. Seeing Noel getting closer, the third child couldn't help but clenched his fist. The veins of the arm came out, and then directly blasted out. The combat experience is very rich. Seeing the youngest's actions, Noel couldn't help but smile, turning passive to active, and reacted like this in an instant. Don't underestimate me, old man. Try Pain's trick, Shenluo Tianzheng. Time seems to freeze, and the picture seems to freeze. Immediately, everyone saw that the ground in front of Noel was lifted directly, and the smoke swept out. The mud was lifted by a terrifying repulsive force, and the face of the youngest man became healed. Taste. Click. The arm made a clicking sound, the bones cracked, and the fist was pressed against Noel's forehead, less than 2 centimeters away. Guru. Guru. Apu tightly watched the scene before him. He thought that the captain was going to be beaten. Before everyone could react, the third child was directly shaken out. Advertisement. Noel was flattened directly in front of him, and a terrifying wave of air swept around. A terrible chasm appeared on the ground. Seeing the third child who was blown out, the corner of Noel's mouth curled up. This is the strength of the master's force field, and at this moment, it is completely revealed. The third child got up from the ground and tore off his black suit. Shang itself revealed the scars of fighting, an astonishing physique. Everyone can see the hidden power under the youngest muscles. Looking at Noel, who couldn't be far away, the youngest's brows were frowning together, which was too tricky. The combination of gravity and repulsion is too tricky, and it is simply insoluble. Moreover, There is the gravity, I will give you a look from time to time. It is simply impossible to guard against. This is an attack without warning. Moreover, even if you really know it, you may not be able to prevent it. However, he does not believe that there is no weakness without ability. Noel definitely has the ability. As long as he finds out, he has a chance to break the game. If Noel knows what the youngest is thinking, he will definitely tell him that there is really no weakness. 0. Sure enough, that 5 elders is not Noel's opponent. On the rooftop, the ghost spider looked bitterly at Noel's back. Is this man really invincible? Garp didn't say a word, just like Noel's back. It's not that the third child is too weak, but Noel, the kid is too strong, just strong, and the methods are still so weird.